Hey there. You don't have to hurry tonight. I'm Nick, and you're welcome to stay here as long as you need. Some nights we fall asleep in minutes. Other nights we simply need a quiet voice in the room. Either way, you're in the right place. Tonight's stories are strange enough to pull your thoughts away from the day, and gentle enough to let sleep find you naturally. Just a few ads in the first 10 minutes, then nothing but peaceful storytelling. If this feels like home, I'd be grateful for a subscribe and a like. Let me know where you're winding down tonight. Now, let's settle in. Kalen had his hands on the lever when the wagon appeared on the far approach. His palms against iron, cold enough to burn if he held them there too long. The metal trembled under his grip, the whole mechanism humming with weight held over nothing. The bridge was up, the gorge a black gap in the failing light, and he kept his hands where they were, waiting. The toll booth sat at the edge of ironclad gorge, which was what the mining company called it, though Kalen figured the gorge had been there a hell of a lot longer than any company. A mile-deep cut in the rock that ran for 200 miles in either direction without a crossing. The bridge was the only way across. Kalen's job was to stand in the booth, take the tolls, and lower the span when someone paid. Cold that got into your bones and stayed there. Wind that came up out of the gorge, constant and low, watching the bridge go down maybe twice a month, sometimes less when the snow got bad. The mining settlement on the far side needed supplies, and Kalen sat in the booth most days with a lamp and a stove and not much else, waiting. The company paid him in scrip he could spend at their store 3 weeks' walk from here, assuming he ever left. He hadn't, not since the second winter, when he'd realized the job was a trap. The kind you walked into with your eyes open because you needed the money. The wagon was maybe half a mile out now, moving slow, a single merchant and a heavy load sitting low on the axle. Kalen watched it come, his hands still on the lever, his breath fogging in the cold. Early December, the light going fast, and the sky had that flat gray that meant snow was coming, probably a lot of it. The wind was picking up, coming out of the north in gusts that rattled the toll booth's shutters and sent snow devils spinning across the approach. Temperature dropping fast enough that he could feel it through his coat. Cold that got into his joints and made them ache. He'd seen storms up here that lasted 3 days, that buried the booth up to the eaves and left him digging himself out with a shovel. And this one had that feel to it, building somewhere out over the mountains and getting ready to roll in. The care Kalen took with the lever was habit, not caution. He didn't give a damn about the bridge or the company or the miners on the other side who needed their supplies. What he cared about was the toll. A small handful of coins or scrip that went into the lockbox under the bunk, logged in the ledger the company would never audit, and the tally he kept in his head of how much he'd saved. $214, near as he could figure, skimmed over 9 winters. The company rate was $2 per crossing. Kalen charged $3 when he thought he could get away with it, $4 if the weather was bad enough, that the merchant had no choice, $5 if they looked desperate. $1 here, $2 there, and after 9 years it added up. Another year, maybe 2, would get him down to Seattle or San Francisco. Someplace warm where a man could live without freezing. The city, the noise, the people, anonymity. He'd spent so long out here that the idea of disappearing into a crowd felt like freedom itself. No company, no logbook, no merchant showing up twice a month expecting the bridge to work, and Kalen to be there to operate it. $214. It wasn't enough yet, but it was close. Close enough that he could taste it. Close enough that every coin mattered. The wagon was close enough now that Kalen could make out details. Heavy freight rig, canvas cover lashed tight over what looked like a full load. Company stamp on the side panel, which meant company pay. Real money, not scrip. The horses were a matched pair, bays, and they looked about done in, heads low, legs stiff, breath steaming in clouds. They'd been pushed hard and they knew it. The merchant was hunched on the bench, wrapped in a coat and a blanket, moving with that desperation men got when they'd been out in the cold too long and weren't sure they'd make it back. Kalen had seen it before. Usually meant they'd pay without haggling. He stepped out of the booth, into the cold and the wind, coming out of the north now with real force, carrying the smell of snow and rock and something else, that mineral scent the air got before a big storm. The bridge was still up, the span standing vertical maybe 30 feet from where Kalen stood, and beyond it the gorge was a black cut in the failing light, a straight mile down to nothing. The wind that came up out of that gap had a sound to it, low and constant, and Kalen had learned not to listen too close, not to let his mind make shapes out of it. The gorge was there, and the bridge was what kept people from falling into it, and that was enough. The wagon came up the final approach and stopped 20 feet from the booth. The merchant didn't get down right away, just sat there on the bench staring at Kalen, and for a long moment neither of them moved. Kalen could see the man's face now, could see the ice crusted in his beard, the way his eyes kept darting to the tree line behind him and then back to the bridge. Scared, more than scared, terrified in a way that made the horses nervous, made them stamp and pull at the reins even though they were standing still. Kalen waited. It was the merchant's job to state his business, pay the toll, and wait for the bridge to come down. That was how it worked. But this merchant just sat there, and Kalen could see his mouth moving, could see him talking to himself or praying or doing whatever it was that men did when they were scared out of their minds. And that was when Kalen started to think this wasn't a routine crossing. Finally, the merchant climbed down, legs unsteady like a man who hadn't been off that bench in days. He came forward a few steps, close enough that Kalen could hear his voice when he spoke, hoarse and cracked from cold and shouting. He said there was something following him, had been tracking him since he left the logging camp 2 days north, staying just out of sight but always there, always behind him. The merchant's hands shook when he talked, not from cold, from fear, and his breath came fast, too fast, the kind of breathing men did when panic was eating at them from the inside. He kept looking back over his shoulder at the tree line, at the shadows gathering there as the light failed. Said he needed to get across the bridge, needed to get to the settlement where there were people and walls and locked doors. His voice had that edge men got when they knew they wouldn't be believed, but had run out of choices and were going to say it anyway. Kalen looked past him, at the approach and the tree line maybe 100 yards back. Empty snow, gray sky going dark. He didn't see anything moving. Didn't hear anything except the wind and the creak of the wagon settling and the sound of the horses breathing, their breath coming out in clouds that the wind tore apart. The merchant must have seen doubt in Kalen's face because he started talking faster, words tumbling. Said the thing following him wasn't a bear, wasn't a wolf, wasn't natural. He'd seen it twice, glimpses of a shape moving through the trees, too tall for a man, too fast for anything on 2 legs. It had killed a trapper 3 days back, torn him apart, left pieces in the snow. The merchant had found what remained. Kalen listened, his hands in his pockets, his breath fogging. The merchant was scared, that much was clear. Whether the thing he was scared of was real or not didn't particularly matter to Kalen. What mattered was the toll, and the fact that this merchant had money. The canvas cover on that wagon was lashed tight over what had to be company supplies, which meant company pay. Real money, not scrip. He told the merchant the toll was $5, which was about 3 times what the company rate was supposed to be, and he said it flat, watching the merchant's face. The merchant didn't even blink, just nodded, fumbling in his coat. And that was when Kalen knew the man was serious. Knew that whatever he thought was following him had scared him badly enough that he'd pay anything to get across. But before the merchant could get his money out, before he could dig into whatever pocket or pouch he was carrying, he went still. His head turned to look back over his shoulder at the tree line, and Kalen saw his face change, saw the fear there deepen into something like terror. The merchant's breathing went shallow, his whole body tense, and for a moment he just stood there, staring at the shadows gathering in the trees. Then his hand came out of his coat, not with coins, but with a heavy leather sack, the kind miners used to carry dust or nuggets, and he threw it at Kalen's feet, hard enough that it hit the frozen ground with a sound like a hammer on stone. The merchant said one word, barely more than a breath, but Kalen heard it clear enough, heard the way it came out of him like a curse or a prayer or both. Wendigo. The merchant screamed for Kalen to lower the bridge, screamed that it was coming, that it was right behind him, and his voice cracked on the words going high and desperate. He didn't wait for Kalen to answer, just turned and ran back to the wagon, hauling himself up onto the bench and grabbing the reins, whipping the horses forward even though the bridge was still up, still vertical, and there was nowhere to go. Kalen looked down at the sack at his feet, heavy and promising, and then he looked back at the tree line, at the shadows gathering there as the light failed, and he didn't see anything. Didn't hear anything except the wind and the merchant's voice and the sound of his own heart starting to beat faster in his chest. The cold iron of the lever waiting for his hands, the choice waiting to be made. The merchant was still screaming at him from the wagon, the horses stamping and pulling at the reins, foam on their bits and their eyes rolling. The wind was coming harder now, the snow thickening, and Kalen could feel the storm building. Could feel the temperature dropping with every gust. Another 10 minutes and the visibility would be gone completely. Another 20 and the bridge would be too iced over to risk a crossing at all. He bent down and picked up the sack. Heavy. Real gold. The merchant was screaming something about winter food and about the settlement, but Kalen wasn't listening. The storm was building fast. Another 20 minutes and ice would seize the travel rails completely. The bridge had to go down now or not at all. He shoved the sack into his coat pocket and walked back to the booth. The mechanism was already fighting him. Grease freezing in the gear teeth. Cables stiffening in the cold. He'd have maybe one clean operation of the lever before the counterweights locked up entirely. After that, the span wouldn't move for days, maybe weeks. Not until a thaw that wouldn't come until spring. Men went strange up here, saw things in the trees that weren't there. The merchant had that look, but the gold was real, and the storm was real, and Kalen had his own survival to worry about. The lever was where he'd left it, cold iron waiting for his hands. The bridge mechanism was massive, all counterweights and gears and cables thick as a man's arm. And lowering the span took time and effort and attention. Kalen grabbed the lever with both hands, felt the cold bite through his gloves, and pulled. The mechanism resisted for a moment, and then something deep in the gearwork gave and the lever started to move. Slow at first, inch by inch, and then faster as the counterweights took over and the massive timber bridge began to tilt forward, dropping down from its vertical position toward the horizontal. The sound of it was enormous in the cold air, metal grinding on metal and wood creaking under stress, and Kalen could feel the vibration through the iron, up into his arms and shoulders. The bridge came down in stages, tilting forward degree by degree. The timber was 80 feet long, held vertical by a pivot mechanism at the near end, and as it descended, the far end traced a massive arc through empty air over the gorge. Ice shook loose from the planks and fell into darkness. The counterweights were doing most of the work, but control still took muscle. If the lever slipped, the span would drop uncontrolled and the impact could crack the timber or snap a cable. Kalen kept his attention on the mechanism, watching the angle change, feeling the vibration through the iron. 30 seconds to get it horizontal. The span reached level, and the locking mechanism engaged with a sound like a hammer on an anvil. The travel rails, iron tracks that would carry the bridge across the gap, caught the weight, and the whole structure shuddered and settled. Another 40 seconds to slide it across. The cables sang with tension, high and thin in the wind, pulling the span forward along the rails. Kalen just held the lever steady and watched it go. The timber groaned, moving at walking speed. The near end stayed locked to the side while the far end extended out over nothing, reaching toward the far side where the receiving slot waited. 70 feet, 75, 80. The far end dropped into the slot with a sound that echoed across the gorge, and the iron teeth bit into the rock and locked it in place. The bridge was down, solid, the only crossing for 200 miles. The merchant didn't wait. The moment the near end locked into position, he whipped the horses forward, and the rig lurched out onto the timber, wheels loud on the planks. Kalen watched him go, watched the load roll out with the merchant hunched on the bench and the horses pulling hard, foam on their bits. The bridge swayed under the weight but held. It was built to carry freight wagons, twice this size. The rig was maybe 20 feet out when Kalen heard the merchant shout something, heard his voice go high and sharp, and he looked past the moving shape to the tree line on this side of the gorge, the side the merchant had come from, and he saw movement. Not much. Just a flicker of something dark against the snow, something tall coming out of the trees. For a moment, Kalen stood there watching, and the thing resolved itself into a shape, a figure moving fast across the snow-covered ground toward the approach. His grip tightened on the iron, the cold biting through his gloves, and his breath caught in his chest. The merchant saw it too. He was standing now on the bench, the reins in one grip, and the other arm pointing back toward the tree line. And he was screaming again, words Kalen couldn't make out, over the wind and the sound of the bridge mechanism still settling. But the tone was clear enough. Terror, pure and absolute. And Kalen could see why. The thing coming out of the trees wasn't human, wasn't animal. It was tall, 7 feet, maybe 8. And it moved in a way that made Kalen's eyes refuse to track it properly, like his mind kept trying to interpret the motion as something familiar and failing every time. Not the lumbering gait of something heavy, not the four-legged lope of a predator, something in between, something that used its limbs. Too many joints, bending at angles that shouldn't have been possible, to propel itself across the snow-covered ground faster than anything that size had a right to move. It crossed 100 yards in seconds. No hesitation, no caution, just purposeful speed. And Kalen could see now that it wasn't running toward the wagon at all. It was cutting the angle, moving to intercept the bridge itself, to reach the span before the merchant could get across. And it was going to make it. The wagon was 20 feet out, the horses pulling hard, but the thing from the trees was faster, and it had the angle, and Kalen watched it close the distance and knew with absolute certainty that the merchant was right, that the thing hunting him was real, and that Kalen had just let it onto the bridge. The rig was 30 feet out now, rolling toward the midpoint, the horses pulling harder, their hooves loud on the timber. The thing from the trees reached the approach, close enough now that Kalen could see details he didn't want to see. Gray skin, or something like skin, pulled tight over a frame that was wrong in every dimension. Too tall, too thin in some places, too thick in others, proportions that refused to resolve into anything his mind could hold. The limbs bent at joints that appeared and disappeared depending on how it moved. And Kalen couldn't tell if it had 4 limbs or 6 or something in between. Couldn't make his eyes stay focused on any one part of it long enough to count. Where a head should have been, there was a shape that suggested features without having them. No eyes he could see, no mouth, just a surface that seemed to drink the failing light and give nothing back. And the hands, if they were hands, ended in fingers too long and too many, each one tipped with something dark that caught the snow and held it. The cold coming off it was visible now. Frost forming in the air around it, snow gathering on its shoulders and back in a way that made it look like the winter itself had taken shape and decided to hunt. Kalen's gut twisted. He was frozen at the controls, not from cold, but from something older, something that lived below thought in the part of him that still remembered being prey. He watched the thing close the final distance to the near end of the bridge, watched it coil. That was the only word for it. The whole impossible frame compressing like a spring. And then, without slowing, without hesitating, it leaped. The load had just reached the midpoint of the bridge, the exact center where the timber was narrowest and the sway was worst, when the thing landed on the back of the wagon with a sound like a tree branch snapping. The whole bridge shuddered under the impact, and the horses screamed and tried to bolt. But there was nowhere to go except forward, and the merchant turned on the bench to look behind him, and Kalen saw his face, saw the recognition there, saw the moment the merchant understood he wasn't going to make it across. The thing gripped the canvas cover with fingers too long and too many joints, each one ending in something dark and curved. The fingers punched through canvas and into the wood beneath with no visible effort, anchoring it to the wagon bed. Frost spread from where it touched, patterns forming across the canvas. The temperature around the wagon had dropped so fast, Kalen could see snow gathering thick on its shoulders and back, and even from 30 feet away he could feel the cold on his face. The merchant was screaming, a high, continuous sound that cut through the wind, and the horses were pulling hard now, trying to run, but the weight on the back of the wagon was dragging them down, slowing them, and the bridge was swaying under the combined load and motion. Kalen could hear the cables singing, could hear the timber groaning, and for a frozen moment, he just stood there with his hands on the lever watching it happen. The thing shifted its weight and moved forward along the canvas toward the bench, not crawling, not walking, something in between, limbs bending at wrong angles, body flowing over the canvas without sound. Fast, purposeful. The merchant saw it coming, turned forward and whipped the horses harder, but the wagon was 40 feet out now, and the thing was closing faster than the horses could pull. Kalen's hands were frozen on the lever. 10 seconds, and it would reach the merchant. 20 seconds, and the wagon would hit the midpoint, the exact center where the timber was narrowest. If the thing attacked there, if the horses bolted, the whole rig could tear itself apart. And if it made it across, if that gray shape reached the far side alive? Kalen looked at the lever in his hands. The bridge was designed to reverse. Pull the lever in the opposite direction, and the counterweights would tilt the span back up. The wagon would slide. Everything would go over the edge. The gorge was a mile deep. Nothing survived a fall into that darkness. The merchant was screaming Kalen's name now, screaming for help, and the thing was right behind the bench, close enough to touch. And Kalen's fingers tightened on the cold iron, and he made his choice. The merchant's screaming changed pitch, went higher, more desperate, and Kalen looked up and saw the thing had reached the front of the wagon bed, was right behind the bench now, close enough to touch. One of its hands, if it was a hand, had come forward and was resting on the back of the bench. Those 2 long fingers spread across the wood, and the frost was forming where it touched, spreading out in patterns that looked almost intentional. The merchant was half standing, half crouched, The reins tangled in his hands trying to pull away from it and drive the horses at the same time. And the horses were wild-eyed and foaming and pulling so hard the wagon was shaking, the whole structure of it creaking under the strain. Forgive me. He pulled the lever. The mechanism resisted for a fraction of a second, and then something deep in the gears caught, and the lever came toward him hard, faster than he expected. Kalen pulled with all his strength, panic driving him, forcing the lever past the stop where it should have locked. Something in the gearwork shrieked, metal teeth stripping, counterweights slamming against their housing at the wrong angle. The bridge span shuddered. The cables went slack for an instant, then pulled taut in the opposite direction with a crack that echoed across the gorge, and the massive timber structure began to rise. Not fast. Nothing about the bridge was fast. The mechanism built for control rather than speed, for safety rather than reaction. But inexorable. The angle changing degree by degree, the horizontal surface tilting upward toward vertical, and on the bridge, the wagon lurched backward as gravity took over. Kalen could hear the wheels lock, could hear the brake pads the merchant must have set scraping uselessly against the tilting timber, and then the wagon was moving, sliding backward down the rising surface. The horses felt it first, their hooves losing purchase on the tilting timber, and they screamed and tried to pull forward, but the wagon was already sliding backward and it dragged them with it. The merchant was screaming Kalen's name now, screaming for him to stop, to put it down, to lower the bridge, and Kalen kept pulling, kept the lever moving, his face set and his eyes on the wagon as it slid. 20 degrees, 30. The wagon was picking up speed now, and the wheels turning backward, the whole rig sliding down the tilting surface toward the near end where Kalen stood. 40 degrees, and the horses lost their footing completely, went down in a tangle of harness and hooves, and the wagon rolled over them, the whole mass of it tumbling now, wood splintering and canvas tearing, and the merchant's voice cutting off mid-scream as something struck him. The thing on the wagon rode it down, clinging to the wreckage with that impossible grip, its fingers still punched through the canvas and the wood. Kalen saw it clearly for one frozen moment. As the wagon tumbled past the near end of the bridge and went over the edge, the creature's face turning toward him, if it had a face, and whatever passed for eyes or awareness, in that thing fixed on him with an attention that made every nerve in his body scream. Not anger, not malice, just attention, cold and absolute, the way a man might look at a tool he'd just used or a gate he'd just passed through. And that was worse than hatred would have been. Then it was gone, the wagon and the horses and the merchant and the thing all tumbling into the darkness of the gorge, and the sound of the fall was enormous for a moment, wood splintering and metal tearing and something that might have been screaming, all of it echoing up out of the gap and then fading, falling away into distance and silence. There was a moment where the only sound was the wind and the creak of the bridge settling back into its raised position, the mechanism clicking as it locked. Kalen stood frozen, listening, waiting for the impact, for the crash of everything hitting bottom a mile down. But the gorge swallowed sound as completely as it swallowed light, and after a few seconds the echo was gone, and there was nothing. Kalen stood at the lever, his hands locked on the iron, his breath coming in short gasps that fogged in the cold air. The snow was falling harder now, fat flakes coming down thick enough to blur the air, and the light was nearly gone. He looked down at his hands and saw they were shaking. He'd killed a man, had pulled the lever knowing exactly what would happen, had watched it happen, had stood here and done nothing while the merchant screamed his name. The thing would have killed him anyway, probably. But Kalen hadn't raised the bridge to save himself from the thing. He'd raised it to save the gold. The silence stretched. Kalen waited, listening for movement from the gorge, for the sound of something climbing back up, for any indication that the fall hadn't finished what he'd started. But there was nothing. Just the wind and the snow and the cold, and after a long moment, he let go of the lever and stepped back. The merchant was gone. The thing was gone, and Kalen was alone with more gold than he'd ever seen in his life, and no witnesses to what had happened here. The storm was closing in, and he needed to get back inside the booth, but for a moment, he just stood there in the snow, breathing hard. The wind blew. The snow fell. The gorge sat silent and empty, and Kalen was alive, and the gold was his, and that was all there was. He stood there for another minute, maybe two, listening to the silence, waiting for something to change, for the thing to climb back up out of the darkness, for the merchant's voice to call up from below. But there was nothing. Just the wind picking up, and the snow coming down heavier now, and the cold working its way through his coat, into his bones. Kalen turned and walked back to the booth, his legs steadier now, his breathing slowing. The mechanism had locked the bridge in its raised position, the span standing vertical against the storm, and nothing was getting across that gap tonight, or any other night, unless he lowered it. And he wasn't going to lower it, not for a long time. Maybe not ever. Inside the booth, it was barely warmer than outside, the stove having burned down to coals while he'd been at the lever. Kalen closed the door behind him, latched it, and stood there for a moment, letting his eyes adjust to the dim light. The lamp was still burning on the shelf, throwing shadows that moved when the wind hit the walls, and the small space felt smaller now, felt close in a way it never had before. He pulled the gold out of his coat pocket and set it on the bunk. The leather sack was heavier than it looked, the weight of it substantial, and when he opened it and poured the contents into the blanket, he understood why the merchant had been willing to pay anything to cross. Gold coins. Real gold, not scrip, not company currency, but actual minted coins that would spend anywhere. Kalen counted them once, his hands shaking slightly, touching each coin as he tallied. 47. At $20 each, that was $940, which was more than 4 times what he'd saved in 9 winters. More than he'd see in a decade of running this bridge for the company. Enough to buy passage south and have money left over. Enough to set himself up somewhere, buy into a business or a trade, live comfortably for years if he was careful. He'd killed a man for this. Had pulled the lever and watched him fall and done nothing while he screamed. But the man had been dead already, hadn't he? The thing on the wagon had been moving toward him, had been seconds away from reaching him, and there was no world where the merchant survived that encounter. Kalen had just made the choice to ensure his own survival, to make sure the thing didn't come back across the bridge looking for him. Self-defense, payment for the risk. The booth was quiet, but outside the storm was building. The wind had shifted, coming at the structure from 3 directions at once now. The kind of crosswind that could tear shutters off their hinges and lift roofing planks. Kalen could hear the bridge mechanism creaking, the vertical span catching the full force of the gale. The cables were singing. Pulled taut by wind loading they weren't designed for. If the storm got bad enough, if the gusts hit 70 or 80 miles an hour, the span could tear itself apart just standing there. Company procedures said to lower the bridge in high wind. Horizontal, it presented less surface area to the gale, and the stress distributed evenly along the timber. Vertical, the whole 80 feet acted like a sail. But lowering it meant the settlement could send help if they wanted to. Meant someone could cross. Meant the thing, if it had survived, could walk back over. Kalen wasn't lowering that bridge. He got up and fed wood into the stove, got the fire going again. The lamp oil was getting low. Maybe 6 hours left in the reservoir. After that, he'd be in darkness until he could refill it from the can in the storage locker, and the storage locker was outside, 20 feet from the booth door, which meant going out into the storm. His hands were still shaking. He kept seeing the merchant's face when the bridge had started to rise, the recognition there, the understanding, the way the man had screamed Kalen's name. He pulled the drawstring tight on the sack and set it on the shelf next to the lamp where he could see it. $940, enough to walk away from this place for good. The company wouldn't miss him. They'd send a replacement in the spring, find the booth empty, assume Kalen had frozen or gotten lost in the woods or just quit. He lay down on the bunk and pulled the blanket over himself and stared at the ceiling. Sleep wasn't coming. He was exhausted, bone-tired, but every time he closed his eyes, he saw the wagon sliding backward, saw the thing's attention on him as it went over the edge, saw the merchant's hands reaching for something that wasn't there. He didn't remember closing his eyes, didn't remember drifting, but he opened them to darkness. The lamp had burned lower, the flame guttering, and the booth was colder. An hour had passed, maybe two. The storm raged outside, and in the space between sleep and waking, he'd almost convinced himself none of it had been real. And then, clear as anything, he heard a sound, a scraping sound, metal on wood, coming from outside, from the direction of the bridge. Kalen went very still, listening. The wind, the mechanism settling, the cables adjusting to the load. The sound came again, closer this time, with a deliberate rhythm to it. He sat up slowly and looked at the door without moving from it. It was latched. The booth was solid, wood and iron, and nothing was getting through that door unless he opened it. Stay inside, wait it out, and something hit the side of the booth. Not hard, just a tap, almost gentle, but it made Kalen jump and his breath catch. Then silence. He waited. 5 seconds. 10. 20. Nothing. Kalen stood up, his legs unsteady, and moved toward the door, not to open it, just to listen, just to confirm that there was nothing out there, that it had been the wind, that he was safe. He put his ear close to the wood and held his breath. Silence. Just the storm. Just the wind. And then, so close it could have been right on the other side of the door, he heard breathing. Low and steady and patient, and underneath it something else, something that sounded like ice cracking in deep cold. Kalen stepped back from the door, his hand shaking again, and his foot hit something on the floor. He looked down. One of the coins had rolled off the bunk, had landed on the floorboards, and in the lamplight he could see it clearly. And beyond it, in the thin gap under the door, he could see something else. A shadow. Long and gray and motionless, waiting. He stood there frozen, staring at it. And then the shadow moved, and there was a sound from outside, from the direction of the bridge. The sound of something pulling itself up. The sound of hands on timber. The sound of claws gripping wood. And then, clear in the silence between the gusts of wind, the sound of something heavy landing on the planks at the near end of the raised bridge. A hand, too large, too many joints. Right where Kalen had been standing minutes before, Kalen stood frozen in the booth listening. The sound of metal on metal came from outside, from the bridge mechanism. Something at the controls, testing the winch, learning how it worked. The creature was systematic, patient, and Kalen understood it was learning how to lower the bridge so it could cross whenever it wanted. The sound stopped. Complete silence except the wind and storm. Weight settled on the booth floor near the door. The creature was here, scraping on the wall, claws testing timber, learning the booth's construction. The sound moved from bottom to top, measured, and Kalen understood it was mapping the booth the same way it had learned the bridge mechanism, understanding how it was built. Then silence. And then a new sound, one that made his stomach drop. Metal on metal. From the door. From the latch. The latch lifted. Kalen watched the iron bar rise from its brackets as if invisible hands were operating it from inside the booth. No sound except the faint scrape of metal on metal. No violence. Just the latch opening, controlled and precise, and the door swinging inward to let the storm and the darkness come inside. The creature stood in the doorway. Kalen had seen it on the wagon, but standing here in the booth with the lamp throwing light across that impossible shape, he understood he hadn't seen it at all. Taller than the doorway, bent or folded to fit through, straightening inside though the ceiling was too low. Gray skin pulled tight over bones too long, joints that bent at wrong angles. Where a face should have been, there was only a shape, a suggestion of features that resolved into nothing. A surface that seemed to drink the light. The cold came off it in waves older than winter, older than anything. The lamp dimmed. Not guttering, dimmed. The yellow light draining to blue, and the air tasted wrong. Tasted of ash and metal and something underneath that made Kalen's throat close. His ears popped. The booth walls seemed to pull away, the small space opening into something vaster, and he could hear screaming somewhere distant. Hundreds of voices layered on top of each other, thin and desperate and fading. Kalen tried to breathe and couldn't, his chest pulling at nothing, his lungs empty. The cold sank through his clothes, into his skin, into his bones, and he understood this was what the merchant had felt, his crushing absence, the certainty that everything warm and human was being pulled out of him and replaced with hunger that went down forever. The creature moved, one limb reaching out to touch the wall. Frost formed where it touched, delicate patterns spreading across the timber. Then it turned, its whole body rotating without human adjustments, without shifting weight or planting feet. Just turned and stepped back out through the door into the storm. The lamp flared bright again, yellow and warm. The air tasted normal. The walls were close. Kalen's legs gave out. He dropped to his knees, his hands empty. It had spared him. Why? Through the open doorway, Kalen could see the creature walking toward the bridge mechanism. The span stood vertical, locked in its raised position where Kalen had jammed it. The creature tested the broken winch, touched the stripped gears, gripped the bent lever, learning what Kalen had done. Then it walked to the base of the vertical span where it pivoted against the foundation and gripped the massive timber frame with both hands. Pulled. What Kalen had broken in panic, the creature simply finished. The damaged locking mechanism gave way with a crack, and the vertical span, tilted forward, no longer held. 80 feet of timber fell, the far end describing a massive arc through empty air before it disappeared into the gorge, breaking apart on the way down, the sound of it splintering and then nothing. The creature hadn't come for him, hadn't climbed back up to kill the man who'd raised the bridge. It had been driving the merchant toward this place, toward Kalen, toward panic. The merchant had been carrying the settlement's winter supplies, had screamed it while the bridge was rising. Winter food, people waiting, everything they needed to survive. Kalen had sent months of supplies into the gorge, had dumped the settlement's survival into darkness because he'd seen the thing on the wagon and panicked. The creature had used him, had turned him into the mechanism of mass starvation, had made him destroy the supplies and then destroyed the crossing itself, ensuring nothing could reach the settlement until spring. The merchant had named it Wendigo, spirit of starvation, of deprivation. It hadn't come here to feed. It had come here to starve, to cut the only supply line and watch hundreds die slowly through arithmetic and hunger and winter that didn't end. The creature turned and looked at Kalen one final time before it walked into the trees and disappeared. Kalen knelt in the doorway. The winch stood broken by his own hands. Across the gap, Lights burned in the settlement windows, watching for supplies that would never come. He had 3 days' worth of food. The company wouldn't send help until spring. By then, everyone would be dead. He pulled out one of the gold coins, all 47 of them. $940 that would spend anywhere except here, where there was nothing to buy and nowhere to go. Route 7 had no lights, just the center line pulling him forward into nothing, and 500,000 people watching him do it. The viewer count sat in his peripheral vision, a number that kept climbing. He could feel them out there, leaning into their screens, waiting for him to deliver. They always waited. That was the job. Keep them waiting just long enough that they couldn't look away. The dash cam frame showed his face in 3/4 profile, the lighting perfect. He'd positioned the mount before he left the motel, angled it so the darkness outside filled the frame behind him. Atmosphere. That was what people paid for, not facts. Atmosphere. The Rust Belt Phantom had killed 6 women between 1981 and 1986, all along this same stretch of highway, and Hayden was driving the exact route the Phantom had used, alone, at night, for his season finale. The concept had written itself. He narrated the drive to his viewers in pieces, explaining where he was, what the Phantom had done here, why this road mattered. He kept his voice low, intimate, the tone he used when he wanted people to feel like he was talking only to them. The comment feed was moving too fast to read, but he caught fragments. This is insane. He's actually doing it. Hayden, you're crazy. Good. Crazy sold. Crazy got renewals. The road curved left, and his headlights swept across a line of trees so thick they looked solid. The forest came right up to the shoulder on both sides here, close enough to scrape paint. Hayden felt the space tighten around the car, the darkness closing in. He described it to the camera, his voice steady, professional. This was the section where the Phantom had dumped the 3rd victim. 22 years old, found in a ditch 300 yards into those trees. Hayden had the file photos on his laptop. He'd shown them to his audience earlier in the day, back when there was still daylight, back when the forest looked like scenery instead of a wall. The trees opened up and the road straightened, and Hayden's shoulders dropped half an inch. The 3rd victim stayed with him for maybe 5 seconds, which was 4 seconds longer than he usually spent on the dead. The Phantom's victims were useful to him the same as the road was useful. They gave the story texture. He didn't need to care about them. He just needed to sound like he did. That was the trick people never understood. You didn't have to mean it. You just had to commit. Season 1 had taught him that. He'd picked a missing college student and a high school teacher who'd been seen with her. 3 episodes building the case. Circumstantial evidence, behavioral analysis, a person of interest. The girl turned up alive. Hayden issued a retraction and moved on. The teacher's life ended instead. Her address got posted. Her school put her on leave. Her son stopped answering. 2 years later, she was still trying to rebuild, and Hayden's podcast had 8 million subscribers. He just reported what he found. Not his fault if people overreacted. The road dropped into a shallow valley. His ears popped. The trees receded on the left, replaced by scrub grass and the rusted skeleton of a guardrail that had given up decades ago. On the right, the forest stayed thick. Hayden checked his digital map. 11 miles to the turnoff where the Phantom had abandoned his car in 1986, the last confirmed sighting before he disappeared. That was the end point. That was where Hayden would close the season, standing beside the road in the dark, asking the question he always asked. What really happened here? He already knew the answer. Nothing. The Phantom was dead or in prison or living in a nursing home in Florida. The case was 40 years cold, but the question wasn't supposed to have an answer. The question was supposed to make people feel something. Dread. Possibility. The idea that some things stayed hidden. That was the product. Hayden sold uncertainty, and business was excellent. The yellow line kept pulling him forward. His headlights carved a tunnel through the dark, and beyond the tunnel there was nothing. No glow from a distant town. No ambient light from anything. This was empty in a way that only existed in places people had left behind. The Rust Belt had been dying for 50 years, and Route 7 was one of the arteries that had stopped pumping first. Hayden loved it. It looked exactly the way it was supposed to look. He narrated a transition to his viewers, setting up the final stretch. He explained that he was approaching the Phantom's last known location, that this was the moment the whole season had been building toward. He could feel the anticipation through the screen. They were with him. They always were. His phone buzzed in the cup holder. Hayden ignored it. He had Quincy on standby back in Los Angeles, monitoring the stream, handling the technical side. Quincy was good at that. Invisible, competent, never asked questions. Hayden had hired him 2 years ago when the show started getting real traction. The kid had a degree in audio engineering and no personality, which made him perfect. He fixed problems before Hayden noticed them. He kept the production clean. He stayed out of the way. The road curved right, a long, sweeping turn that pulled Hayden's attention back to the windshield. His high beams caught something on the shoulder ahead. A reflector, maybe, or a piece of metal. It flashed once and disappeared. Hayden eased off the gas, leaning forward. The curve straightened. The shoulder was empty. He checked the rearview mirror and saw headlights, 2 of them, low and wide, maybe a quarter-mile back. Hayden's breath caught. He kept his eyes on the mirror. The headlights held steady, matching his speed. He hadn't seen another car in 90 minutes, and now there was one behind him, here on this stretch of road, at this exact moment. The timing was perfect, and Hayden's hand went to the dash cam, adjusting the angle so it caught his face. He started narrating, his voice lower now, tighter, the tone he used when something was happening. He told his viewers what he was seeing, headlights behind him. No other cars for miles. This section of Route 7, this exact road, where the Phantom used to hunt. The headlights were closer. Not gaining fast, just closing the gap. Hayden could see the shape now, backlit and indistinct. Something large, something old. American-made from the width of the grill. Hayden's hands went cold on the wheel. Stay calm. This was just a coincidence, just another driver on the same road. But his hands tightened on the wheel, and his voice dropped another half step, and the number in his peripheral vision was climbing faster now. 600,000. People were sharing the stream. People were calling their friends. This was the moment. This was what he'd come here for. The headlights closed to 100 yards, and Hayden's breath caught. He could see it now. The shape behind the lights, low, wide, a sedan maybe, or a coupe. Dark paint that swallowed the night. The front end looked wrong, too heavy, too flat. A design from a different era. Hayden's mouth went dry because he knew that shape. He'd spent 6 months researching this case, looking at crime scene photos, reading witness statements, building the story. The Phantom had driven a 1978 Plymouth Fury, dark blue with a white vinyl top. The witnesses all described the same details, the wide chrome grille, the quad headlights, the way it sets low to the ground. Hayden looked in the mirror and saw quad headlights, and his viewer count hit 700,000. He started talking, narrating everything he was seeing, his voice steady even though his hands weren't. He explained what the Phantom's car had looked like. He described the vehicle behind him. He made the connection explicit, gave his audience the pieces, let them put it together. This was what he did. Turn uncertainty into story. Turn fear into content. The comment feed was exploding. He could see it in his peripheral vision. Thousands of messages per second, his name trending. The clip already going viral. This was bigger than the season finale. This was the kind of moment that redefined a career. The Plymouth held its distance, 80 yards back, perfectly steady, not trying to pass. Hayden kept narrating, kept his voice low and controlled, the professional podcaster guiding 2 million strangers through his own terror. Except it wasn't terror, not yet. This was still controllable. This was still his show. The car behind him was either the Phantom, which would make Hayden the most successful true crime broadcaster in history, or it was someone playing a prank, which would still make excellent content once he explained how he'd handled it. Either way, he won. That was the trick. He'd built a career on making sure he always won. Hayden felt his face change. The excitement was real now, visceral. The kind of thing he usually had to fake. He'd driven this route hoping for atmosphere, for footage, for something he could use. He hadn't expected this. He hadn't expected anything real. But if this was real, if someone was actually following him, actually playing the part, then this was better than anything he could have scripted. This was the season finale writing itself. This was the story he'd sell for the next 10 years. He kept narrating, kept the camera on his face, kept his voice low and controlled. The Plymouth didn't move, didn't close, didn't fall back, just held position, exactly 80 yards behind him, its headlights steady in his mirror. Hayden's hands started to shake. The Plymouth held position for 3 miles. Hayden narrated the whole stretch to his viewers, explaining what he was seeing, describing the vehicle's behavior, walking them through the Phantom's known patterns. The killer had always followed his victims for miles before making contact. Witnesses described the same thing. Headlights in the mirror, never closing, never falling back, just there. Hayden kept his voice steady, professional, the tone he used when he wanted people to trust him. He was in control. He was observing. He was delivering content. The Plymouth stayed 80 yards back, and Hayden tried slowing down. He eased off the gas, let his speed drop from 60 to 50 to 45. The Plymouth slowed with him, matching exactly. He tried speeding up, pushing back to 65. The Plymouth accelerated. The gap never changed. Whoever was driving back there knew what they were doing. The comment feed kept climbing. 750,000 viewers now. Hayden explained what he was testing, why the Plymouth's behavior mattered, what it meant that the driver was maintaining perfect distance. He was performing analysis in real time, giving his audience the expert breakdown they paid for. Except his throat was getting tight, and his hands wouldn't stop gripping the wheel, and some part of him that wasn't performing was starting to understand that this wasn't atmosphere anymore. The road curved left, and for a moment the Plymouth's headlights swept across his rear view at a different angle. Hayden saw the shape more clearly. The long hood, the flat roof line, the chrome bumper catching his taillights. It was the right car. Every detail matched. He narrated that discovery to his viewers, keeping his voice level even though his pulse was climbing. This was good. This was exactly what the season finale needed. Someone out here had the right car, knew the right patterns, understood the story well enough to play the part perfectly. A memory surfaced. Quincy, 3 months ago, asking about the Phantom case over lunch. Which highway? Which exits? Whether Hayden had scouted the route yet. Hayden had barely paid attention, distracted by his phone. But Quincy had listened with that same patient focus he brought to every technical detail. At the time, Hayden had thought it was professional curiosity. Now it felt like reconnaissance. His phone buzzed in the cup holder. Hayden ignored it. Quincy could wait. Whatever technical issue needed fixing could wait. The Plymouth was still back there, and Hayden's viewer count was about to break 1 million, and nothing else mattered. The Bluetooth cut out, and the sudden silence hit him hard. His audiobook had been running in the background, barely audible under his own narration, just enough noise to keep the car from feeling empty. Now there was nothing, just the road hum and his own breathing. Hayden reached for the console, tapping the screen to reconnect. The Bluetooth icon flickered, searching, failing. He tried again. Nothing. His phone was right there in the cup holder, fully charged, but the car's system wouldn't find it. Then the speakers crackled and static washed through the car, loud enough to make Hayden flinch. He reached for the volume knob, but before he could turn it down, the static resolved into something else. Music. Faint at first, then clearer. A woman's voice, honey smooth and decades old, singing over strings and horns. Late 1950s, maybe. The sound of dim rooms and slow dances, and a world that had ended before Hayden was born. Hayden's stomach dropped because he knew this song. He'd researched it. Every case file mentioned it. The Phantom had played this exact song for his victims. Witnesses heard it coming from his car. Survivors described it in their statements. A localized radio frequency, hijacked somehow, broadcasting nothing but this one song on loop. The police had never figured out how he did it. The song was his signature. Hayden narrated what he was hearing, his voice coming out thinner now, less controlled. He explained the song's significance, the Phantom's pattern, the way the killer had used music as a calling card. He was still performing. He was still delivering content. But his hands were shaking on the wheel, and the song kept playing, and the Plymouth was still back there in his mirror. The volume climbed, and Hayden grabbed the knob and twisted it to 0. The music didn't stop, kept pouring through the speakers, louder now, the woman's voice filling the car, until Hayden couldn't hear the road anymore. He punched the power button. The screen went dark, but the music kept playing. He hit it again. Nothing changed. The song wasn't coming from his car's system. It was coming from somewhere else, something else, a signal strong enough to override everything. Hayden's breath was coming faster now. He narrated that detail to his viewers, explained what was happening, kept his camera trained on his face, even though he could feel his expression slipping. This was still controllable. This was still part of the show. Someone back there had the right car and the right song, and the technical skills to hijack his radio. And that meant this was planned, this was rehearsed. This was someone who knew the case as well as Hayden did. The Plymouth accelerated and closed the gap in seconds. 80 yards to 60 to 40. Hayden watched it come in the rearview, his throat closing. The headlights filled his mirror, blazing white, and the music kept playing. And Hayden's viewer count hit 900,000. Then the Plymouth rammed him. The impact wasn't hard, just a bump, metal on metal, Hayden's car lurching forward half a foot. But it was enough to make his throat close, his hands go numb on the wheel. Enough to strip away the last piece of control he'd been holding. Hayden accelerated. Not a choice, just reflex. His foot hit the gas, and the car surged forward, and the Plymouth fell back to 80 yards. He narrated what had just occurred, his voice shaking now, no pretense left. He described the impact, the acceleration, the way the Plymouth had returned to its original position. His viewers were watching this happen in real time. They'd seen the hit. They'd heard his reaction. The comment feed was moving too fast to parse. Thousands of messages per second. People calling the police. People saying this was fake. people screaming at him to get off the road. Hayden didn't get off the road. There was nowhere to go. Route 7 stretched out in both directions with nothing. No turnoffs, no gas stations, no houses with lights on. Just forest on both sides, and the yellow line pulling him forward, and the Plymouth in his mirror. The music kept playing while Hayden tried his phone. He grabbed it from cup holder, swiped to Quincy's contact, hit call. The line connected, rang once, then cut to static. The same dead hiss that had replaced his Bluetooth. He tried again, his thumb shaking on the screen. Same thing. The connection died the instant it opened, like something was cutting it at the source. Quincy was supposed to be monitoring the stream. That was his job. Watching the metrics, troubleshooting the tech, keeping everything running smooth so Hayden could focus on performing. 2 years they'd worked together, and Quincy had never missed a problem. Never let anything break on air. He was invisible that way, the perfect producer. No ego, no drama, just competence. Hayden tried a third time, then a fourth. Each call connected for one ring before the static swallowed it. Quincy was jamming voice calls somehow, cutting the connection at the source, but the stream kept running. The data upload never dropped. Quincy wanted the broadcast to continue, wanted the audience watching. Hayden was alone out here with 900,000 people watching, and no way to call for help. No way to reach anyone except the audience that couldn't save him. The Plymouth rammed him again, harder this time. Hayden's car jerked forward, his head snapping back against the headrest. He felt the impact in his spine, in his teeth. The Plymouth stayed close for 3 seconds, its bumper kissing his, pushing him faster. Then it fell back again. But something had changed. The steering wheel pulled hard to the right now, fighting him. Hayden had to grip it with both hands to keep the car straight. The rear axle must have taken damage. The whole frame felt loose, unstable, like the car was held together by momentum more than engineering. Hayden's breath was coming in shallow pulls now. His hands ached from gripping the wheel. The career he'd spent 2 years building, the platform, the audience, the brand, was still there, still watching, but it wasn't helping him. It wasn't doing anything except bearing witness. He'd turned himself into content, and now someone else was directing the show. He narrated his options to the viewers, thinking out loud, trying to find a strategy. He could keep driving, hope the Plymouth eventually gave up. He could try to outrun it, push his rental sedan faster than the 40-year-old Plymouth could go. He could pull over and confront whoever was back there. None of those options sounded survivable, and the Plymouth matched his speed perfectly. When Hayden pushed to 70, it pushed to 70. When he slowed to 50, it slowed to 50. The music kept playing through his speakers, the woman's voice smooth and sweet and relentless. And the forest kept pressing in from both sides, and the road kept pulling him forward into nothing. Hayden's viewer count hit 1 million, and he kept narrating because he didn't know what else to do. His voice shook. His hands shook. But he kept talking, kept the camera on his face, even as another memory surfaced. Quincy asking for Hayden's login credentials 6 months ago to troubleshoot a streaming issue. Quincy sitting at Hayden's laptop, fingers moving across the keyboard, while Hayden answered emails on his phone. How long had Quincy had access to everything? The upload schedule, the route plan, the exact coordinates of where Hayden would be tonight. The music cut out mid-verse. The speakers went silent for 3 seconds. Hayden's breath caught. Then a woman's voice came through, but it wasn't singing anymore. It was pleading, begging him to stop, asking why he was doing this to her. Hayden's hands went cold on the wheel. He knew that voice. He'd heard it in interview footage 2 years ago. Sandra Hadley, the teacher from season 1. Her voice was older in the recording, shakier, and it sounded like she was crying. She wanted it to stop. wanted them to stop. The speakers crackled, and a man's voice replaced hers. Different interview, different victim. Hayden recognized this one too. The man describing how he'd lost everything, his license and business and reputation, and Hayden had known all along the accusation wouldn't hold. Hayden's vision blurred at the edges. The Plymouth was broadcasting his victims back at him. Not the phantom song, not atmosphere. The actual people he'd destroyed, their voices pulled from his own archived interviews, edited down to their worst moments, their most broken pleas. A third voice, a fourth. Fragments of terror and confusion and desperation, cycling faster now, overlapping, building into a wall of sound that filled the car until Hayden couldn't breathe. Then the music started again, and the voices cut out as suddenly as they'd begun. The Plymouth rammed him a third time, and this one was different. Harder, sustained. The Plymouth's bumper connected and stayed connected, pushing Hayden faster, 70 to 75 to 80. Hayden's car wasn't built for this. The steering wheel vibrated under his hands. The yellow line blurred. The forest became a dark wall rushing past on both sides. Then the Plymouth jerked left, and Hayden felt it through the impact point. A sudden lateral force shoving his car toward the shoulder. He fought the wheel, trying to correct, but the Plymouth was stronger. It pushed him right, off the center line, toward the edge of the road. Hayden's tires hit gravel and the car shuddered, and he yanked the wheel left, overcorrecting, fishtailing back onto the pavement. The Plymouth fell back to 80 yards, and the song kept playing again. Hayden's breath wouldn't slow. His vision was narrowing at the edges. His hands were numb. He'd lost track of what he was saying to the camera. The words kept coming, but he didn't know if they made sense anymore. He didn't know if any of this made sense. The Plymouth wasn't trying to kill him. Not yet. It was hurting him, pushing him, testing him, seeing how far he would go before he broke. Hayden narrated that realization to his viewers, his voice barely above a whisper now. The excitement was gone. The performance was gone. All that was left was fear and the road and the headlights in his mirror and the song that wouldn't stop playing. The ramming became constant. Not every few minutes anymore. Not strategic. The Plymouth hit him every 30 seconds, sometimes less, turning the drive into pure mechanism. Ram, retreat, ram, retreat. Hayden's car jerked forward with each impact, his head snapping back, his teeth clicking together. The steering wheel vibrated in his hands. His spine felt loose in his body. He kept driving because there was nothing else to do. The road stretched ahead with no variation, no turnoffs, no lights except his own. Route 7 had become a corridor with no exits, and the Plymouth was herding him down it one collision at a time. The music never stopped. The woman's voice poured through his speakers in an endless loop, sweet and smooth, and completely disconnected from what was happening. Hayden had tried every control in the car. Volume knob, power button, changing sources, pulling the dash fuse panel. Nothing touched it. The song came from somewhere else, something stronger than anything in his rental sedan. His narration had degraded into fragments. He wasn't explaining anymore. He was just describing. Plymouth still there. Another hit. Song still playing. Viewer count at 1.1 million. The camera was still running. His face was still on screen. But the performance had collapsed. There was no analysis left. No expert breakdown. Just a man in a car being pushed somewhere he didn't want to go. Hayden tried his phone again. Same result. The call connected for half a ring before the static swallowed it. He'd stopped trying to reach Quincy specifically. Now he was just calling anyone. Emergency services. His agent. The last number in his recent calls. Every attempt died the same way. The Plymouth's headlights cut out. Total darkness behind him. Hayden's eyes snapped to the rearview mirror. Nothing. Just black forest and empty road. His foot eased off the gas instinctively, his brain trying to process whether the Plymouth had stopped, turned off, disappeared. Then the high beams blazed on, blinding white light flooding his mirror, his cabin, searing into his retina. Hayden threw up his hand, squinting, unable to see the road ahead. The Plymouth stayed there, high beams burning, destroying his night vision completely. The Plymouth rammed him harder than before, and this time it didn't retreat. It stayed connected, bumper to bumper, pushing him faster. Hayden's speedometer climbed. 70, 75, 80. The yellow line blurred into a solid streak. The forest on both sides became a dark wall rushing past. Then Hayden saw the turnoff, a narrow road branching right, barely visible in his headlights. Gravel surface, overgrown edges. The kind of rural route that didn't appear on the maps. It was the first variation he'd seen in 20 miles. Hayden didn't think. He yanked the wheel right. The Plymouth let him go. Hayden's car fishtailed onto the gravel, tires spraying stones, the rear end sliding out. He fought the wheel, overcorrected. Felt the suspension bottom out as he hit a pothole. The car lurched, but held the road. He was off Route 7. He was moving in a different direction. He'd broken the pattern. The Plymouth followed him onto the gravel road without hesitation. Hayden's breath caught. He'd thought, he'd hoped, that leaving the main highway would break whatever logic was driving this, that the Plymouth's route was fixed to Route 7, that deviating would lose it. But the headlights stayed in his mirror, steady as ever, and the song kept playing. And he knew immediately he'd just made a terrible mistake. This wasn't an escape. This was where he was supposed to go. The gravel road curved through dense forest, narrower than Route 7, branches scraping the sides of his car. Hayden's headlights barely penetrated the darkness ahead. He could see maybe 40 feet. Just enough to follow the road's bends without hitting the trees. No center line, no shoulder. Just gravel and forest pressing in from both sides. The Plymouth paced him perfectly, maintaining the same 80-yard gap it had held on the highway. Not chasing him down the gravel road, leading him. Hayden narrated that realization to his viewers, his voice shaking. The Plymouth had wanted him to turn. It had given him the opportunity. It had pushed him just hard enough, at just the right moment, to make the turnoff look like salvation instead of a trap. And Hayden had taken it, desperate and stupid, exactly like every victim who'd ever thought they could outthink the thing chasing them. The road descended. Hayden felt his ears pop. The trees thinned slightly, and through the gaps, he could see flat, open space ahead, darker than the forest. A clearing, maybe. The gravel road curved left toward it. Hayden came around the curve and saw the drive-in. The screen rose first out of the darkness, a towering slab of warped plywood, 50 feet tall and 60 feet wide, tilted slightly forward. What remained of the white paint reflected his headlights in patches, making the surface look diseased. The rest had peeled away to raw wood, gone gray with age and weather. The lot spread out before him, cracked pavement, buckled into shallow waves, weeds forcing through every gap. Speaker poles stood in perfect rows like grave markers, rust-eaten necks jutting up from concrete bases, their wire guts long stripped. Hayden counted 20 poles in his headlight sweep, 20 skeletal sentinels arranged to face the screen. The concession stand squatted to the left of the entrance, a low concrete bunker with boarded windows and a roof that had caved in on one side. The wind moving through the broken structure made a low moan, rising and falling. The whole place felt inhabited, even though it was empty. Not haunted, worse, waiting. The geometry of it was still intact. The rows, the screen, the concession stand, arranged exactly as they had been when people came here. The people were 40 years gone. The arrangement had not changed. The screen loomed over everything like a dead eye, blank and watching. He'd driven in through the entrance and parked in the rows. He was in a theater. He was on the stage. His tires crunched over debris as the gravel road became asphalt, broken and buckled, weeds pushing through every crack. The Plymouth followed him into the lot and stopped, positioning itself directly behind him, blocking the entrance. The only way out. Hayden watched it in his rear view, his hands frozen on the wheel. The Plymouth's headlights blazed white in his mirror. The engine idled. The music kept playing through his speakers, tinny and relentless. Hayden tried to keep driving, to circle the lot, find another exit, but there was nothing. The drive-in was a dead end. The screen stood against the forest edge on one side. Dense trees ringed the rest. The only road in was the gravel path he'd just taken, and the Plymouth had sealed it. Hayden stopped the car in the middle of the lot, facing the screen, and for the first time in 3 hours, he wasn't moving. The car was stationary. The engine was running. His headlights illuminated a patch of broken pavement and the base of the massive screen ahead. Behind him, the Plymouth's headlights stayed on and perfectly still. Then Hayden had an idea. He could reverse. The Plymouth was blocking the entrance, but there was space. If he backed up fast enough, swung hard to the left, he could slip past the Plymouth's flank and back onto the gravel road. It would take timing, it would take speed, but it was the only option that wasn't sitting here waiting. Hayden shifted into reverse and hit the gas. The car lurched backward, tires spinning on the broken pavement. Hayden cranked the wheel left, angling toward the gap between the Plymouth and the overgrown edge of the lot. 20 yards, 15. He could see the Plymouth growing in his rear view, its headlights blazing closer. 10 yards. The Plymouth rolled forward and closed the gap. Not fast, not aggressive. Just a few feet forward, perfectly timed, blocking the space Hayden had been aiming for. Hayden slammed the brakes. His car stopped 3 feet from the Plymouth's bumper. The two vehicles sat nose to nose in the entrance, the Plymouth's headlights flooding Hayden's windshield with white light. Hayden shifted into drive and pulled forward, back into the middle of the lot. The Plymouth reversed to its original position, blocking the entrance again. Hayden's hands were shaking so hard he could barely keep them on the wheel. He'd tried. He'd made an attempt. And whoever was driving that Plymouth had read it, anticipated it, and shut it down as though he'd expected it. There was no outthinking this. There was no escape that the driver hadn't already considered and sealed off. He tried to narrate what had just happened to his viewers, but his voice wouldn't cooperate anymore. The words came out fragmented, broken, nothing like the polished performance he'd maintained for the first hour. He wasn't performing now. He was just describing what was happening to him, and the distinction terrified him more than the Plymouth did. The viewer count sat in his peripheral vision. He couldn't read the number anymore, couldn't focus on it, but he could feel the weight of it. 1 million people. More. Watching him sit in a dead car in an abandoned lot with no way out. They weren't his audience anymore. They were witnesses to something he couldn't control, couldn't narrate, couldn't turn into content. He was in a cage, and the cage had been designed for him specifically. And the person holding the keys was sitting 80 yards back in a 40-year-old car, watching him figure it out. Hayden's hands wouldn't let go of the wheel. His breath came in shallow pulls. The music filled the car, and he forced himself to look at the lot around him, searching for an exit he'd missed. There wasn't one. The drive-in was ringed by earth berms, mounds of dirt and clay pushed up decades ago to block sight lines from the highway. They were overgrown now, thick with brush and saplings, but they formed a 3-foot wall around the entire perimeter. His rental sedan sat low to the ground. The clearance wouldn't make it over those ridges, and the forest beyond was too dense to navigate, even if he could. To his left, the projection booth jutted from the concession stand's roof, a small concrete box with shattered windows. The access ladder had rusted through and fallen away. To his right, the pavement buckled into shallow waves where tree roots had pushed up from below, creating tire traps every few yards. The lot had been designed to hold cars in neat rows facing the screen, and it still did. The geometry hadn't changed. Hayden was parked exactly where hundreds of families had parked before him, and the only way out was the way he'd come in. The comment feed was a blur. He couldn't read it anymore, couldn't process what people were saying. They were watching this happen in real time, and none of them could do anything. He'd spent 2 years building an audience, and now that audience was just witness to something they couldn't stop. The platform he'd built his entire identity around had become a cage he'd locked himself inside. Hayden narrated where he was, what he was seeing, his voice barely above a whisper. An abandoned drive-in theater somewhere off Route 7. The Plymouth blocking the only exit. No way out. No way to call for help. Nothing to do but wait for whoever was driving that car to make the next move. The song looped back to the beginning. The woman started singing again, the same opening verse Hayden had heard 30 times in the past hour. He thought about getting out of the car, confronting whoever was back there, demanding answers. But his body wouldn't move. His hands stayed locked on the wheel. His feet stayed on the pedals. He was trapped in the lot, trapped in the car, trapped inside his own broadcast. 1.3 million people watching him sit in the dark and wait for the phantom to finish what he'd started. The music played. The Plymouth's engine idled. Hayden's headlights illuminated the warped screen ahead, and in the silence between the song's verses, he could hear his own breathing through the speakers, loud and ragged and afraid. Nothing happened for 11 minutes. Hayden counted them. He watched the clock on his dashboard tick forward, each minute feeling longer than the last. The Plymouth stayed where it was, blocking the entrance, engine idling, headlights steady. The music kept playing through his speakers. The woman sang about promises and moonlight, and forever. Hayden's hands stayed locked on the wheel even though the car wasn't moving. His foot hovered over the gas pedal even though there was nowhere to go. He kept narrating to his viewers because stopping felt worse than continuing. He described the drive-in around him, the silence from the Plymouth, the way his body was starting to shake from holding the same position for so long. His voice had gone hoarse. His throat hurt. But the words kept coming because words were the only thing he had left that felt under his control. His viewer count had stopped climbing. It had plateaued at 1.4 million, holding steady. That bothered him more than the drop would have. A drop would mean people were leaving, getting bored, moving on to something else. The plateau meant they were staying. They were locked in. They were waiting for the same thing Hayden was waiting for. Then the Plymouth's driver door opened. The sound cut through everything. The music, Hayden's narration, his own breathing, a clean metallic click, then the groan of old hinges. Hayden's eyes snapped to the rearview mirror. He couldn't see much. The Plymouth's headlights were too bright, washing out everything behind them. But he could see movement, a dark shape unfolding from the driver's seat, rising, standing, tall and broad-shouldered, wearing something dark that might have been coveralls. Hayden squinted, trying to make out details, but the headlights turned the figure into a silhouette, backlit and featureless. The figure reached back into the car and pulled something out, long and thin, metal catching the headlights for a second with a dull silver gleam, a tire iron. Hayden's stomach dropped. His hands went numb on the wheel. He watched in the mirror as the figure stepped away from the Plymouth and started walking toward him. Not fast, not slow, just steady, purposeful. The tire iron hung at the figure's side, casual, carried with purpose. Hayden's breath was coming in short pulls now, too fast, too shallow. His chest felt tight. His vision narrowed at the edges. He was watching the phantom walk toward him, 40 years after the last confirmed sighting, carrying the same weapon witnesses had described in their statements. A heavy steel tire iron. The thing the phantom had used on at least 2 of his victims before the killing. Hayden narrated what he was seeing, his voice shaking so hard he could barely understand his own words. The figure, the tire iron, the walk, everything matched, everything fit. This was happening. This was real. He'd driven into the Rust Belt looking for a story, and the story had found him instead. The figure passed through Hayden's taillights, moving from the red glow into the space between the cars. Hayden could see more details now. Dark coveralls, mechanics coveralls, work boots, gloves. The tire iron swinging slightly with each step. But the face was still dark, still obscured, backlit by the Plymouth's high beams. Hayden tried to think. His brain felt sluggish, thick, moving through mud. He had options. He could lock the doors. He could try to run the figure over, gun the engine, and hope momentum did what strategy couldn't. He could get out of the car and confront whoever this was, demand answers, try to talk his way through this. None of those options led anywhere he wanted to go. The figure kept walking, 20 feet away now, and then 15. Hayden could hear the boots crunching on the broken pavement over the music. Heavy steps, confident. The figure moved around to the driver's side of Hayden's car, approaching at an angle that kept Hayden from seeing the face clearly through the window. 10 feet, then 5, and Hayden's body made the decision his brain couldn't. His hand shot to the door lock, slamming it down. The sound was loud in the car, sharp and final. It wouldn't help. He knew that. A window was just glass. A tire iron was steel. But the lock engaged anyway, his body following the only script it knew for protection, even though the script was useless. His other hand went to his seatbelt, fingers fumbling with the buckle. If the figure smashed the window, Hayden needed to be able to move, run, fight, do something. The belt clicked free and retracted, and Hayden pressed himself back against the driver's seat, putting as much distance between himself and the window as the car's interior would allow. 6 inches, maybe 8. Not enough. The figure didn't react to the lock, didn't acknowledge Hayden's panic, just kept standing there, patient, the tire iron hanging loose. Hayden could see the figure's chest rising and falling. Slow breaths, steady. Not winded from the walk, not nervous, completely calm. That calm was worse than aggression would have been. Aggression, Hayden understood. Aggression had edges, limits, points where it broke down. But this controlled patience meant the figure had thought this through, had planned for every variable, had time. The figure stopped 3 feet from Hayden's window. Hayden could see more now. The coveralls were navy blue, stained with oil and dirt. The gloves were leather, worn at the fingers. The tire iron was 2 feet long, thick, heavy. 3 or 4 pounds of steel. The figure's face was still mostly shadow, but Hayden could make out a jaw, a neck, the outline of features. Human, definitely human. Not some supernatural entity, not a ghost. Just a person in coveralls holding a weapon, standing outside Hayden's car in an abandoned drive-in theater in the middle of nowhere. That made it worse somehow. A ghost would have been easier to process. Ghosts operated on different rules. Ghosts were story logic. But this was a person, which meant they had reasons, which meant they'd planned this, which meant Hayden was exactly where someone had wanted him to be all along. The figure raised the tire iron slowly, making sure Hayden could see it. Hayden flinched, his hands flying up to protect his head. But the figure didn't swing, didn't hit the window, just held the tire iron up, letting Hayden see it clearly, making sure Hayden understood what he was looking at. Then the figure lowered it again and took a step closer to the window. Hayden couldn't move. His body had stopped responding to anything except pure survival reflex. His hands shook, his legs shook. His breath fogged the window between him and the figure, condensation forming and fading with each exhale. The figure leaned in slightly, close enough that Hayden could almost make out the face through the glass and the darkness and the headlight glare. Close enough to speak, if the figure wanted to speak. Close enough to do anything. Hayden's phone was in the cup holder, still streaming, still broadcasting to 1.4 million people. The camera was aimed at his face, catching every moment of his breakdown, but the angle didn't show the window, didn't show the figure standing there. His viewers could hear Hayden's breathing, could see his terror, but they couldn't see what he was seeing. They were watching half the story, the half that didn't include the threat. Hayden grabbed the phone, his hand moving before his brain caught up. Pure instinct. The phone was small and solid in his palm, still warm from streaming for 3 hours straight. The camera caught his face in extreme close-up as he turned it toward himself, his eyes too wide, his skin too pale, his expression stripped down to nothing but fear. The figure at the window didn't move. Hayden's brain was racing now, cycling through options faster than he could process them. He was live. He had an audience. He had the single biggest platform of his career, right now, in this moment. 1.4 million people watching in real time. If he was going to die here, it would be on camera, recorded, saved, distributed across every platform that could host it. But what were they doing? The people watching. Were they calling the police? Hayden tried to remember if he'd said where he was. An abandoned drive-in off Route 7 somewhere in Ohio. That wasn't an address. That wasn't coordinates. Law enforcement would have to search, and Route 7 ran for hundreds of miles. And how many abandoned drive-ins were left in the Rust Belt? Dozens, maybe. It would take hours to check them all, and Hayden didn't have hours. Some of his viewers would be recording the stream, clipping it, posting it to other platforms. By now, the footage was everywhere. Viral in the truest sense, spreading faster than Hayden could track. His confession about the Season 1 teacher was out there. His breakdown was out there. Every moment of the last 3 hours had been captured and distributed to an audience he'd never consented to, never built. An audience that had found him through algorithm and happenstance and the human inability to look away from disaster. He'd done this to other people, broadcast their worst moments, let the audience consume them. And now the mechanism had turned around and consumed him instead. Unless he could use that. Unless the platform that had trapped him could also save him. The idea hit him hard and fast. The Phantom had always wanted recognition. The case file said so. He'd left signatures. He'd played music. He'd made himself memorable. Every serial killer wanted something. And what they wanted most was to be known, to be understood, to have their work appreciated. Hayden could give him that. He could offer the one thing a killer like the Phantom would want more than another victim. He could offer immortality, legacy, the biggest true crime broadcast in history, happening right now, with Hayden as the interviewer and the Phantom as the guest of honor. It was desperate. It was pathetic. It was the only strategy Hayden had left. He angled the phone toward the window, trying to get the figure in frame, trying to make sure his viewers could see what he was seeing. His hand shook so hard the image blurred. He steadied his wrists against the steering wheel and pointed the camera at the dark shape outside his window, backlit and waiting. The phone's screen showed what the camera saw. The figure's silhouette, mostly shadow, the tire iron visible as a dark line against the headlight glare. Not clear enough. Hayden adjusted the angle, trying to catch more light, trying to give his viewers something they could identify. The figure didn't move, just stood there, letting Hayden struggle with the framing. Hayden's throat was so dry he could barely swallow. His prepared pitch, the one he'd been building in his head for the last 30 seconds, felt flimsy now that the moment had arrived. What did he actually have to offer? A platform, yes. Recognition, yes. But the Phantom had operated in obscurity for 40 years. If he'd wanted fame, he could have claimed credit decades ago. He could have sent letters to newspapers, called police, done any of the things killers did when they wanted attention. Maybe this wasn't about fame. Maybe Hayden had read this wrong from the beginning. Maybe the Phantom didn't want to be known. Maybe he wanted exactly what he had, a legend, a mystery, a story that people told in the dark. And maybe Hayden's offer was worthless, worse than worthless. Maybe offering to expose the Phantom was the one thing guaranteed to make this end badly. But Hayden didn't have anything else. No weapon, no escape route, no leverage, just his phone, his platform, and the desperate hope that whoever was standing outside his window wanted something Hayden could provide. Hayden opened his mouth to speak, to make the offer, to bargain with 1.4 million witnesses watching him try to trade his platform for his life. But before he could say anything, the figure moved closer to the glass, leaning in until Hayden could finally see the face clearly in the phone's screen light. And Hayden's entire understanding of the last 3 hours shattered into pieces. It wasn't the Phantom. The face in the phone's screen light was young, 25 maybe, narrow jaw, dark eyes, clean-shaven. The face of someone who worked behind a desk, behind a soundboard, behind a camera. Someone Hayden had seen 100 times in the studio, moving through the background while Hayden performed for the microphone. Quincy, Hayden's producer, his audio engineer, the kid he'd hired 2 years ago to handle the technical side while Hayden handled the content. The invisible one, the competent one, the one who never asked questions and never made mistakes and kept the production running smooth. The one standing outside Hayden's car window holding a tire iron. Hayden's breath stopped. His brain refused to process what his eyes were showing him. This didn't make sense. Quincy was in Los Angeles. Quincy was monitoring the stream from the studio. Quincy was supposed to be 3,000 miles away, troubleshooting technical issues, not standing in an abandoned drive-in theater in Ohio dressed in coveralls holding a weapon. But the face was unmistakable. And the calm in Quincy's expression, that patient, controlled calm, wasn't new. That was the same expression Hayden had seen every day for 2 years, the same quiet competence, the same invisible presence. Quincy lowered the tire iron and stepped back from the window. Not far, just enough to give Hayden space to think, to understand, to put it together. Hayden's phone was still in his hand, still streaming, the camera still pointed at the window. His viewers could see Quincy now, could see the face, could see the coveralls and the tire iron and the Plymouth idling behind him. The comment feed would be exploding. People would be screaming at Hayden to run, to fight, to do something. But Hayden couldn't hear them, couldn't process anything except the face outside his window and what that face meant. This wasn't random, wasn't the Phantom. This was planned, personal, deliberate revenge. The thought hit Hayden hard enough to make his vision swim. Season 1. The teacher he'd accused. The woman whose life he'd destroyed for a 3-episode arc and a rating spike. He'd never learned her first name, had never cared to, but he'd read it in the case file when he was researching the story. Her son was in his 20s, worked in audio engineering, didn't talk to her much. Hayden had hired Quincy 6 months after that season aired. The timeline snapped into place. Quincy hired 6 months after the season aired. 2 years in Hayden's studio. 2 years learning the production. 2 years earning Hayden's trust. 2 years waiting for the right moment to do exactly this. Hayden's hands started shaking so hard he almost dropped the phone. He fumbled with it, angling the camera back toward his own face. His expression was wrecked. Eyes too wide, skin pale, mouth hanging open. He looked destroyed, and he was live. And 1.4 million people were watching him realize what was happening. He had to say something, had to explain, had to make his viewers understand that this wasn't what it looked like, that Quincy was the threat, that Hayden was the victim here. But the words stuck in his throat because that wasn't true. Not entirely. Hayden was the victim of this specific trap, yes. But he'd created the conditions for the trap to exist. He'd ruined Quincy's mother. He'd broadcast her destruction to millions of people. He'd moved on without a second thought while her life collapsed. And Quincy had learned from him, had watched how Hayden operated, had studied the mechanism. And now Quincy was using that mechanism on Hayden, turning his own platform into the instrument of his destruction. For a long moment, nothing happened. Hayden sat in the car holding his phone, staring at Quincy through the window, his brain trying to process what came next. Quincy had him trapped, had orchestrated everything, had spent 2 years planning this exact moment. And now that the moment had arrived, Quincy was just standing there. The Plymouth, the tire iron, the drive-in, the 3-hour chase, all of it had been designed to terrify Hayden into confessing, not to Quincy, to the camera, to the platform, to the same audience Hayden had used to destroy other people. Quincy had studied how Hayden worked, had learned the mechanism, and now Quincy was using that mechanism exactly as designed, giving Hayden exactly enough fear to break him down and exactly enough hope to make him think confession might save him. It wouldn't save him. Hayden knew that now, but he was going to confess anyway because the alternative was sitting here in silence while Quincy stood outside his window holding a tire iron. And Hayden's brain couldn't handle that. The fear needed an outlet. The guilt needed a release. And his entire identity was built on performing for an audience. So when the worst moment of his life arrived, his instinct was to narrate it. Hayden opened his mouth and started talking. Not to Quincy, to the camera, to his viewers, to the 1.4 million people watching him sit in his car in the dark. The words came out broken, stumbling. Nothing like the polished delivery he'd spent years perfecting. But they came. He apologized. He confessed. He admitted everything he'd done wrong in his career, every corner he'd cut, every person he'd hurt. He named the teacher from season 1, Sandra Hadley. His voice broke on her name. He had to stop and had to breathe. The phone shook in his hand, the image blurring on screen. He steadied it against his knee and started again. Sandra Hadley. The one he'd read on air 17 times without caring who she actually was. He explained what he'd done to her, how he'd built a case on circumstantial evidence and speculation, how he'd shown her photo, read her address on air, let his audience find her, how he'd issued a 4-minute retraction and moved on while her school put her on leave. Her neighbors turned against her. Her son stopped calling. How he'd watched it happen in real time and felt nothing except satisfaction that the ratings were good. He broke down describing her, the way she'd looked in the interview footage, confused, frightened, trying to defend herself against accusations she didn't understand, the way her voice had cracked when she'd asked him, off camera, why he was doing this to her. He'd told her it was just journalism, just following the story. He'd lied to her face and then broadcast her destruction to 8 million people, and there had been others, so many others. The fabricated evidence, the bribed witnesses, the innocent people he'd framed because the narrative needed a villain and Hayden needed content. He tried to keep going, tried to name them all, but his throat closed mid-sentence and he couldn't speak. He sat there gasping, the phone still pointed at his face, his mouth working silently. 20 seconds of nothing. Then the words came back. Names and faces and lives destroyed for ratings, for sponsorships, for an audience that wanted mystery and scandal and someone to blame. His voice cracked. Tears ran down his face, his professional mask completely shattered. He told his viewers he was a fraud, a liar, a coward who'd built a career on exploiting tragedy and ruining lives. He said he didn't deserve to be part of the Phantom's legacy because the Phantom was real and Hayden was just a performer. He begged for forgiveness. He begged for his life. He begged Quincy to understand that he was sorry and that he'd made mistakes, that he could change. The confession poured out of him in a torrent. 3 years of guilt and ambition and moral compromise spilling into the camera in real time. He couldn't stop. The words kept coming, faster and faster, his voice breaking down into sobs, his body shaking, his face wet with tears and snot, and the complete collapse of everything he'd built. His thumbs smeared the tears across the phone screen. The image blurred. He had to wipe it clean on his shirt before he could see the viewer count again. 1.5 million, 1.6 million. The number kept rising. The biggest audience he'd ever had, the most watched broadcast of his career, and he was using it to destroy himself. Every word he said was being recorded, clipped, distributed. His confession was going viral in real time, spreading across every platform faster than he could track it. And through it all, Quincy stood outside the window and watched. Didn't move, didn't speak. Just stood there, patient and calm, the tire iron hanging at his side, letting Hayden destroy himself on camera for an audience of millions. When Hayden finally ran out of words, when his voice gave out and his breath came in ragged gasps, and he had nothing left to say, he lowered the phone and looked at Quincy through the window. Quincy's expression hadn't changed. Still calm, still patient, still waiting. Quincy stepped closer to the window and raised one gloved hand. For a second, Hayden thought Quincy was going to knock on the glass, say something, finish this. But Quincy didn't knock. He reached up to the collar of his coveralls and pulled it down slightly, revealing his neck, his jaw, his face, in full light for the camera. Making sure Hayden's viewers could see him clearly. Making sure the recording captured his identity. Making sure everyone watching knew exactly who had orchestrated this. Then Quincy lowered his hand and stood perfectly still, waiting for whatever came next. Quincy's expression changed. Not much. Just a slight shift around the eyes, the faintest suggestion of satisfaction. He'd gotten what he came for. Hayden had confessed everything, destroyed himself on camera, given Quincy exactly what he'd spent 2 years engineering. And now the trap was complete. Hayden felt something shift inside him. The fear drained away, replaced by rage. Pure white-hot fury that started in his chest and spread through his whole body. He'd been manipulated, used. Quincy had spent 2 years pretending to be loyal, pretending to care about the work, all while planning this exact moment. Every technical problem Quincy had solved, every late night in the studio, every time Quincy had fixed something before Hayden noticed it. All of that had been a performance. A long con designed to earn Hayden's trust so Quincy could destroy him at the perfect moment. Hayden slammed his hand against the door lock, popping it up, and shoved the door open. He didn't think about the tire iron. Didn't think about Quincy's size advantage, or the fact that Hayden was 42 years old and spent most of his time behind a desk. He just needed to move, to do something, to stop being passive while someone else controlled the narrative. Hayden lunged out of the car, stumbling on legs that had been stationary for 3 hours. He caught himself against the door frame, straightened, and turned toward Quincy with his fists clenched and his voice already rising. "You're fired. You're goddamn fired." The words came out raw, loud, echoing across the empty drive-in. Hayden advanced on Quincy, ready to shove him, hit him, do something to reassert control over a situation that had spiraled completely beyond his grasp. But Quincy didn't flinch, didn't raise the tire iron, didn't even step back. He just stood there, calm as ever, and pointed at Hayden's phone. Hayden looked down. The phone was still in his hand, still streaming, the camera pointed at the ground. But the screen showed something else now. The comment feed. Thousands of messages flooding in every second. The text scrolling too fast to read individual posts, but the overall shape visible even at speed. Tags, names, links. His viewers weren't just watching anymore. They were acting. They were identifying Hayden's sponsors and tagging them in posts. They were pulling clips of his confession and posting them everywhere. They were calling law enforcement, sending tips, forwarding evidence. The fabricated evidence he'd admitted to, the bribed witnesses, the innocent people he'd framed. Every crime he'd confessed to was being documented, time-stamped, archived. And they were tagging the authorities. Hayden could see it in the blur of messages. FBI, state police, district attorneys. His viewers were doing the work for them, handing over a recorded confession with 1.6 million witnesses. Hayden's rage collapsed into something cold and hollow. He raised his eyes from the phone to Quincy's face. Quincy was watching him with that same patient expression, waiting for Hayden to understand the full scope of what had just happened. Quincy lowered the tire iron slowly, letting it hang at his side. Then he spoke. His voice was quiet, level, the same voice Hayden had heard in the studio 1,000 times, asking about audio levels or suggesting a different take. "I didn't come here to hurt you." The words were simple, direct. Hayden's brain struggled to process them. Quincy had terrified him for 3 hours, had chased him down Route 7, had rammed his car, had trapped him in an abandoned drive-in and stood outside his window with a weapon. And now Quincy was saying he hadn't come to hurt him? Then Hayden understood. Quincy's definition of hurt was physical. The tire iron, violence, but blood, everything else. The terror, the isolation, the psychological dismantling, the 3-hour chase that had stripped Hayden down to his raw animal fear. That wasn't hurting him. That was just making him feel what Sandra Hadley had felt. What all of them had felt. Quincy wasn't lying. He genuinely believed this. And that made him so much worse than any mindless killer could ever be. Hayden opened his mouth to argue, to call that statement the lie it obviously was. But Quincy kept talking. "I came here to do what you do." The sentence landed with perfect weight. Hayden felt his stomach drop. He knew exactly what Quincy meant. What Hayden did. What Hayden had always done. Take someone's worst moment, broadcast it to the largest possible audience, and let the audience decide what happened next. Let the mob do the work. Let the consequences play out while Hayden moved on to the next story. That was what Quincy had done here. Hayden's worst moment, his confession, his breakdown, his complete moral collapse, had been broadcast to 1.6 million people. The audience was already deciding what happened next. The consequences were already playing out. And Quincy was about to move on. Hayden looked down at his phone again. The comment feed had changed. It wasn't just outrage anymore. It wasn't just people calling for justice or tagging authorities. Now there were links appearing, web addresses, screenshots. People were pulling up Hayden's old episodes, cross-referencing his confession against his published work, documenting every lie he'd just admitted to. The Missouri pharmacist case, the Wisconsin Watchman. Sandra Hadley's name was trending. Her photo was being circulated again, but this time with context. This time with the truth about what Hayden had done to her. Someone had already found Quincy's employment records, his connection to Sandra Hadley, the timeline of when he joined Hayden's production company, the 2-year gap between the false accusation and Quincy's hiring. People were putting it together in real time, solving the mystery while Hayden stood there holding the phone. And they were recording everything. Not just Hayden's stream. People were screen recording, downloading, archiving, creating mirrors and backups, making sure that even if Hayden deleted the original broadcast, it would live forever in 1,000 different copies across 1,000 different platforms. Hayden's professional life was being dismantled piece by piece by the same audience he'd built his career on. The same people who'd trusted him to deliver truth were now documenting his lies. The same platform he'd used to destroy others was being used to ensure his destruction was permanent. Then Quincy said the last thing he'd come here to say. His voice never rose above that same quiet level, but the words cut through everything. I came here to make you watch yourself disappear. Hayden couldn't breathe, couldn't move, couldn't do anything except stand there holding his phone while the comment feed exploded and Quincy's words echoed in his ears. Complete ruin. Broadcast. The entire world. Everything Hayden had built, his career, his platform, his reputation, his freedom, was gone. Not destroyed in private where he could rebuild. Destroyed publicly, permanently, on camera, witnessed by millions. The confession was out there. The evidence was recorded. The authorities were being notified in real time. There was no walking this back, no damage control, no spin that could make this survivable. Hayden had spent 3 years building an empire on other people's destruction. And Quincy had used that empire to destroy Hayden in front of the largest audience Hayden had ever commanded. Quincy turned and walked toward the Plymouth. Not rushed, not slow, just purposeful. The same walk he'd used approaching Hayden's car, steady and controlled. The tire iron swung slightly at his side. He didn't look back. Hayden stood in the middle of the drive-in lot, phone in hand, watching Quincy go. He should have chased him, should have done something. But his body wouldn't move. His brain couldn't process what to do next when everything was already over. His legs felt weak. His hands were still shaking. The adrenaline from the confrontation was draining away, leaving him hollow and cold. 3 hours ago, he'd been driving Route 7 with 500,000 viewers, confident and in control, performing for an audience that hung on his every word. Now he was standing in an abandoned drive-in with 1.7 million witnesses to his complete destruction, and the person who'd engineered it was walking away. Quincy reached the Plymouth, but he didn't get in. He walked past the driver door to Hayden's rental car instead. Hayden's breath caught. He watched Quincy crouch beside the driver door, reach underneath, and when he stood up, he was holding something small. Metal. Hayden's car keys. They must have fallen when he'd lunged out of the car. Quincy held the keys up so Hayden could see them clearly in the phone's screen light. Then he brought the tire iron down in a single sharp motion. The sound of metal bending metal echoed across the empty lot. He dropped the mangled keys at Hayden's feet. Then Quincy opened Hayden's driver door and leaned in. Hayden heard plastic snapping, things being pulled free, the sound of someone who knew exactly what he was looking for. When Quincy straightened, he was holding the dash cam unit, the phone charger, the backup battery pack, and the main fuse panel. Hayden's headlights died mid-extraction. The drive-in went dark. Not completely. The Plymouth's headlights were still on, illuminating the lot in harsh white light. But Hayden's car was dead. No lights, no power, no way to call for help or record what was happening. Quincy walked the electronics to the Plymouth and tossed them into the back seat. Then he came back to Hayden and held out his hand. Palm up, waiting. Hayden looked down at the phone still in his own hand. The stream was live. 1.7 million people were watching this happen. The comment feed was exploding with confusion, with people screaming at Hayden to run, to fight, to do something. Quincy's hand stayed extended, patient. Hayden's fingers wouldn't let go of the phone. It was the last thing connecting him to the world outside this lot. The last piece of his platform. The last proof that any of this mattered. Quincy reached forward and took it. Not roughly. Just a steady pull, and Hayden's grip broke. Quincy held the phone up so the camera could see his face one more time. Then he turned it over, popped the case off, and pulled the battery. The screen went black. The stream ended. 1.7 million people watched it cut mid-frame. No goodbye, no closing statement, just Hayden's face disappearing into nothing. 1.7 million people had watched him for 3 hours. They'd seen him confess. They'd seen him break down. They'd watched the Plymouth chase him down Route 7, but not one of them knew where he was. He'd turned onto an unmapped gravel road in the middle of nowhere. He'd driven into a clearing that didn't appear on any map. The drive-in had no address, no landmark name, no way to be found except by accident or by someone who already knew it was here. He'd spent his entire career using an audience for validation, for power, for proof that he mattered. And now 1.7 million witnesses were completely useless. They'd watched him vanish, and they had no way to tell anyone where he'd gone. Quincy dropped the phone on the pavement and brought his boot down on it. The screen spiderwebbed. He stomped again. Plastic cracked. A third time, and the phone broke into pieces. Then Quincy walked to the Plymouth, climbed in, and closed the door. The headlights stayed on for 5 more seconds, long enough for Hayden to see Quincy's silhouette behind the wheel, perfectly still, watching. Then the lights cut out. The darkness was instant and total. Hayden couldn't see the Plymouth, couldn't see his own car, couldn't see his hands in front of his face. The drive-in had no ambient light, no moon, no stars visible through the cloud cover, no glow from any distant town, just black. The Plymouth's engine started. Hayden heard it idle for a moment, then shift into gear. Gravel crunched under tires. The sound moved away from him toward the entrance, toward the gravel road. The engine faded. Then it was gone. Hayden stood in the middle of the lot, alone in the dark, and the music started again. Not from his car, not from the Plymouth, from somewhere else, everywhere else. The woman's voice poured out of the darkness, honey smooth and decades old, singing about promises and moonlight and forever. The same song that had played through his speakers for 3 hours. It was coming from the drive-in's sound system. The ancient speakers mounted on the rusted poles around the lot. Quincy had wired them, rigged the whole place. The song had never been about the car. It had been about the theater. Hayden's legs gave out. He sat down hard on the broken pavement, his hands shaking, his breath coming too fast. The confession was out there, viral, permanent. But there were no sirens coming, no rescue, no police, just Hayden, sitting in the dark, in an abandoned drive-in in the middle of nowhere, with no keys, no phone, no light, and no way to know if Quincy had really left or if something else was out there in the trees. The song kept playing. The massive screen loomed invisible above him. 50 feet of warped plywood and memory. This was the real ending. Not arrest, not legal consequences, not career ruin. This. Alone in the Phantom's theater, with the song playing and the darkness pressing in, and no way to know when, or if anyone would ever find him. The voice that came up through the grate was the voice of a man who had attended good schools. It shook in all the places a frightened man's voice should shake, caught on the consonants, wet at the edges, and it said, please the way a person says please when the word still means something to them. Wyatt Dunlap had heard plenty of men beg. He'd covered 2 wars and a famine, and a hostage situation in Beirut, where the translator kept weeping into the satellite phone. None of them had sounded quite like this. This one was textbook. He was on his knees in the dirt at the edge of the grate, the iron warm from a full day of desert sun, and the face looking up at him from 8 feet down was clean-shaven, early 40s, the kind of face you'd see managing a branch bank, or coaching a little league team in some suburb where the lawns were green and level. The man was wearing a blue polo shirt with a small horse stitched on the breast, and tan slacks that were filthy from the knees down. His shoes were gone. His feet were pale and soft-looking, the feet of a man who did not go barefoot as a matter of habit, and they were bleeding from what appeared to be several days of pacing on raw concrete. Luther Begay sat 12 feet behind Wyatt in an aluminum lawn chair with nylon webbing that had gone colorless from years of ultraviolet bombardment. He had a thermos of coffee balanced on the arm of the chair and a lever-action rifle across his knees, and he watched Wyatt look through the grate with the patient disinterest of a man watching a dog investigate a sound in the yard. He was 80 or close to it. His hands were enormous, scarred across the knuckles and the webbing between thumb and forefinger, and they rested on the rifle without gripping it. The cellar was 10 feet by 10 feet, poured concrete reinforced with rebar that showed in places where the walls had cracked and been repaired with fresh mortar. The grate was welded from what looked like half-inch square stock, bolted into a steel frame that was itself anchored into the concrete with expansion bolts. Wyatt had covered a story once on a private wildlife sanctuary in Montana, where the cougars were kept in less robust enclosures. The padlock on the grate was a Master Lock 930, the kind used on commercial loading docks. The man in the cellar pressed his face close to the grate. His eyes were brown and bloodshot and swimming. "Please," he said, "please, you have to help me." The word came up through the grate like something thrown, then the rest of it. His name, his profession, his firm, his wife's name, his home city, poured out in a rush, overfull, tumbling. Wyatt had his notebook out, but he wasn't writing in it. He was listening to the cadence. The rhythm of genuine panic was a sound he knew well. It was irregular, spastic, full of non-sequiturs and derailments. This man spoke in complete sentences. His grammar did not break. His voice climbed and cracked and shook, but the syntax held its shape like a building designed to withstand seismic activity. And that was the first thing that sat wrong, though Wyatt would not have been able to put into words why for another several hours. Luther Begay drank his coffee. The man, Conrad, or the thing wearing Conrad's face, depending on whose version you believed, told Wyatt that he'd been driving from San Francisco to Chicago on a cross-country trip alone, taking the southern route through Gallup because he wanted to see the desert. His car had thrown a rod outside of Tohatchi. He'd walked until he found this ranch, knocked on the door, and the old man had invited him in, given him water. fed him lamb stew, and then hit him across the back of the head with something heavy. He woke up in the cellar. He told this story 3 times in the space of 10 minutes, and each time the details were identical. The interstate exit number, the grinding sound the engine made, the name of the last gas station where he'd filled up, the brand of lamb stew, the number of steps from the front door to the kitchen table. The repetition was the behavior of a terrified man establishing credibility, Wyatt thought. It was also, he noted, the behavior of a man reciting something memorized. Wyatt turned to Luther. The old man did not look at him. He was watching a point in the middle distance where the sagebrush flats ran out against the base of the Chuskas, the mountains blue and matte in the late afternoon light, their shadows already reaching across the valley floor. The silence between them was not awkward. Luther Begay was simply not a man who filled silence with speech. Wyatt had driven 3 hours from Farmington on Luther's invitation, relayed through a mutual acquaintance who ran a trading post on 491, and in that time Luther had spoken perhaps 200 words. Most of them were about the condition of the road. Wyatt asked what Luther believed was in the cellar. "It is not a man," Luther said. He told Wyatt, in the flat and unhurried manner of a person describing a stock inventory, that the thing in the cellar was a yana al-lushi. He said the word without ceremony or emphasis, with the flat utility a rancher gives to coyote or rattlesnake, a category problem, not a point of theology. He said it had been moving through the area for 2 months. He said his dogs had found it first. He said the dogs were dead now. He pointed to the far side of the yard where 2 mounds of turned earth sat beneath a juniper tree, the dirt still dark enough to have been dug within the past week. The graves were neat. Someone had placed flat stones on top of each one. Then Luther told Wyatt how he had caught it, and the details of the capture were so specific and so procedural. The snare placement, the bait material, the time of night, the way the thing had screamed when the cable closed around its ankle, a scream that sounded like a woman being burned alive. The Wyatt's notebook opened in his hands, and he began writing. Not because he believed it, because Luther Begay was telling the truth about what he believed, and the precision of his belief was itself a story worth recording. The cellar had been built in 1956 by Luther's father. It was originally a root cellar. Luther had reinforced it over the years, the rebar, the concrete, the grate, the lock, because this was not the first time something had needed to be kept in it. He said this as plainly as a man explaining he patched a leaking roof. Wyatt looked down through the grate again. Conrad Layton, or the thing that called itself Conrad Layton, was sitting in the corner of the cellar with his back against the wall and his arms wrapped around his knees. He was rocking. The motion was slow and rhythmic. His lips were moving, but no sound came out, and in the failing light, his face looked drawn and gray and wholly, unambiguously human. Wyatt's problem was this. He could see 2 possibilities, and both of them were real. In the first, an elderly man with a rifle and a history of isolation and a cultural framework that included predatory spirits had kidnapped a tourist whose car broke down on a reservation road, imprisoned him in a reinforced concrete pit, and was planning to leave him there until he died of dehydration or exposure, at which point the man's delusion would be confirmed because the body in the cellar would no longer be speaking or moving, which is what you'd expect of a dead tourist and also what you'd expect of a dispatched Yina Lushi. In the second possibility, Luther Begay had caught exactly what he said he had caught. Wyatt did not believe in the second possibility. He was 46 years old. He had a degree in journalism from Northwestern. He had spent 18 months writing a book about the persistence of folklore in the rural American West, and every story he investigated had resolved into the same mundane components: isolation, mental illness, cultural preservation under economic stress, and the human brain's foundational inability to accept randomness. He had documented faith healers in the Ozarks and curse specialists in the Louisiana Bayou, and a woman in eastern Montana who believed her dead husband visited her every Tuesday evening in the form of a barn owl. In every case, the supernatural vanished under examination the way fog vanishes when you walk into it. Not because it was disproven, but because it was never there to begin with, only the human need for it. He stood up. His knees ached from the hard ground. The shadows from the chuskas had reached the yard, and the temperature was dropping fast. 15 degrees in an hour, as though someone had opened a door to a different season. He told Luther he needed to make a phone call. Luther's ranch had no telephone. The nearest phone was at the Chaba trading post, 19 miles north on a dirt road that eventually met State Road 134. Luther told him this without inflection, without argument, without any indication that he cared what Wyatt did with the information. His eyes stayed on the mountains. From the cellar, the sound of Conrad Layton weeping was steady and small, like a faucet left running in an empty house. Wyatt told Luther he would be back before morning. He did not say he was going to call the FBI. He did not say he was going to report a kidnapping. He said only that he needed to verify some details, and Luther nodded as though this were perfectly reasonable, which it was. Luther Begay was not a man who expected other men to share his certainties. "Don't leave him waiting too long," Luther said. Wyatt did not ask who Luther meant. He walked to his truck. It was a 1978 Ford Phone 50 with a camper shell, dark green, parked where the ranch's gravel drive met the dirt road. He climbed in. The seat was hot enough to feel through his jeans. The steering wheel was worse. He sat for a moment with his hands hovering over it, waiting for the vinyl to become bearable. And through the open window he could hear the man in the cellar saying something that might have been a prayer or might have been a name, repeated, the syllables blurred. He started the engine. The truck pulled onto the dirt road, and the ranch shrank in the mirror, Luther Begay still in his chair, the grate a dark rectangle in the yellow ground, and Wyatt Dunlap drove north because that was the direction a decent man would drive, toward a telephone, toward help, toward the authorities who existed precisely for situations like this. And the road ahead was straight, and the sky above it was turning the color of a bruise. He did not look back again. The road was washboard for the first 4 miles, rutted and eroded by monsoon drainage channels that ran perpendicular to the track like the ribs of something half buried. Wyatt's truck shuddered over each one, the camper shell rattling against its clamps. Dust rose behind him in a column that the air was too still to disperse and too dry to settle, and it hung in the rear view like smoke from a fire that would not go out. The landscape opened up as the road climbed. To the east, the chuskas ran north-south, black now against the last of the light, their ridgeline broken by volcanic necks that stood above the timber like rotten teeth in an ancient jaw. To the west, the sagebrush flats ran to the horizon without interruption, without a tree, without a structure, without a feature of any kind that could serve as a reference point for scale, so that the distance became abstract, became a quality of the air rather than a measurement of ground. And Wyatt recognized the feeling from his first assignment in the Sahel, that the earth was not a surface he was traveling across, but a volume he was traveling through, and the volume was indifferent to his passage. The man in the cellar stayed with him. Not the story. The story was clean, plausible, verifiable, which was the point. But the man himself, the physical fact of him, the polo shirt, the soft feet, his fingernails visible through the grate, manicured and intact, not chewed, not broken, not caked with dirt from trying to dig out, manicured. Wyatt had once interviewed a man who'd been held in a shipping container in Juarez for 11 days, and that man's fingernails had been ground to the quick within the first 48 hours because the human animal, when confined, digs. It is not a decision. It is a biological imperative as fundamental as breathing. The organism attacks the barrier. Conrad Layton's fingernails were perfect. This was the detail that had bothered Wyatt at the cellar, the small wrongness he'd registered without processing, and now, alone on the road with the truck cab dimming around him, it returned with the peculiar insistence of a fact that has been waiting for the right silence to announce itself. He turned it over. He examined it. He told himself that not everyone digs, that some people shut down, that trauma responses vary, that a man who designs buildings for a living might have a different relationship to confinement than a man who has never thought about the structural properties of walls. He told himself this for approximately 6 miles. The 3 identical tellings. Human memory does not produce identical narratives on retrieval. It degrades, it confabulates, it fills gaps. Wyatt's hands tightened on the wheel. The road had improved slightly, the washboard smoothing into compacted sand, and the truck moved faster now, 40 miles an hour, the headlights cutting 2 cones of yellow into the gathering dark. He passed a hogan set back from the road, a traditional octagonal structure with a stovepipe chimney and a blue tarp over the door, and a dog came out of the yard and chased the truck for a quarter mile, silent, loping, not barking, just running alongside with its ears flat and its mouth closed. And then it stopped and stood in the road behind him and watched the taillights until the dust swallowed it. Luther's dogs, the 2 graves under the juniper tree, the flat stones on top. Luther had said the dogs found it first. He had said the dogs were dead now. He had not said how the dogs died, and Wyatt had not asked because, at the time, he had not believed any of it mattered. Now, on the road, with the unmarked hands and the recitation, sitting in his mind like stones he could not put down, it mattered. Dogs do not die in pairs of natural causes. Dogs die in pairs when something kills them both. The bait. Luther had described the bait he used to catch the thing. A portable radio playing a recording of a woman's voice, reading aloud, placed at the edge of the property at dusk. Luther had made the recording himself, his daughter speaking Navajo into a handheld cassette recorder. And the thing had come for it the way a coyote comes for a rabbit call. Not cautiously, not gradually, but in a rush, as though the sound of a human voice in the dark was something it could not resist. The snare had been aircraft cable. The anchor had been a truck axle buried 3 feet in hardpan. Luther had dug the hole in daylight and covered it with plywood and sand, and when the cable closed around the thing's ankle, it had screamed, and the scream was a woman's scream, and Luther had dragged it to the cellar with his truck and dropped it in and bolted the grate, and it had taken the shape it was wearing now, the polo shirt, the slacks, the soft feet, the clean fingernails, by morning. These were the details of a man describing something he had done. Not something he believed, not something he imagined, but something he had done with cable and plywood and a truck axle in his own hands. Wyatt had spent his career distinguishing between the two. Between the person who says, "I believe the owl visits me," and the person who says, "I set the trap at dusk and the cable closed at 9:14. And Luther Begay was the second kind. His account had the texture of field notes, not testimony. It was operational. It was specific. It was the kind of account that, in Wyatt's experience, did not come from delusion. It came from practice. But practice was not proof. A man could practice a thing for decades and be practicing the wrong thing. Wyatt had documented this too. Luther's hands, the scars. how they rested on the rifle. Not the grip of a man holding a weapon, but the grip of a man holding a tool he had used before and expected to use again, the idle grip of a carpenter between tasks. Luther Begay was not performing. Wyatt had built a career on the ability to distinguish performance from conviction, and Luther Begay was operating from a place so far past performance that the concept was irrelevant. He believed what he believed the way he believed in the ground under his chair. It was not faith. It was experience. But experience was not evidence. A man could experience a thing with total conviction and be wrong. Wyatt had documented this in 14 chapters and 300 pages. The trading post appeared ahead, a low cinder block building with a single light over the door and 2 gas pumps and a phone booth at the edge of the gravel lot. The phone booth was the old kind, aluminum and glass, the folding door hanging at an angle that suggested it had been hit by a vehicle and repaired with a hinge that did not match the original. The light over the trading post door was sodium vapor, orange, and it cast everything in the lot into the color palette of a sepia photograph. The building, the pumps, the phone booth, the 3 pickups parked in a row along the west wall, all of it flattened and drained of dimension. Wyatt pulled in and parked. The engine ticked as it cooled. He sat in the cab and looked at the phone booth and felt something he would later identify as the last moment of his previous life, the final instant before the call, though at the time it felt only like hesitation. Like the reluctance of a man about to do a thing he could not undo. He got out. The air had cooled 15 degrees in the hour since he'd left Luther's ranch, and the sweat on his back went cold instantly. The gravel under his boots was loud in the silence. A television was on somewhere inside the trading post, its blue light visible through a window, and a woman laughed. A real, full, uncomplicated laugh. The kind that belongs to a person watching something funny in a place where they feel safe. He went to the phone booth. He lifted the receiver. The dial tone was strong and clean. He dialed the Albuquerque FBI field office from a number he kept in his wallet, a leftover from a story he'd worked in 1979 about counterfeit jewelry being sold at roadside stands, and the line rang 3 times before a woman answered. He identified himself. He gave his credentials. His name, his publication affiliations, his press card number. He said he wanted to report a possible kidnapping. The woman's voice changed, not dramatically, but enough. She asked him to hold while she transferred him, and a man came on the line, and Wyatt told the man what he had found. He described the ranch. He described the cellar. He described the man inside it. He gave the name Conrad Layton and the employer, Layton Haar Associates, and the home city, Chicago, and the wife's name, Janet, and the physical description and the account of the kidnapping and the breakdown on the highway and everything the man had told him, all of it delivered in the flat, organized, credible manner of a journalist who had given statements to law enforcement before and knew how to structure information so that it could be acted upon. The agent asked for a callback number. Wyatt read the digits off the payphone's faceplate. The agent repeated them back, told him to stay near the phone, and the line went dead. Wyatt hung up the receiver and stepped out of the booth. The air hit the sweat on his neck, and he stood for a moment with his hands in his jacket pockets, watching the lot. The trading post closed around him in stages. A man in a denim jacket came out and smoked a cigarette at the edge of the gravel, studying Wyatt with the brief cataloging attention of someone noting a change in a familiar place. He crushed the cigarette under his boot and went back inside without speaking. The television behind the window went dark. The radio kept playing for a while, country music leaking through the cinder block in pieces. A steel guitar, a bass line that seemed to come from the ground rather than from any speaker. And then that stopped too. A truck pulled out of the lot and turned south, its taillights dwindling to nothing. The sodium light over the door stayed on. The lot emptied. Wyatt leaned against his truck's fender and watched the dark, and the dark did not move, and the payphone did not ring. He waited. Long enough for the temperature to drop another 5 degrees, long enough for his hands to stiffen in his pockets, and his breath to become faintly visible in the sodium light, long enough for the stars to finish arriving, and the sky to become the sky of a place that has never heard of Chicago, Illinois. He did not count the minutes. Counting would have required him to hold still inside his own mind, and his mind was not a place he wanted to hold still. It was moving between two images. Luther Begay in the lawn chair with the rifle across his knees, and the man in the cellar with his arms around his knees. And Wyatt could not look at one without seeing the other, and could not reconcile them, because the reconciliation would require one of them to be wrong, and he did not yet know which. The phone rang. The sound was enormous in the empty lot. An unforgiving electric bell inside the aluminum booth. And Wyatt was inside the booth with the receiver at his ear before the second ring. The agent's voice was careful, measured. He had run the name through NSIC and the National Missing Persons Clearinghouse. Conrad Layton was not in either system. No one had reported him missing. However, and here the agent's tone shifted, the Chicago field office had contacted Layton Haar Associates. The receptionist said Mr. Layton had left on a personal driving holiday approximately 12 days ago. A solo trip. He had planned to take the southern route through Arizona and New Mexico. Through Gallup, she said, and was expected back in the office the following Monday. The agent had then spoken to Conrad's wife. Janet Layton confirmed the trip. She had last spoken with her husband 5 days ago from a payphone in Flagstaff. He'd sounded fine. He told her he was heading east toward the reservation. The agent paused. He said, the timeline and geography were consistent with what Wyatt had described. A man driving east from Flagstaff through the Navajo Nation could plausibly have broken down in the area around Tehachapi. The Farmington Resident Agency was dispatching 2 agents. They should reach the ranch within 2 to 3 hours. Wyatt was to return to the location and wait. He was not to interfere with the scene or the individual in the cellar. Wyatt said he understood. The line went dead. He stood in the phone booth. The receiver was still in his hand. Through the glass, the lot was empty, and the sodium light made everything the color of old paper, and the dark beyond the light was total. The FBI had not debunked the story. Conrad Layton was on a solo driving trip through the Southwest. He was out of contact. His last known position was Flagstaff 5 days ago, heading east, heading directly through the country where Luther Begay's ranch sat on a dirt road off State Road 134. The man in the cellar had said his car broke down near Tehachapi. The real Conrad Layton's route would have taken him through Tehachapi. The kidnapping was plausible. The FBI believed it. They were sending agents, which meant Wyatt's 2 possibilities had not resolved. They had thickened. Either Luther Begay had caught a Yan al-Lushis, as he claimed, or Luther Begay had kidnapped a tourist named Conrad Layton, whose car had broken down on the road outside his ranch, and the FBI was on its way, and the old man with the rifle was about to be arrested for a crime that was exactly what it looked like. An isolated, aging man with a reinforced cellar, and a cultural framework that had finally crossed the line from belief into action. The fingernails, the syntax, the identical tellings. Wyatt put the receiver in its cradle. He walked to his truck. He got in. The vinyl was cold. He started the engine and pulled out of the lot and turned south. The drive back was 19 miles, and it was different from the drive north. On the drive north, he had been certain enough to act, certain enough to call, certain enough to set the machinery of the federal government in motion on the strength of his own professional judgment. Now the certainty was cracked down the center, and in the gap between the two halves was something he had no name for, a condition that was not doubt and not belief, but the space where they meet, and neither can displace the other. He drove at 45 miles an hour. The headlights made their tunnel. The sagebrush passed. The man in the cellar's hands, soft, unmarked. The hands of someone who had never tried to claw through anything. A man held in a concrete pit for days' digs. It is involuntary. The organism attacks the barrier. If the man in the cellar was Conrad Layton, there were explanations for the fingernails and the repetition that do not require the supernatural. Shock, dissociation. The architecture of an organized mind under stress. If the man in the cellar was not Conrad Layton, the FBI report he had just filed is an accurate description of a kidnapping that never happened, filed under the name of a real man who is somewhere on this road right now, and the report will be taken as seriously as any report filed by a journalist whose word has never been questioned. He passed the hogan he'd seen on the drive north. No light in the windows, no dog. The tarp over the door had been pulled closed from inside. Beyond the hogan, the road dropped into an arroyo crossing, a shallow sand channel that was dry and smooth, and the truck jolted through it, and the headlights swept the far bank, and something moved at the edge of their reach. Low, fast, tawny, the movement of a large animal running perpendicular to the road at a speed that did not belong to any coyote or any dog. The body compressed and elongated, and covering ground in a way that made Wyatt's hands lock on the steering wheel and his foot lift from the gas. He did not see it clearly. He saw the motion. He saw the displacement. He saw the sagebrush shudder in its wake for 30 yards after the animal was gone, as though the ground remembered the passage. He pressed the gas again. He did not look at the arroyo in the rearview, 6 miles from the ranch. The road straightened, and the headlights reached farther, and the desert on both sides was flat and empty. What would the FBI agents find when they arrived? An old man in a lawn chair with a rifle. A reinforced cellar with a lock on it. A man inside the cellar who was either a kidnapping victim or something else entirely. The agents would see the rifle first. They would see the cellar second. They would see a terrified man in a polo shirt, and they would open the grate, because that is what agents do. That is what the system does when confronted with a confined human being and an armed captor. It opens the grate and sorts the rest out later. And if the man in the cellar was what Luther said he was, opening the grate would... And then the worst thought, the one he had been holding at arm's length since the phone booth. If the man in the cellar is not Conrad Layton, FBI agents are driving toward a ranch where an 80-year-old man is sitting in a lawn chair with a rifle guarding a monster. And when they arrive, they will see the rifle and the cellar and the old man, and they will open the grate, and whatever is in the cellar will be out, and it will be out because Wyatt filed a report that put the agents on the road, and the agents will do exactly what their training requires them to do. His foot pressed the gas harder. The truck climbed past 50, past 55, the suspension protesting, the camper shell hammering against its clamps. A mile from the ranch, the road descended from the benchland into the valley, and the headlights reached farther in the downslope, stretching out across the flat, and Wyatt saw the yard. The juniper tree, the 2 dog graves, the lawn chair, and then the house, dark, no light in any window. And then the cellar. The grate was lying in the yard 10 feet from the opening. It had been bent in the center. The half-inch square stock bowed outward in a shape that suggested force applied from below. Concentrated, enormous, the kind of force that does not come from hands that wear a polo shirt and weep in the dark. 2 of the expansion bolts were still attached to the frame, torn from the concrete, with enough violence to carry chunks of it still clinging to the threads. The other 6 bolts were missing. Luther Begay was on the ground between his chair and the cellar. Wyatt stopped the truck. He left the engine running and the headlights on because turning them off was not a thing he was willing to do, and he walked to Luther. And the walk was 15 steps, and each one was a decision, because his body was telling him to get back in the truck. Every system firing the signal that means wrong, that means danger. That means the thing you are walking toward is the thing you should be walking away from. And his body was right. Luther was on his back. His rifle was beside him, unfired. The safety still on, the lever still closed. He had not had time. His throat was open. The wound was not ragged. It was clean, a single motion, from right to left. And the volume of blood beneath him had already begun to darken against the dirt, which was sandy and porous and absorbed it. Without comment, without residue, without any indication that what it has received was ever on the surface. Luther's eyes were open. They were aimed at the sky, which was full of stars now. More stars than any city dweller ever sees. The Milky Way, a band of cold light running northeast to southwest across the entire visible hemisphere. His expression was not surprised. It was not peaceful. It was the expression of a man who had been interrupted in the middle of a thought and had not had time to replace it with another. Wyatt knelt beside him. The crack in his certainty did not widen. It closed. It closed the way a fracture closes when you press the bone together, and the pain tells you exactly where the break is, and the break is everywhere. Luther was right. Luther was always right. The thing in the cellar was exactly what Luther said it was, and Wyatt had driven 19 miles to a payphone and called the FBI and filed a report, and left this man alone with a rifle and a monster, because he could not bring himself to believe what was standing in front of him, because his 14 chapters and his 300 pages and his degree from Northwestern and his entire sense of how the world was organized could not make room for an 80-year-old rancher who was right. He looked at the grate. He looked at the bolts torn from concrete. He thought of the master lock 930 and found it 6 feet away in the sagebrush, closed, intact, not broken. The hasp of the grate had been bent around it. The lock had held. The steel around it had not. No human hand had done this. No human hand could have done this. He stood. The yard was quiet. The truck's engine idled behind him, and its headlights threw his shadow long and thin toward the cellar, and the cellar was empty, and the thing that had been in it was gone. Wyatt stood in the yard and turned in a slow circle, and the landscape was the landscape. Sagebrush, juniper, the dark bulk of the Chuskas, the road north, the road south, the stars, and nothing in it moved. No sound reached him except the truck engine, and somewhere distant, the territorial call of a great horned owl. 2 notes, repeated, the second lower than the first, which meant the bird was hunting, which meant the bird was not afraid of anything in its airspace. And Wyatt did not know whether this meant nothing large was moving nearby, or whether the bird was simply not equipped to detect what was moving nearby. He went into Luther's house. The door was open. Not broken. Open. The knob turned freely. Inside of the house smelled of coffee and wood smoke, and the particular dusty sweetness of a space inhabited for decades by a man who cooked for himself and did not open windows often. The front room was small, a wood stove, a table, 2 chairs, a shelf of canned goods, a kerosene lamp. Wyatt found matches on the table and lit the lamp, and the room filled with yellow light and moving shadows. The walls told him things Luther had not said. There were photographs. Not the kind you display, the kind you use. Polaroids mostly, pinned directly into the drywall with the roofing nails, arranged not decoratively but functionally, clustered by subject. Functional, not decorative, pinned like evidence on a precinct wall. The first cluster showed sections of the cellar at various stages of reinforcement. The original root cellar with its dirt floor, then the poured concrete, then the rebar, then the grate. Dates were written on each photograph in ballpoint pen: 1961, 1967, 1974, 1981. Each upgrade was more substantial than the last. The second cluster showed the desert at night. Flash photography, the exposures washed out and flat, catching only what fell within the strobe's reach. Sagebrush, a stock fence, the edge of a corral, and in 3 of the photographs, at the margins, something that was not sagebrush and not fence and not corral. A shape, low, compressed, the proportions suggesting an animal on all 4s, but the limbs too long, the joints wrong. Not wrong in the way of a blurred photograph where motion smears a body into distortion, but wrong in the way of a body whose architecture obeyed different rules. Wyatt looked at these photographs for a long time. The lamp flame moved. His shadow moved with it. He went through the house. In the back room, a bedroom with a narrow cot and a footlocker, and a window that faced the Chuskas. He found more evidence of Luther's decades-long accommodation to this problem. A shelf held jars of a dark powder that Wyatt could not identify by sight or smell. A leather pouch contained a bundle of dried herbs and a flint and a length of sinew. Hanging from a nail on the back of the door was a necklace of bone and turquoise, old, the turquoise darkened with age and handling, and below it on the floor a pair of moccasins with the soles worn through. These were not artifacts. They were not curios collected by an old man with eccentric interests. They were equipment. They had the look of things that had been used hard and maintained carefully and set in their places so they could be found in the dark. Because whatever Luther Begay had been doing with them, he had been doing it in the dark. On the floor beside the cot, a spiral notebook lay open. Wyatt did not read it. The pages were filled with handwriting in Navajo, a language he could not read, but he saw the dates in the margins, written in numerals, spanning decades. 1959, 1963, 1971, 1975, 1981, 1983. The entries were brief, a few lines each, and the handwriting was the same throughout, which meant Luther had been keeping this record since he was a young man. The last entry was dated 3 days ago. On the wall above the cot, a single photograph in a frame. A young Luther Begay standing beside an older man who shared his jaw in his hands. The older man held a rifle. Behind them, the cellar grate was visible. The original version, lighter steel, and the landscape was the same landscape. The sagebrush, the chuskas, the enormous sky. The photograph had the yellow cast of the early 1960s. The older man's expression was the same expression Luther had worn in the lawn chair. The expression of a man whose life was organized around a single problem that did not go away. 3 generations, at minimum. The cellar had been reinforced every 7 or 8 years because every 7 or 8 years it needed to be reinforced. And Luther had inherited this duty as naturally as fencing or irrigation, not as a burden, but as a fact of the property, a condition of living in this particular place on this particular land. And when the next reinforcement had come due, when the cable snare had worked, and the thing was in the cellar and the system had held one more time, Luther had reached out, through a mutual acquaintance, through a chain of trust, that operated entirely outside any institution Wyatt would recognize, and invited a journalist to come and see. Not because he expected the journalist to believe him, because the cellar was full and the dogs were dead and the thing in the concrete pit was wearing the face of a tourist, and Luther Begay, at 80 years old, needed someone else to know, and the someone he'd found had driven 19 miles to call the FBI. Wyatt blew out the lamp. He went back outside. Wyatt walked past Luther's body to the far side of the yard, past the juniper tree and the dog graves, to the edge of the property where the fence gave way to open desert. He crouched and looked at the ground. Footprints. Human feet bare, the toes splayed, the impressions deep enough to indicate significant weight. But the stride was wrong. Through the yard, the prints were spaced 6 feet apart, which was long but possible for a tall man moving fast. Past the fence, they widened to 8 feet. In the open sage beyond the fence line, 10 feet 12, and then a distance Wyatt had to pace off because he did not believe it. 15 feet between one print and the next, the sand displaced in a pattern that suggested not running, but something beyond running, a locomotion that had nothing to do with the mechanics of human legs. The prints led south in a straight line toward the highway, the spacing so wide that for stretches of 20 or 30 yards, Wyatt would have lost the trail entirely if not for the dead straight bearing. The footprints were barefoot for approximately 200 yards, the impossible stride holding the entire distance. Then, in the space of perhaps 30 feet, the spacing began to close. 15 feet became 10, 10 became 6, 6 became 3. A normal step, an ordinary man's step. And the last barefoot print was followed by a print wearing shoes. Not the soft-soled impression of a man who had found shoes. The hard, clean impression of a dress shoe, a leather sole. The kind of shoe you wear with slacks and a polo shirt. The transition from the 15-foot predatory lunge to the measured, patient step of a man in leather soles took exactly 4 strides. The thing had walked away from Luther Begay's body and stepped over the fence and crossed the desert at a velocity that Wyatt could not name and did not want to name. And then, in 4 strides, it had become a man in dress shoes, walking toward the highway. Wyatt did not know the right verb for what the transition was because the right verb did not exist in any language he spoke, and he knelt in the dust and looked at the place where the barefoot prints became the dress shoe prints, and the transition was total, binary, complete. He went back to the truck. The headlights were dimmer now, the battery pulling against the idle, but they threw enough light to cross the yard. He climbed in and drove south, past Luther's body, past the open cellar, following the dirt road towards State Road 134. The 4 miles took 7 minutes. The road hammered under the truck, the camper shell banging against its clamps, and Wyatt drove with his hands locked on the wheel and his mind on what the footprints meant, on what can change its whole nature in 4 strides, the way a sentence changes meaning when you move one word. State Road 134 was empty. The pavement was cracked, and the center line faded, the shoulders soft with blown sand. Wyatt stopped the truck at the junction and left the engine running, and got out and stood at the edge of the asphalt. The dress shoe prints ended here. The last impression was sharp and clean in the sand at the road shoulder, pointed east, and 15 feet farther down the shoulder he found what he already knew he would find. Tire tracks. A vehicle had stopped. The slight lateral skid of brakes applied on dust idled for a moment and pulled away east, toward Gallup, toward the interstate, toward Chicago. Someone had picked up a hitchhiker, a well-dressed man standing on the shoulder in the dark, perhaps waving, perhaps just standing with his hands at his sides and his face arranged into the expression of a stranded motorist, grateful, embarrassed, harmless, and some driver had pulled over. Because that is what people do. They stop, they help, they open the door. Wyatt stood at the edge of the highway, and the stars were dense overhead, and the silence was the silence of a place that has been silent since before silence had a name. And in that silence, his mind did what it was trained to do. It followed the chain. The real Conrad Layton was on the road. Right now. Driving alone through the Southwest, on a route the creature had memorized, in a car the creature knew, heading east through the dark toward a stretch of highway, or a rest stop, or a gas station, where a man traveling alone is most vulnerable. Sometime in the 2 months it had been in the area, the creature had found him. Maybe Conrad had stopped for gas in Tahachi, or pulled off the highway to photograph the desert, or slept in his car at a rest area with the windows cracked. It didn't matter how the encounter began. What mattered was that the creature had stayed with him. Not for a moment, but for days, trailing him through the desert, going through the car while the man slept, reading what could be read, listening to what could be heard, absorbing not just the face, but the architecture of the life behind it. The wife's name, the firm, the city. Then the real Conrad had driven on, and the creature had taken Luther's bait, and Luther's snare had closed around its ankle, and everything that followed had followed from there. And now the creature was heading east, toward Conrad, toward the life it intended to take. Somewhere ahead of it, the real Conrad Layton was driving through the desert night with his windows down and his radio on, and no knowledge that something was coming for him at highway speed. Something that wore his face and knew his wife's name and had spent days memorizing the rhythms of his life with a predator's patience for schedule and route. And the FBI was heading to Luther's ranch. 2 agents from Farmington, dispatched on Wyatt's report, moving south through the dark, would arrive within the hour. They would find Luther Begay dead on the ground with his throat cut and his rifle unfired. They would find a reinforced concrete cellar with a steel grate torn off by enormous force. They would find evidence of captivity, bloodstains on the concrete floor, abrasions on the walls, the marks of days spent pacing in a confined space. And they would open a federal kidnapping case under the name Conrad Layton, because a credible journalist had called from a payphone and described a kidnapping at this location, and the victim's own wife had confirmed that her husband was traveling alone through the exact region where the ranch was located, and the timeline fit, and the geography fit, and the physical evidence fit. And the system would do what systems do. It would process the inputs and produce the output, and the output would be a case file, and the case file would say, kidnapping. Luther's death would be classified as what the evidence showed: a captive killing his captor during a violent escape. Self-defense. The bent steel and the impossible footprints would be photographed, documented, and filed as anomalies. Unexplained details in a case whose larger narrative was already written, because the framework does not have a category for what produced them, and does not need one when the rest of the evidence tells a coherent story. When the creature found Conrad at a gas station, at a rest stop, on a dark shoulder where a man with engine trouble might stand and wait for help, the real Conrad Layton would cease to exist, and the thing wearing his face would continue east, to Chicago, to the house and the wife and the firm. And behind the face, in the places where memory lives, the name of Janet's sister, the restaurant where they had their first date, the specific pressure of a hand that has held hers for 15 years, there would be nothing. Gaps. Cold patches where the warmth should be. And someone would notice. Janet would notice. Someone would look at the face they had known for years and feel the distance between what they were seeing and what they remembered. And there would be an explanation waiting. Not one the creature had to build. One that Wyatt had built for it with his own name, his own credentials, his own calm and credible voice. The FBI's case file would describe a kidnapping during Conrad Layton's road trip through the Southwest. A violent captor, a reinforced cellar, evidence of prolonged captivity. The diagnosis would be textbook. Memory loss, personality shifts, emotional flattening, and every psychiatrist would confirm it. Post-traumatic stress. The people who loved Conrad would be patient. They would wait for the man they remembered to come back. He would never come back. Wyatt had not been tricked. That was what his mind kept reaching for and failing to hold. He had not been deceived or coerced. He had looked through a grate at a man in a cellar and done the only thing conscience would permit. And the thing in the cellar had known. Not because it understood morality, but because it understood mechanics. It had looked at Wyatt and seen a tool with a known function. Present the input, receive the output. But the phone call was not the primary goal. The primary goal was simpler. Two men at the ranch, one young and mobile, one old with a rifle, was a problem the thing did not need to solve. One old man alone, his attention on the mountains, the safety still on, was a problem it could solve in a single motion. The creature had told Wyatt a story that guaranteed he would leave, and Wyatt had left, and that was enough. The phone call, the report, the case file, these were the secondary yield of an operation whose primary purpose was 19 miles of empty road between Wyatt Dunlap and Luther Begay. The machinery of a world that does not believe in Yinalushi, set in motion by a man who writes for that world, filed under the name of a man who is driving alone through the dark right now and does not know he is already dead. He got back in the truck. The drive north to the ranch took 7 minutes. The headlights had not recovered from the hours of idle drain at the ranch. The beams were still orange and thin, the aging alternator unable to push a battery that had been half dead before Wyatt turned south. And as the road crested the last rise and tipped down to the valley, the engine coughed, caught, coughed again, and died. The truck rolled the last 40 yards down the shallow grade into the yard on its own momentum, the steering heavy without power assist, and stopped 10 feet from Luther's chair. The headlights flickered once and went out. The dark came down over the ranch like a door closing. Luther was on the ground where he had been. The cellar gaped. The stars moved overhead in their vast, indifferent rotation. The same rotation they had performed before Luther's father built the first cellar, before the first snare was set, before any of it. Wyatt turned the key. The starter ground once, slow and heavy, and did not catch. He turned it again. Nothing. The battery was dead. The truck was where it would stay. He got out. The air was cold and the silence was total, and the dark was the dark of a place without electricity for 50 miles in any direction. He sat down in Luther's chair. The aluminum frame was cold. The nylon webbing sagged under his weight. He could feel the depressions where the old man's body had rested for years, the familiar geometry of a man who sat in the same place every evening and watched the mountains and kept his rifle across his knees because the world contained things that required a reinforced cellar and a lifetime of quiet, stubborn, thankless attention. And Luther Begay had given that attention, had maintained the duty his father and his father's father had maintained, and the arrangement had held. The cellar had held. The lock had held. The thing had been contained until a credible man drove up the road with a notebook and a conscience and did what a good man does. The FBI agents were coming. They would be here within the hour. They would find Luther. They would find the cellar. They would open a case. And Wyatt could tell them the truth. The bent steel, the 15-foot strides, the thing that wore a man's face, and they would nod and write it down and put him somewhere quiet, and his name would never appear in a credible publication again, and the case file he had built with his own voice would outlast every word he said against it. Or he could say nothing, and the case would proceed, and the creature's alibi would be built by the federal government itself, brick by brick, on the foundation Wyatt had poured. The thermos was on the arm of the chair. The coffee was cold. Wyatt did not drink it. From somewhere to the south, the highway 4 miles off, came the faint sound of a vehicle accelerating east. Wyatt heard it rise, hold, and fade until there was nothing where it had been. The truck engine ticked as it cooled. Luther's blood darkened into the sand. The cellar stood open under the stars, and Wyatt sat in the dead man's chair with his hands in his lap and did not move, because there was nowhere to go that was not toward what he had done. The feed was 640 by 480 pixels, 9 frames per second, from a Logitech webcam zip-tied to the passenger sun visor of a 2004 Camry. The cellular modem, an AT&T Sierra wireless card, slotted into a ThinkPad on the passenger seat, uploaded the image in 3-second bursts that made the driver's face skip and stutter like a man in a Nickelodeon reel. In the green wash of the instrument cluster, his cheekbones threw shadows that moved only when the road moved. The rest of him was still. The betters saw a face. What the face saw was FM 616, Calhoun County, Texas. At 11 minutes past 9 on a Friday night in March 2007, 2 lanes of blacktop unspooling through coastal prairie so flat the headlights reached the grass on both shoulders without effort. No center line, no guardrails. The asphalt patched and repatched in shapes that resembled surgical scars. To the south, 3 miles out, the running lights of a shrimp trawler moved along Lavaca Bay with the slowness of a minute hand. Eric Pardee checked his odometer. 19.6 miles since the last check. He was 4/10 from completing his first lap. The loop was 20 miles exactly, measured by the organizers with a surveyor's wheel the previous Tuesday. It began and ended at a gravel pullout where County Road 316 met FM 616, a widened shoulder behind a decommissioned cattle guard, invisible from any occupied structure. The route ran south on 616 through Saltmarsh, turned west on an unnamed oil field access road, north on FM 1090 past the ruins of a cotton gin, and east again on 616 back to the pullout, a rough rectangle, no traffic signals, no stop signs, one yield sign at the 1090 junction, which the organizers had removed and replaced with a blank post. The route passed 3 ranch gates, all padlocked, all leading to properties that appeared unoccupied. The organizers had selected the loop for its emptiness. Nothing lived on this road that could interfere with the product. The rules had been explained to him 11 days ago by a man in a Houston hotel room who smelled like Carmex and ironed cotton. Eric had sat on the edge of the bed, and the man had sat in the desk chair, and neither of them had used the other's name. The man read the terms in a cadence that never varied, each clause landing with the same weight as the last. Eric would drive the loop continuously for 48 hours. He could not stop the vehicle for any reason. He could not leave the vehicle. He could not sleep. He could not interact with any person, vehicle, or obstruction he encountered on the route. The webcam would stream his face to a private website accessible only through a URL distributed to a paying audience. That audience would place wagers on his first microsleep, his first hallucination, his first deviation from the route, or his failure to complete. The house took 14%. Eric would receive $11,000 upon completion regardless of betting outcomes. Before the man left the hotel room, he had stood in the doorway with the light from the corridor behind him and said the only thing that was not a rule or a number. The road's clean. Nothing out there but you. The money was not why he was here. Eric had completed 4 endurance challenges in the past 2 years, 60 hours in a motel room in Reno with no furniture and no entertainment. 36 hours standing in a plywood box in Tucson with his arms extended. 40 hours awake in a parked RV in Barstow, while audio of a woman's voice read his own psychiatric intake forms aloud. 20 hours submerged to his chest in a livestock tank outside Elko while the water temperature dropped 2 degrees per hour. He had completed all 4. The payouts ranged from $4,000 to $9,000. The bettors had lost money on him every time. He was here because the challenges were the only place he had ever felt the quality of attention that other people seemed to get from love or work or God. Total unbroken proof that he existed. The camera saw him. The bettors watched. For 48 hours, he would be the most observed man in a room that had no walls. And the observation would be total, and it would require something from him. And the thing it required was the only thing he had ever been good at. Lasting. The odometer clicked over. He eased the Camry through the gravel pullout without touching the brake. Lap 1. The ThinkPad's screen was angled away from him, but its glow threw a pale rectangle on the headliner. Somewhere a page had refreshed. Somewhere money moved. He did not look at the screen. He looked at the road. FM 616 ran straight for the first 6 miles, then bent left around a salt cedar stand that the headlights turned into a wall of pale green lace. The access road was potholed and narrow, flanked by pump jacks whose counterweights rose and fell with the tireless patience of things that would still be moving when he was dead. FM 1090 was smoother, newer, laid down with highway funds that had come through the county after Hurricane Claudette. The cotton gin appeared at mile 14, a ruin of corrugated tin and cypress beams that threw angular shadows in the headlights and then released them, every lap in the same order, like a hand opening. He was already building the loop's landmarks into a rhythm. The salt cedars, the first pump jack, the access road's third pothole, the one shaped like a lowercase h, the cotton gin, the yield post with no sign, the gravel pullout, 20 miles, 22 minutes at 55. The air in the Camry smelled like the vinyl cleaner he had used on the seats that morning and the Gatorade he'd stowed in the center console. 12 20-ounce bottles, room temperature, lined up in the passenger footwell like ammunition. He had urinated into an empty bottle on the Barstow Challenge, and he expected to do the same here. There was a roll of paper towels behind the driver's seat, and a plastic bag for waste. He had eaten a full meal. Grilled chicken, white rice, steamed broccoli, no seasoning, at a diner in Port Lavaca 3 hours before start time. His body was a prepared instrument. He intended to keep it that way. Lap 2. The salt cedars, the pump jacks, the pothole. The camera watched. The face it saw betrayed nothing that could be wagered on. By the 5th lap, the rhythm had settled into his hands. The steering corrections on 616 were a pattern. Left, left, hold, right. That compensated for a crowned road surface and a slight pull in the Camry's alignment. He had already stopped seeing the road as a road. It was a track, a groove. His body was driving while his mind floated above the mechanism, observing it the way a man on a balcony watches a street. This was the part the bettors misunderstood. They thought endurance was about resistance, about pushing through pain, about willpower grinding against fatigue. It wasn't. Endurance was about architecture. You built a structure inside yourself that the hours could not reach. You located the part of your mind that did not need sleep, did not need stimulation, did not need the road to be interesting, and you moved into it the way a monk moves into a cell, and you closed the door, and you stayed. The bettors watched a face. The face had learned across 4 previous challenges to give them nothing. The shrimp trawler's lights had moved a quarter mile south by the time he passed the bay on his 6th lap. The trawler was dragging. Its nets would be spread behind it like wings. Eric thought about this without interest. He thought about the pump jacks without interest. The ThinkPad's glow painted its rectangle on the headliner, and he did not look at that either. Just past midnight, lap 8, he opened his first Gatorade, lemon lime. He drank half in 3 swallows, set the bottle in the cup holder, and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. The camera recorded this. It was the most the bettors had seen him move in 2 hours. Somewhere, odds adjusted. The road did not change. The loop did not change. He did not yet know that the organizers were already disappointed. The betting volume was low. His face was not good television. The audience had been told they were watching a man approach his limits, and what they saw instead was a man who appeared to have no limits, or at least no limits visible at 640 by 480. And money does not flow toward a thing it cannot measure. He did not know, because he was not supposed to know, that the organizers had already decided to adjust the variable. By lap 16, past 3 in the morning, the fatigue had arrived as a physical weight. It did not come for his mind first. It came for his neck. The muscles that held his head upright began to report their hours with a granular ache that made the base of his skull feel like a hinge that needed oil. He adjusted the headrest. He adjusted his grip on the wheel. Left hand at 9, right hand at 3, alternating every second lap. He opened another bottle. The road's landmarks were becoming intimate in a way he had not expected. He knew the salt cedars the way a man knows the furniture in a dark room, not by looking, but by the body's certainty of where they would be. He knew the access roads' potholes by their rhythm, 1 pause 1, 1 pause 1. He knew the cotton gin's shadow sequence. He knew the yield post's exact position relative to a crack in the blacktop that ran east-west for 4 feet and then stopped. This was the groove deepening, the structure becoming load-bearing. They sent the hitchhiker on lap 19. Eric saw him at mile 7, just past the salt cedar bend, a figure standing on the shoulder in a denim jacket, thumb out, face turned toward the oncoming headlights, with an expression of reasonable hope. The figure was positioned exactly where the Camry's headlights would catch him at maximum distance. Eric's eyes tracked the figure for 4 seconds as the car closed the gap. The hitchhiker's jacket was too clean. His posture was too composed. He was standing on the wrong side of the road for someone trying to flag eastbound traffic. Eric's foot did not move toward the brake. He passed the hitchhiker at 55 miles per hour and watched him shrink in the rearview mirror until the darkness absorbed him. On lap 20, the hitchhiker was in the same position, same jacket, same arm. Eric noted that the man's weight had shifted to his other foot, a small adjustment that suggested he'd been standing there for 22 minutes, which is what it took Eric to complete a lap. No hitchhiker stands in the same spot for 22 minutes on a road with no traffic. No hitchhiker stands on the wrong side of the road. No hitchhiker wears a jacket with no road dust on it past 4 in the morning on an oil-field road in March. The organizers were testing him. This was the first provocation. He had expected it sooner. The Barstow Challenge had introduced audio disturbances at R4, a woman's voice that seemed to come from the RV's walls, reading passages from documents the organizers had obtained from Eric's medical records. The Tucson Challenge had used vibration in the floor of the box, a deep bass pulse at irregular intervals that the organizers had calibrated to interfere with his proprioception. In Elko, they had added ice to the livestock tank in unpredictable quantities, while a man in a lawn chair asked him questions about his childhood that Eric had never answered for anyone. The organizers always introduced a variable. The variable was the product. Without it, the feed was a man's face in green light, and that was worth nothing. The hitchhiker was crude by comparison. Eric recognized the mechanics instantly. A figure requiring help, positioned to trigger the most basic social reflex, the obligation to stop. If Eric stopped, the betters would see it. If he interacted with the hitchhiker, the rules were violated. If he deviated from the route to avoid the hitchhiker, the rules were violated. The only correct response was the one the betters would find most boring: to pass without acknowledgement. The game's logic was designed to make the boring choice feel wrong. Eric did not find it boring. He found it clear. On lap 21, the hitchhiker had been replaced by a different man, shorter, wearing a reflective vest, holding what appeared to be a gas can. The new figure was positioned 30 yards past the old one, closer to the road. Eric noted the escalation and the staging markers. Both men had been standing still when his headlights hit them, pre-positioned, facing the correct direction. Both wore clean clothing inappropriate for the road and the hour. Both were exactly where the headlights would find them first. Eric passed at 55. On lap 22, no one was there. The shoulder was empty. The salt cedar bend threw its pale green lace into the headlights and released it, and the potholes came in their familiar order, and the pump jacks rose and fell, and the cotton gin's shadows opened and closed. The think pad's glow pulsed. Somewhere, odds were adjusting. Eric took a drink and placed the bottle back in the cup holder, with the care of a man who understood that small, consistent actions were the seams that held the groove together. His body continued to speak. His lower back had developed a hot knot between L4 and L5 that pulsed in time with the steering corrections. His right calf had cramped once on lap 16, and he'd shifted his foot's angle on the accelerator to compensate. His eyes felt dry. The dashboard's green wash and the headlight's white corridor created a contrast pattern that made his tear ducts work harder than they should. He blinked deliberately 3 times and then held his eyes open for 10 seconds to let the moisture redistribute. The betters saw a man blink. They did not see the calculation behind the blink. The organizers sent nothing else that night. The hitchhiker had been a probe, a calibration exercise to measure Eric's response threshold. He had given them nothing. The betting volume, if he could have seen it, had flatlined at 340 and not recovered. Eric did not know this. He knew the road. He knew the loop. He knew the 22 minutes, and inside those 22 minutes, he knew the seconds. And inside the seconds, he knew the steering corrections. And inside the corrections, he knew his hands, and inside his hands there was nothing that needed anyone, and that was the architecture, and it held. Dawn came on lap 27. It arrived not as light, but as the absence of the headlight's necessity. A gradual bleaching of the darkness that started in the east and moved through the sky like a stain. By lap 28, the salt cedars were visible without headlights. Gray-green, dense, their branches moving in a wind Eric could not feel inside the car. The pump jack's counterweights caught the early light and threw it back as metallic flashes. The cotton gin's tin roof turned the color of a nickel. Eric turned off his headlights and immediately felt something shift in his body, a release of tension he had not known he was carrying. The headlights had been constraining his visual field to a corridor. Without them, the world opened. The coastal prairie spread to every horizon, flat and green-brown, interrupted only by mesquite and the distant geometry of oil storage tanks. A red-tailed hawk was hunting the salt marsh. He watched it bank and correct and bank again, working a thermal that rose from the blacktop. This was the dangerous moment. Dawn brought a relief that the body interpreted as permission to rest. The architecture he had built through the night was designed for darkness, for the headlight corridor, for the compression of the visual field into a manageable tunnel. Daylight dissolved the tunnel. The world became large, and in the largeness, the body found room to suggest that perhaps the work was finished, that perhaps the night had been the test and the day was the reward, that perhaps it was safe to close his eyes for a moment. Just a moment. Just to feel the lids meet. Eric opened his third Gatorade and poured a quarter of it down the front of his shirt. The cold hit his chest and his diaphragm contracted, and his eyes widened, and the body stopped suggesting. The liquid soaked through his t-shirt and pooled in the waistband of his jeans, and he felt every degree of its temperature against his skin, and he was awake, fully, with the alertness that only discomfort can produce. He had learned this in Reno. The motel room had been kept at 68 degrees, comfortable, designed for sleep. By hour 30, Eric had been filling the sink with cold water and submerging his forearms to the elbow. The body could be managed. The body could be overridden. The body was not the enemy. The body was a tool whose suggestions could be declined. The betters, if they were still watching at 7 in the morning, saw a man pour liquid on himself. Somewhere a wager was placed on whether this constituted a breakdown. The morning passed in laps that Eric counted but did not differentiate. The sun climbed and his shadow on the blacktop shortened. The hawk was replaced by a pair of vultures riding a thermal above the cotton gin, and he watched them circle without apparent effort. And he thought about patience, and he thought about the way patience looked from the outside, like nothing, and the way it felt from the inside, like everything. The organizers sent the police car on lap 41. It appeared on FM 1090, parked in the grass beside the cotton gin. A white Crown Victoria with a light bar and a Calhoun County Sheriff's star on the door. The driver's window was down. An arm rested on the sill. Eric saw the car from 300 yards, and his body produced a response he could not override. A surge of adrenaline that tightened his grip on the wheel and accelerated his heart rate to a place he could feel in his wrists. This was a different order of test. The hitchhiker had been a social reflex, the pull of obligation. The police car was a survival reflex, the fear of authority. If Eric slowed, he would be acknowledging the car's jurisdiction. If he stopped, a conversation would begin that he could not control. If the officer turned on his lights, Eric's amygdala would insist that he pull over, because that is what the amygdala has been trained to do since the first time he saw a police car in his rearview mirror at 16, and the organizers knew this, and the betters would see it, and the odds would move. He did not slow. He passed the Crown Victoria at 55 and watched the arm on the windowsill not move. In the rearview mirror, the car's light bar did not activate. The arm did not retract. On lap 42, the Crown Victoria was gone. On lap 43, a second Crown Victoria was parked at the yield post, closer to the route, angled toward the road, its engine running. Eric could see the exhaust against the midday light. He passed at 55. The car did not follow. On lap 44, both Crown Victorias were gone and the road was empty. Eric's heart rate returned to its resting state by the 6th mile of lap 44. He inventoried the adrenaline response clinically. Elevated pulse for approximately 7 minutes, mild tremor in the right hand, a sensation of cold across the upper back that had lasted through the access road and faded on 1090. The response had been involuntary. The recovery had been managed. The architecture held. He understood the game now. The organizer's model was escalation through reflex targeting. First, a social test, hitchhiker, gas can, then an authority test, police car, and presumably a final stage that would target whatever reflex they believed was left untested. The challenge has always followed this pattern. In Barstow, the audio had escalated from neutral reading to emotional manipulation to the sound of his own recorded voice saying things he had said in therapy. In Tucson, the vibration had escalated from irritation to disorientation to the specific frequency that made his vision blur. The variable always had 3 stages. The third stage was always the hardest. He noted, with the satisfaction of a man completing an equation, the common signature that marked the organizer's work across every disruption. The staging was always visible if you knew how to read it. The hitchhiker's clean jacket, the gas can man's reflective vest, OSHA compliant, the kind issued by a production crew concerned about liability even while staging an illegal endurance event. The Crown Victoria's synchronization, appearing and disappearing in sequence, on schedule. Every intervention carried the organizer's fingerprints. They were professionals who managed risk, and managed risk leaves marks. He drank from the bottle in the cup holder. He drove the loop. The afternoon was the worst part. The sun found the Camry's interior and heated it to a temperature the air conditioning could reduce but not eliminate. The vinyl seats became adhesive. His shirt, still damp from the morning's Gatorade, dried and stiffened. The laptop's fan ran continuously. Through the windshield, the blacktop produced heat shimmer that made the road's surface appear to undulate. And in the undulation, his fatigued eyes found patterns that were not there. Faces, shapes, the suggestion of standing water that evaporated as he approached. These were not hallucinations. Eric understood the neurology. Sleep deprivation degrades the visual cortex's filtering mechanism. The brain begins to interpret ambiguous stimuli as familiar patterns, a process called pareidolia. The faces in the heat shimmer were his visual cortex searching for signal and noise. They were a symptom, not a threat. He cataloged them without concern. A face at mile 3, a shape like a seated figure at mile 9, a shimmer that resembled a dog crossing the road at mile 16. None of them were real. All of them were expected. By lap 50, the sun had burned through the morning's relief and replaced it with a flattened, bleached exhaustion that sat behind his eyes like sand. His blink rate had increased. He was drinking every 2 laps instead of every 4. He had urinated into an empty bottle twice, capping it and placing it in the plastic bag behind the seat, with movements so practiced they barely registered on the camera. The bettors had learned nothing from his face. The betting volume had peaked at 11, when someone apparently spread a rumor on the forum that Eric had been seen rubbing his eyes, and then declined through the afternoon as his face continued to give them nothing. Eric did not know this. Eric knew the pothole shaped like a lowercase h. He knew the pump jacks. He knew that the cotton gin's shadow sequence had shifted 15 degrees with the sun's movement, and that the shadows now fell across the road instead of beside it. And he drove through them without slowing, and the shadows crossed his face on the feed like bars. The sun set on lap 60. The darkness returned, and with it the headlights, and with the headlights the corridor. And Eric felt the groove reassert itself. The familiar weight of it, the way it took the wheel without being asked. The corridor was narrower than he remembered. The green wash of the instruments was greener. The ThinkPad's glow on the headliner was brighter. His pupils had been contracted all day, and the dilation came slowly. And for 7 or 8 minutes, the world outside the headlight corridor was absolute black. Blacker than the previous night, because his eyes had been damaged by 10 hours of Texas sun reflected off blacktop, and the damage would take time to repair. He blinked. He poured Gatorade on his shirts. The cold spread across his chest, and he was awake, and the blacktop was under him, and the dark was around him, and he had survived the day. 24 hours down, 24 remaining. He was waiting for the third provocation. The organizer's model was clear: social, authority, and then the final escalation. He expected it to come in the second night, when his fatigue was deepest and his defenses most compromised. He expected it to be something that targeted a reflex more fundamental than obligation or fear of authority, something closer to the bone. He was right about the timing. He was wrong about everything else. The car appeared on lap 76, nearly 4 hours into the second night. It was parked on the southbound shoulder of FM 616, 100 yards past the Salt Cedar Bend, in a position that Eric's headlights caught at maximum range. It was a sedan, dark-colored, mid-size American. Its hazard lights were not on. Its headlights were off, and it sat at an angle to the road that suggested it had drifted onto the shoulder rather than pulled over deliberately. Its front wheels turned slightly left, as if the driver had been trying to return to the road and stopped. Eric saw it from 500 yards, and his body produced no adrenaline response. He had been expecting this. The third stage, the escalation. He cataloged the car's details as he approached. Four-door, possibly a Ford Taurus, early 2000s, dark blue or black. Hard to tell under the headlights' bleach. No license plate visible from this angle. No damage visible. No interior light. The driver's door was closed. The passenger door was closed. He noted two additional details. Tire tracks in the grass beside the car, running south toward the second ranch gate. The padlocked one he passed every lap at mile 7.5. The gate was 200 yards from the car's position. The tracks suggested a vehicle driven off the road and positioned on the shoulder. Organizer staging. They had driven the prop car in through the ranch gate and placed it. The second detail was the car's trunk. Slightly ajar, a gap of 4 or 5 inches, the kind of gap that occurs when a latch fails to engage. The trunk's interior was dark. He passed at 55. In the brief window the car occupied his peripheral vision, he registered one final detail, a pale shape in the passenger window, a face, or what might have been a face. It was there, and then it was gone, replaced by the empty road ahead, the pump jacks, the pothole shaped like an H. He did not slow. On lap 77, the car was in the same position, the same angle, the same dark paint. This time his headlights caught it more squarely, and he saw what the pale shape was. A person in the passenger seat, pressed against the window. The person's hands were flat on the glass. The person's mouth was open. The person was a woman. She was banging on the window. The sound did not reach him. At 55 miles per hour, with the Camry's windows up and the engine at 2,400 RPM, and the tires pulling their adhesive tape sound from the blacktop, the sound of a woman's palms against a car window was nothing. A vibration in air that dissipated before it crossed the 20 feet between the shoulder and the travel lane. He saw the motion, the flat palms strike against the glass, repeated, frantic. And he saw the mouth, and he understood that the mouth was producing sound, and none of it reached him. And then she was behind him, and the road ahead was empty. His pulse was 68. He checked it against the carotid with 2 fingers of his left hand, while his right hand held the wheel. 68. He completed the lap. The gravel pullout. The odometer clicked. Lap 77. On 78, she was still there. The hands were still on the glass. The mouth was still open. But she had shifted. She was leaning further forward, pressing her face closer to the window, and in his headlights, he saw that her hair was dark and disarranged, and that the skin of her face had the yellow-white cast of someone who had been crying for a long time. He did not slow. On 79, she was standing outside the car. She had moved to the roadside of the vehicle and was standing in the grass at the edge of the shoulder, waving both arms above her head. And she was wearing a T-shirt and what appeared to be pajama bottoms, and she was not wearing shoes. His window was cracked an inch. He had opened it 2 laps earlier to flush the cabin air, which had acquired the sour, compressed quality of a space occupied by one body for 28 hours. As the Camry passed, her voice reached him through the gap between glass and frame. One word stripped of everything except its own need. Stop. He closed the window. The word sat in the car with him for a quarter mile, and then the groove absorbed it, and the blacktop unspooled and the odometer counted. The bare feet were a nice detail. Eric noted this with professional appreciation. The organizers had studied him. They knew that the hitchhiker's clean jacket had been the tell to compose, to prepare. This time they had dirtied the actress. They had given her bare feet and tangled hair and a face that looked like it had been crying. They had put her in clothes that suggested she had been pulled from sleep. They had positioned her outside the car rather than inside it, in the grass, in the dark, on a road where no one came except Eric every 22 minutes. The third provocation, the final escalation. Social obligation in its most primitive form, a woman, alone at night, on a deserted road, in apparent distress. The hitchhiker had tested the reflex to help. The police car had tested the reflex to comply. The woman tested the reflex to protect. Eric understood this the way he understood the heat shimmer's pareidolia, as a mechanism. A system designed to produce a specific neurochemical response. The cortisol spike of witnessing distress. The oxytocin pull of proximity to vulnerability. The serotonin debt of failing to act. The organizers had built a machine to make his body betray him. It was elegant. It was the best they had deployed in 4 challenges. He was not going to stop. He passed her at 55. In his rearview mirror, her arms dropped. She stood in the grass and watched his taillights shrink. On lap 80, she was back inside the car. The hands were on the glass again. The banging had resumed. He passed without adjusting his speed. On 81, she was outside the car again, but this time on the far side, crouched behind the rear wheel well with only her head and shoulders visible above the trunk. She was not waving. She was watching. Her eyes caught his headlights and held them. 2 points of reflected light in a pale face. And then she dropped below the trunk line and was gone. I was different. Eric completed the lap and turned it over in his mind. The previous patterns, the frantic banging, the waving arms, were consistent with a stage performance. A person hired to simulate distress follows a script that emphasizes visibility and urgency. They make themselves large, they signal, they perform the expected gestures of someone who needs help, because the performance must read at 55 miles per hour in the width of a headlight pass. The crouching broke the pattern. A stage performer does not hide. A stage performer does not make themselves smaller. A stage performer does not drop below the sight line of the only audience that matters, unless the organizers were adjusting the bit, varying the actress's behavior to create uncertainty, to make the disruption harder to dismiss. This was the Barstow model. The audio had started with neutral reading, escalated to emotional content, and then shifted to Eric's own recorded voice, which created a qualitative uncertainty that the previous stages had not. The organizers understood that the mind dismisses what it has categorized. To sustain its power, you must prevent categorization. You must change the pattern. Eric recategorized the crouching as a scripted variation and felt the familiar satisfaction of a pattern recognized and neutralized. On lap 84, at approximately 4 a.m, Eric Pardee completed his analysis of the woman. He had observed her across 8 laps, 7 full exposures, plus the initial sighting. Her behavior had followed a pattern that he now understood as 3-stage scripting. First, contained distress inside the car, banging on glass, visible but stationary. Second, escalated distress, outside the car, waving, standing in the grass, barefoot, unkempt. Third, behavioral disruption, crouching, hiding, withdrawing from the sightline. The 3 stages mapped onto the organizer's established escalation model. The hitchhiker had been stage 1. The police cars had been stage 2. The woman, with her 3 internal stages, was stage 3. a compressed version of the same architecture. The bare feet were the detail that had required the most processing. A stage performer wearing shoes would have been immediately dismissible, too prepared, same mistake as the hitchhiker's clean jacket. But bare feet on the gravel shoulder of a Texas FM road at night introduced a physical cost that made the performance feel authentic. Eric had spent 4 laps considering whether the organizers would ask an actress to walk barefoot on gravel, and had concluded that they would, because the organizers were in the business of selling suffering, and the actress's feet were a minor investment against the betting volume that her performance might generate. He was satisfied. The analysis was clean. The architecture held. He noted, somewhere beneath the satisfaction, a detail he could not resolve as cleanly. The woman's behavior lacked the organizer's common signature. The hitchhiker had carried the production markers: clean clothing, pre-positioned facing, optimal headlight placement. The police cars had been synchronized and removed on schedule. The woman had none of these markers. Her clothing was wrong in the wrong way, not too clean but too thin, not customary but plainly domestic, the kind of pajama bottoms sold at a Walmart in a 3-pack. Her positioning varied with each lap in ways that suggested reaction rather than choreography. She had not been standing on the shoulder facing the correct direction when his headlights first hit her. She had been inside the car, pressed against the glass, in a position that an actress expecting a car from the north would not have chosen. Eric processed this discrepancy and resolved it. The organizers had learned from the hitchhiker. They had hired a better actress, or more likely, briefed her differently. Instead of marking her position for the headlights, they had told her to simply be in distress, to react rather than perform, to let the situation's authentic texture do the work. The absence of staging markers was itself a staging choice, the organizers removing their fingerprints from the product. He did not revisit it. He passed the car on lap 84 and saw the woman sitting on the ground behind the vehicle, her back against the rear bumper, her knees drawn to her chest, her head down. She did not look up as his headlights swept over her. She did not wave. She did not bang. She sat with the stillness of a person who has stopped expecting. He drove on. The satisfaction and the certainty that he had identified every mechanism and declined every invitation was the feeling he came back for. What the $11,000 could not buy, and the bettors could not see, and the organizers could not manufacture. The groove doing what a groove does, carrying the weight without shifting. He passed the car. The woman was inside it. The word on the glass had been partially wiped away and partially rewritten. He did not try to read it. He did not need to. He had categorized it. It was solved. Solved things required no further attention. The pump jacks rose and fell. The cotton gin released its shadows. The yield post stood. Eric Pardee drove. But in the hours that followed, his body began to report anomalies it could not explain. The first anomaly was the grip. On lap 85, as his headlights found the car on the shoulder, Eric's hands tightened on the wheel. His grip pressure, monitored habitually since Reno managed at 6 on a 10-point scale to prevent forearm fatigue, climbed to what felt like an 8. He had not decided to increase it. His hands had done it on their own in the 3-second window when the car occupied his headlights, and they had not released when the car was behind him. He loosened his grip deliberately. He set the spike aside as 28 hours of cumulative steering fatigue. The grip returned to 6, and he drove. On 85, the woman had moved to the grass on the far side of the car. She was lying down. He could see only her legs, bare from the knee down, the soles of her feet pale in the headlights. She was not moving. The second anomaly was the lane. On lap 86, the Camry drifted 4 inches toward the shoulder. The drift was minor. a lane position error well within the margin of the crowned road surface, and 29 hours of steering corrections. Eric noticed it as a sensory fact. The right tire's sound changed pitch as they crossed from worn blacktop to the rougher seal coat at the shoulder's edge. He corrected left. The tires returned to their usual pitch, but the drift had occurred in the same quarter-mile segment, the straightaway approaching the car. And the correction had come a half-second later than it should have, as though the hands that managed the wheel's input had been briefly occupied with something else. He categorized this as fatigue-related steering degradation. The crowned road surface compounds the drift. Physics, not psychology. The third anomaly was the pulse. On lap 87, Eric checked his pulse and found it at 76, 8 above resting. He checked it twice, once at the carotid, once at the radial, and both checks returned the same number. He had been monitoring his pulse since the car first appeared, and the pattern was 68 on first sighting, 68 through the analysis, and now 76, a number that described an upward trend at odds with something he'd already resolved. He attributed the elevation to cumulative dehydration and the body's circadian cortisol spike. He drank from the bottle. He drove. On lap 87, the woman was back inside the car. The passenger window now had something on it. A smear, a mark, visible as a disruption in the window's reflective surface. She had written on the glass. The letters were large, drawn with a finger in what appeared to be condensation or saliva. He read them in the seconds his speed allowed. 2 words. He could make out only the first. Please. The second word was too large for the window's visible area. He caught only the descending stroke of what might have been a Y or a G or a P. On 88, the woman was crouched beside the open trunk, and she had pulled something from the car's interior. A floor mat, it looked like. Vinyl-backed, the kind that comes standard in a mid-range sedan. She was wrapping it around her feet. He saw this for 2 seconds, and the image lingered behind his eyes for 5 miles. The motion of her hands, pulling the mat's edges around her toes, the way a person wraps a blanket around a child's feet in winter. The floor mat detail bothered him. It bothered him because it was too small. The organizers designed their interventions for the camera, for the 640 by 480 frame, for the 9 frames per second compression. A floor mat wrapped around feet was a detail that would not read on the feed. It was too dark, too far from the road, too brief. The betters would not see it. If the betters could not see it, the detail had no value, and the organizers did not waste resources on details without value. He processed this for the remaining miles of lap 88. He processed it the way he processed the heat shimmers, pareidolia, as a symptom of fatigue, an artifact of a visual cortex running for 29 hours on electrolyte drinks and adrenaline management. The floor mat was real. The interpretation, that it suggested something the organizers had not designed, was a product of degraded filtering. He was seeing signal in noise. On lap 88, the Camry drifted again, 6 inches this time. The right tires crossed the seal coat and bit into the gravel shoulder for a full second before he corrected. The correction was sharp, sharper than the drift warranted, and the overcorrection carried the Camry 2 feet left of center before he stabilized. His pulse, when he checked it 3 miles later, was 78. On lap 89, the woman was in the back seat. She was lying across the seat with the other floor mat pulled over her body. He could see the shape of her through the rear window. A dark form under a darker rectangle, curled on her side, her face turned away from the road. She was not banging. She was not waving. She was not writing on the glass. She was lying under a floor mat in the back seat of a car, on the shoulder of a road in the middle of the Texas coastal prairie at 5:30 in the morning, and she appeared to be trying to sleep. On lap 90, the car's dome light was on. The dome light, dim, yellow, the kind of light that comes on automatically when a door is open and stays on for 30 seconds and then fades. As the Camry passed, Eric saw the woman's face in the dome light's yellow wash. She was sitting up in the back seat. The floor mat was around her shoulders. Her face was turned toward the road. She was looking at him. Not waving, not banging, not writing, looking. Her eyes tracked the Camry's headlights as they approached and held them as the car passed and continued to hold them. He could see this in the rearview mirror as the car pulled away. She watched him leave. The dome light faded. The car went dark. The mirror showed nothing. On lap 91, the woman was not visible through any window. The car sat on the shoulder in the last dark before dawn, like a thing abandoned. Eric Pardee drove. He drove because stopping was a category error, a failure of structural integrity. The woman was a manufactured signal designed to trigger a neurochemical cascade that would compromise what he'd built. To stop would be to admit it could be penetrated, and it could not. His pulse was 80, 12 above resting. It had not been below 72 since the woman first appeared. He attributed this to the cortisol trough, to dehydration, to the cumulative toll of 30 hours without sleep. He drank from the warm bottle. He did not think about the dome light. The dome light came on when a door was opened. The door might have been open because the actress was adjusting her position, or because the organizers had signaled her to change her staging. It made sense within the model. But the dome light had gone off because the door had been closed. The door had been closed because the person who opened it had finished what they opened it to do. He did not think about this. He drove. Dawn came on lap 92 and the car changed, not the car itself. The car sat on the shoulder in the same position, the same angle, the same dark paint. But the light changed it. The headlight corridor had shown him a prop in 3-second flashes, isolated from context, framed by darkness. Daylight showed him the car's full geography, its relationship to the Salt Cedar Bend, to the ranch gate 200 yards south, to the flat coastal prairie extending behind it to the horizon. It showed him the grass trampled around its tires. It showed him the trunk, still open, its interior visible now. A spare tire well with no spare, a bare carpet, a bungee cord. And it showed him, with the matter-of-fact clarity of a Texas morning, that the car was empty. The woman was not in the front seat. She was not in the back seat. She was not behind the car, or beside it, or in the grass. The floor mats were gone. Both of them, the passengers and the drivers, the ones she had wrapped around her feet and pulled over her body. The word on the passenger window, please in the beginning of a second word, was visible in the morning light as a faint smear. The saliva dried to a residue that caught the sun at certain angles and disappeared at others. Eric passed the car at 55 and felt nothing that required processing. The bit had ended. The organizers had pulled the actress, retrieved the floor mats, closed it down. The car remained as a prop, a residual set piece that would sit on the shoulder for the remaining 24 hours, inert, a landmark. By the third daylit pass, lap 94, Eric had noticed two details he had not been able to see during the night. The first was a shoe, a woman's shoe. Flat-soled, canvas, cheap, lying on its side in the grass, 6 inches from the rear tire. It was small enough to fit in his hand, and it was the wrong size for a foot that had been wrapped in a floor mat. And this thought arrived and departed before he could assign it a category. The second detail was the tire tracks. In daylight, The tracks were clearly visible in the grass beside the car, running south toward the ranch gate. He had noted them on his first nighttime pass and assigned them to staging logistics, the prop car driven in through the gate. But in the morning light, the tracks appeared fresh. The grass was pressed flat and still green, not yellowed by days of compression. The earth in the ruts was dark, still holding moisture. These were not tracks from the previous Tuesday when the organizers had surveyed the loop and placed the car. These were recent, hours old, not days. He processed this and set it aside. The organizers might have returned to the car during the night to position the actress. Fresh tracks made sense as a nighttime crew visit. Logistics, not evidence. He drove. His body had entered the plateau. The acute fatigue of the night hours had been replaced by an anesthetic state. Sensation present but distant, like music from another room. The tremor in his right hand had stabilized. His blink rate had slowed. His visual field had narrowed. Not the headlight corridor, but something deeper. A reduction in peripheral processing that made the world feel like a photograph rather than a space. The plateau was dangerous in a different way than the abyss. The abyss wanted him to sleep. The plateau wanted him to forget that sleep existed. On the plateau, the body's distress signals were muffled, and the muffling felt like competence. And the system could not distinguish between competence that came from genuine capacity and competence that came from the nervous system's decision to stop reporting. He knew this. He compensated. He ran diagnostic checks every lap. Wiggle each toe, flex each finger. Name 3 things visible outside the car. Calculate the time remaining. The diagnostics took 40 seconds, and he ran them at the same mile marker every lap. Mile 6, just past the Salt Cedar Bend, and the regularity of the check became part of the rhythm, another seam, another load-bearing element. Mile 6, the Salt Cedar Bend, the stretch of shoulder where the woman's car sat. The car was part of his diagnostic now. It had been there long enough to become a landmark. It had been absorbed. It was furniture. The Gatorade was running low. He had 6 bottles remaining by mid-morning. He rationed 1 every 4 laps instead of every 2. His urine, in the bottles he capped and bagged, had darkened from pale yellow to the amber of apple cider. Dehydration was managed. The body was a tool. The Sunday morning became Sunday afternoon. The sun found the Camry's interior again, and the vinyl seats became adhesive again, and the laptop's fan ran without stopping, and the heat shimmer returned to the blacktop, and in the shimmer his eyes found more faces, more shapes, and he cataloged them and drove. On lap 106, approximately noon, the diagnostics migrated from thought to speech. The transition happened without decision. He heard his own voice in the sealed car before he knew he had spoken, hoarse and flat, belonging to someone he had not heard from in 40 hours. Toes, fingers, cedar, pump jack, car. The inventory was correct. The voice was alien. The car sat on the shoulder in the noon sun, its dark paint absorbing heat that made the air above its roof shimmer. The trunk lid was still raised. The shoe lay in the grass. The driver's door, which had been closed during the night, was now open. Not fully, but cracked 6 inches. The interior unlit. He had first noticed this on the dawn pass, but had not been certain. In the noon light, the gap was unmistakable. He processed the open door. The door might have been left ajar by the actress when she departed, or the wind might have pushed it open, or the organizers had opened it during their nighttime crew visit and not latched it. The dome light was off because the organizers had disabled it to prevent the battery from draining. A prop car needed to remain on the shoulder for the duration, and a dead battery would complicate a move. It held together. He drove. The afternoon hours, laps 106 through 120, were a compression that Eric experienced as a single event with no interior features. The sun crossed its arc and the shadows rotated and the cotton gin's tin roof threw its light at different angles, and the vultures returned and the pump jacks rose and fell. The gravel pull-out appeared every 22 minutes and the odometer clicked, and the car on the shoulder sat in the heat and the shoe lay in the grass, and the door was open, and the trunk was open, and the word on the window had faded to nothing, scoured clean by 12 hours of Texas sun. His pulse, when he checked it on lap 112, was 74. It had not returned to 68 since lap 76. 36 laps. 13 hours. His heart had been beating faster than baseline for 13 hours, and the elevation had persisted through the plateau's anesthetic reduction. Through the night, and through the dawn, and through the morning, and into the afternoon, and the persistence had no category he could assign it to. He logged it without one. He drank from the bottle in the cup holder. He drove. 4 bottles remaining. 7 hours remaining. The architecture held. The sun began its descent. The cotton gin's shadows lengthened and crossed the road again. The pump jack's counterweights caught the low light and threw it sideways. The car on the shoulder sat in the golden hour light, and in that light, the tire tracks in the grass were illuminated from the side, and the track's depth and darkness were visible in a way they had not been at noon, and the tracks ran south to the ranch gate, and the ranch gate's padlock caught the last sun and flashed once and went dark. The sun set on lap 125. The darkness returned, the headlights returned, the corridor returned. The groove, which had carried him through 2 days and 1 night and was now entering its second night, reasserted itself. 6 laps remaining. 2 hours and 12 minutes. The car on the shoulder disappeared into the dark, visible now only as a shape in the headlight's sweep. There for 3 seconds, gone for 22 minutes. There for 3 seconds, gone. Eric Pardee drove. Lap 131, the last lap. Eric Pardee registered the gravel pull-out and the odometer's click and the fact that when the next click came, at the end of this lap's 20 miles, the 48 hours would be complete. He would pull into the pull-out and stop the car, and the challenge would be over. The $11,000 would transfer. The feed would end. The bettors would close their browsers. He had done it. The salt cedars came pale green in the headlights. The bend came. The stretch of shoulder came, and the car was there. The woman's car, the prop car, the dark sedan with its trunk open and its door cracked, visible in the headlight sweep, and then gone, and the road ahead was empty, and the potholes came in their familiar order, and the pump jack's aviation lights blinked red against the sky, and the cotton gin's ruin was a geometry of shadow, and the yield post stood. The gravel pull-out appeared ahead. Eric Pardee eased the Camry off the blacktop and onto the gravel and brought the car to a stop for the first time in 48 hours. The engine idled. The tires were still. The laptop's fan cycled on and then off and then on. He sat in the driver's seat for 90 seconds without moving. His hands remained on the wheel. His feet remained on the pedals. The circuit that had carried him for 131 laps had not yet received the instruction to disconnect, and the disconnection, when it came, would be physical. A sensation in his joints, in his spine, that would feel like waking up inside a body that had been rented out to someone else for 2 days. He opened the door. The hinges protested. He put his left foot on the gravel and felt the stones through the sole of his shoe, and the sensation was so granular, so different from the smooth resistance of the accelerator pedal that his eyes watered. He stood. His knees did not hold. He caught himself on the door frame and stood again, and this time the knees engaged, and he was upright, outside in the air, in the dark, in the wind that smelled like salt marsh and crude oil, and the green straw scent of coastal prairie in March. And the smell was enormous. and his lungs filled with it, and the filling felt like drinking after not drinking. He stretched. He placed his hands on the Camry's roof and leaned his weight forward and felt his spine decompress with a series of small reports that climbed from his sacrum to his cervical vertebrae, and each report was a relief so acute it bordered on pain. The ThinkPad was still uploading. The camera was still recording. On the screen, in the private URL's chat window, messages were arriving. Congratulations. Payout calculations. Sign-off remarks from bettors who had been watching the final hours. He did not read them. He leaned against the car and breathed and let the wind move over him and felt the dark on his face and the gravel under his feet and the isolate pleasure of having survived a thing that was designed to make him fail. The car on the shoulder was not visible from the pullout. 3/4 of a mile south, past the Salt Cedar Bend, in the dark. His headlights were off. There was nothing to see. He turned to the ThinkPad. He planned to close the laptop, unplug the cellular modem, pack the equipment, and drive to the motel in Port Lavaca. This was the protocol. Close the operation. Secure the equipment. Collect payment. But the chat window was scrolling, and the screen's glow was the only light in the pullout, and his eyes, his fatigued, plateau-damaged, 48-hour eyes, snagged on something as he reached for the lid. The active chat was current. The final hour bettors posting their congratulations. But below the active messages, the scroll bar indicated thousands of earlier posts. The chat had been running for 48 hours. Eric had never read any of it. The entire conversation. The audience's real-time reaction to his face, his endurance, the obstacles, was archived in the window, scrollable, time-stamped. He scrolled. He did not intend to scroll far. He intended to glance at the betting volume, a professional curiosity, nothing more, and close the laptop. But the scroll carried him past the current hour's messages, past the afternoon's sparse commentary, past the morning's traffic, and into the timestamps from the early hours of Sunday morning. At 5:38, a user had posted that there was movement at the prop car. Eric stopped scrolling. The messages at 5:38 were from the pre-dawn viewers, the ones in distant time zones who had been watching while Eric passed the car on his 90th and 91st laps, the last laps before dawn. At 5:39, another user confirmed someone was there. At 5:40, a third described a man approaching from the treeside walking. At 5:41, the man was at the passenger door. At 5:42, someone noted the woman was barely visible in the back seat. At 5:43, the man was reaching inside. At 5:44, the high-volume better. The username that had been posting since Friday night, the one that had bet most consistently against Eric's endurance and lost every time, had typed a line that Eric read twice and then a third time. Production values on this one are chef's kiss. At 5:45, a user reported that the man had the woman and she was not fighting. At 5:46, a burst of messages arrived simultaneously. The phrases clean pull and game over appeared in 3 of them. One user posted a wager tally. The high-volume bettor posted a performance review of the woman's acting. 4 out of 5. Points deducted for going quiet in the third act. And appended. Absolute unit. 48 clean. Somebody pay that man. At 5:47, the chat shifted to Eric's Sunday morning laps. His face in the dawn light, the end of the woman segment. The audience discussed odds. The conversation moved on. It moved on for 15 hours. The woman segment became a footnote in the chat's record. A topic discussed at dawn, debated briefly, folded into the larger narrative of Eric's endurance, and then buried under a Sunday's worth of commentary about his face, his blink rate, his fluid intake, the heat shimmer. But at 5:48, 1 minute after the celebration, a user Eric had not seen before had posted a message. No betting history. No earlier posts. The message read, "Hey, did they actually hire someone for this segment?" Nothing in the prospectus about a third-party actor. No one had answered. 2 minutes later, the same user posted again. Serious question. I ran the last 3 events. We don't hire people. We use props. The car was supposed to be empty. This message had 2 replies. The first was from a regular bettor. Okay, buddy. The second was a laughing face emoji. The new user had posted once more at 5:53, 15 hours before Eric read it. I'm telling you, the car was placed empty on Tuesday. We don't hire. Check the setup manifest. No one had replied. The chat had moved on to the sunrise. Eric Party stood at the Camry's open door with the ThinkPad balanced on the passenger seat, and the chat window casting its pale light on his hands and the dark pressing in from every direction. The messages were clear enough to read, but he read them again. A man had come from the tree line on the far side of the prop car. He had walked to the passenger door. He had reached into the back seat. He had removed the woman. He had done this at 5:43 while Eric was completing his 90th lap, while the pump jacks rose and the cotton gin stood and the yield post waited. And someone who claimed to be an organizer was saying the car was placed empty. They don't hire people. They use props. The car was supposed to be empty. The bettors had watched this happen. They had watched it on the same feed that showed Eric's face. The webcam's wide-angle lens, mounted on the sun visor, captured not only the driver's face, but a compressed slice of the rear window behind him. The bettors had been watching that slice for 48 hours. They had seen the woman through it, seen her bang on the glass, seen her crouch, seen her wrap her feet. And at 5:43, they had seen a man come from the trees and take her. And they had categorized it as production. The same way Eric had categorized it. The same system, the same resolution, the same filing. A thing that looks like content is content. A thing that occurs inside a manufactured frame is manufactured. A woman who appears inside a prop car is a prop. Eric looked into the dark where the car was. 3/4 of a mile south, past the bend, invisible. The tire tracks. He had read them on lap 76 and assigned them to staging logistics. The prop car driven in through the ranch gate. But the organizer's post said the car was placed on Tuesday. The tracks he had seen in the Sunday morning light were hours old, not days. Fresh tracks in fresh grass. A vehicle had come through the ranch gate during the night. Through the padlocked gate, on the road that led to the property behind it, the property that appeared unoccupied, the property that the organizers had selected the loop for because nothing lived on these roads that could interfere with the product. Nothing lived here. That was why the organizers had chosen it. And that was why someone else had chosen it too. His hands went rigid at his sides, the same grip, the same pressure, as though the wheel were still under them. His breathing changed, not faster but shallower, the kind of breathing the body produces when it registers damage it cannot locate. And the damage was not fatigue, and the damage was not fear, and the damage was the annihilating weight of a pattern recognized too late. The floor mat around her feet. The detail too small for the camera. The crouching, the hiding. A performer does not make themselves smaller. The dome light that came on when the door opened. A door opened not by the woman, but by something the woman had been hiding from. Something that had found the car. Something that had opened the door and switched off the dome light and taken what it had come to take. The bare feet. Not a costume choice. Not a detail designed for authenticity. She had been running when she found the car. She had been running from the property behind the ranch gate, across 200 yards of saltgrass, in pajama bottoms and a t-shirt. And she had lost her shoes in the dark, and she had found a car on the shoulder of a road where a car should not have been, and she had gotten inside it, because it was the only shelter on a road with no shelter, and she had waited for the only person who came. The only car on the only road in the only hours that mattered. And she had banged on the glass and waved her arms and written "please" on the window with her own saliva and wrapped her feet in a floor mat because the floor mat was all she had and the car was all she had and the driver who passed every 22 minutes was all she had. And Eric Parday had driven past her, again and again and again. For 5 hours, from 1 in the morning until dawn, he had driven past her at 55 miles per hour with his window closed and his pulse managed and his grip at 6, and every 22 minutes she had heard his engine and seen his headlights and believed one more time that this was the lap he would stop. He had not stopped. He had solved the game instead. The architecture did not crack or crumble or collapse in a way he could name. It inverted. The structure that had kept the world out was now the structure that kept him in, a sealed room built from the materials of his own competence. And inside the room, every lap was still running, and the woman was at every mile marker, and his hands were on the wheel, and the wheel did not turn. He looked at the ThinkPad. The screen still showed his face in the webcam's feed. The green-lit face the bettors had watched for 48 hours, eyes forward, expression flat. Below the feed, the chat's final messages scrolled. A user had posted a still frame. Eric's face in the instrument glow, with a caption the audience found admiring, and Eric read as an epitaph, "Stone cold." Another user had posted a second frame from the feed's wide-angle background, the compressed slice of rear window behind Eric's head. The image was dark, pixelated. But visible in the margin was the shape of the prop car's passenger door, and standing beside it, partially occluded by the door, was a figure. A man, his arm extended into the car's interior. The figure's posture and stillness were not the posture or stillness of a production assistant clearing a set piece. Under the image, the user had typed, "Wait, is that actually the crew?" And this message was 15 hours old. No one had answered. The chat had moved on. Eric Parday stood in the gravel pullout with the dark on his face and the wind on his back, and the smell of salt and crude in his lungs. The ThinkPad's glow made a small blue-white rectangle on the gravel at his feet. The car on the shoulder was invisible. 3/4 of a mile south in the dark, beyond the reach of any light he had. The shoe was invisible. The tire tracks were invisible. The door was open or closed. He could not know, standing here, whether anything remained or whether the dark had taken everything. His legs had carried him 131 laps. They had no laps left. But the loop was still running. He could feel it in his hands, which still held the shape of the wheel they were no longer gripping, in his feet, which pressed the gravel with the pressure calibrated for the accelerator, in his eyes, which strained south toward the bend and the mile marker, and the shoulder and the dark where the car was, and then pulled back to the pullout, and then strained south again. The same sweep, the same 3-second exposure, the same resolution. And he understood that this was the lap that would not end, that this sweep of the eyes from the pullout to the dark and back was 20 miles, compressed to the length of a gaze, and he would drive it for the rest of his life, and it would hold, because that is what the thing he built does. It holds, and it holds, and it holds, long after the building should have been condemned. The feed was still running. The camera was still recording. On the screen, his face, green-lit, flat, composed, looked back at him from the reflection in the windshield. And beyond the reflection, through the glass, the road ran south into the dark where the car was, and the woman had been, and the shoe still lay in the grass, and beyond the sweep of his high beams, the marsh was flat and lightless and silent, and the ThinkPad's glow pulsed once, and the cellular modem dropped its signal, and the feed died, and the screen went black, and the pullout went dark, and the road went dark, and the only light on FM 616 was the pump jack's aviation beacons, blinking red against the sky, patient and mechanical, marking nothing anyone had asked them to mark, and the wind moved across the gravel and the salt marsh and the coastal prairie and the shoulder where the car sat, and it carried what wind always carries, which is everything it touches and nothing it can save. Ray Molina was sitting in his armchair at 9:30 on a Thursday night in October, trying to decide if the sound he'd just heard was someone picking his front door lock, or just the house settling the way houses settled in Youngstown when half the block had gone empty, and the foundations shifted because nobody was heating the places anymore. When the sound came again, metal on metal, deliberate, and the specific click of a tension wrench finding resistance. And he understood that they were here. He'd been expecting them for 3 days, ever since the phone call, ever since the voice. Not threatening, not angry, just factual. The way you'd tell someone their dental appointment had been moved. Had told him he had 72 hours to get the full amount together, 28,000. Not 20 like he'd tried to offer last month when he'd opened his mouth and made the worst mistake of his 4 decades and change, and that someone would come to collect it, and that the collector would be dressed in a way that might seem unusual, but that Ray should not be alarmed, should not call the police, should simply hand over the bag he'd been given to hold and say nothing, and his daughter Jessica would be safe, and his debt would be cleared, and the Molina family could go back to living their lives. The voice had said the collector would be wearing a costume. Like they were going to a kid's birthday party, the voice had said, which Ray had understood to mean a clown, though the voice hadn't used that word, had just said costume, and let Ray's imagination do the rest. And Ray's imagination had been doing the rest for 72 hours straight, had been playing scenarios, had been seeing his daughter Jessica, 17, living with her mother in Austintown, but staying with him on weekends, a good kid, honor roll, wanted to study nursing at Youngstown State. Seeing her in situations Ray couldn't let himself finish imagining. So when the lock clicked and the door opened, and Ray heard footsteps in his hallway, he felt something that surprised him. Something he hadn't expected to feel, which was relief. They were here, and it would be over soon, and Jessica would be safe. 3 facts Ray had been holding in sequence for 3 days, like the combination to a lock he hadn't been able to turn until now. Ray stood up from the armchair. The same armchair he'd bought in 1997, when he'd still been working at the GM plant in Lordstown. Before the layoff and before the divorce, before he'd taken the courier job that had seemed like easy money, until the moment he'd opened a package he wasn't supposed to open and seen something he wasn't supposed to see, and turned toward the living room doorway. The figure standing there was dressed exactly the way the voice had described. White costume, white face makeup, some kind of mask covering the top half of the face, the whole effect somewhere between mime and something from a theater Ray would never attend. And Ray's first thought was that it looked ridiculous, looked like someone had raided a Halloween store. But his second thought was that the ridiculousness was the point, was designed to make you feel crazy if you tried to explain it later. If you tried to tell someone that a person dressed as a sad clown had come to your house at night to collect money you owed to people whose names you didn't know. The figure was standing absolutely still in the corner by the bookshelf, and Ray realized it must have been standing there for maybe 30 seconds, maybe a minute, just watching him, and the thought made his skin feel wrong, made him aware of how long he'd been sitting with his back to the doorway, but he pushed that aside because this was it. This was the moment, and all he had to do was give them the bag and say the words the voice had told him to say, and it would be over. "I have it," Ray said, and his voice came out steady, which surprised him. "It's ready. I didn't call anybody. I swear to Christ, I didn't call anybody." The figure didn't move. Ray took a step toward it. Toward her, he thought. The build looked female, though it was hard to tell with the shapeless costume, and raised his hands, palms out, the universal gesture of, "I'm cooperating. I'm not a threat. Please don't hurt my daughter." "It's okay," Ray said. "I know what this is. I know why you're here. Just wait. Let me get it. It's upstairs. I'll be 30 seconds. Don't leave." He moved past the figure, close enough to smell something synthetic. Makeup, he thought, grease paint or whatever they called it, and took the stairs 2 at a time and didn't let himself think about what happened if it didn't work. Didn't let himself imagine the phone call that would come if they decided the payment wasn't good enough. The bag was in his bedroom closet, exactly where they'd told him to keep it after he'd tried to make the partial payment last month. They'd taken his $20,000, the money he'd pulled from Jessica's college fund, money her mother had been setting aside since Jessica was 6, and they'd given him this bag instead, told him it was collateral, told him to keep it safe, told him someone would come for it when the time was right. And now the time was right. And Ray grabbed the bag with both hands and felt its weight, substantial, heavy enough to be real, and carried it downstairs. The figure was still standing in the corner, hadn't moved, was just watching him with those dark hollows where eyes should be, and Ray held the bag out, arms extended, and said the words, "Tell your boss the debt is settled. Tell him the Molina family's good for their word. Tell him we won't forget this." The figure looked at the bag, looked at Ray, didn't take the bag. Ray's arms stayed extended, the weight pulling at his shoulders, and he said, "Please, it's all there. 28,000. Just like he said, I didn't short it. I didn't try anything." The figure stepped back. Ray's arms were shaking now, the weight of the bag pulling at his shoulders, and he heard himself talking faster, saying things he hadn't planned to say. Things about Jessica, about how she was a good kid, about how she didn't know anything about this, about how there were pictures of her on the fridge if they wanted to check, about how Ray needed them to tell their boss that the payment was complete, that the Molinas were squared up, that nobody needed to... The figure reached for its mask. "Don't," Ray said, sharp, louder than he meant to, because the voice on the phone had been very clear about this part. "Don't try to see their face. Don't try to identify them. Don't give them a reason to think you're a liability. Just give them the bag and let them leave and forget it happened." The figure's hand stopped. Ray said, "I don't want to see your face. I don't want to be able to identify you. That's better for both of us, right? You just take the money and go, and we both forget this happened." The figure stood there for maybe 5 seconds. Ray was counting, couldn't help counting. 1,000, 1,000, the way he used to count when Jessica was little and playing hide and seek. And then the figure's hands moved, took the bag, and Ray felt the weight leave his arms and wanted to cry with relief because it was working and Jessica was safe. The figure stood in the doorway holding the bag, and Ray could see its arms drop a little under the weight. And Ray wanted to say something else, wanted to make sure they understood that he appreciated this, that he knew he'd made a mistake, but that he'd fixed it, that the Molinas paid their debts. But before he could speak, there was a sound from outside, sharp and metallic. The front door's deadbolt sliding shut. From the outside. Which didn't make sense, which shouldn't be possible, because the deadbolt required a key from both sides, and Ray hadn't given anyone a key, and the figure was inside the house, not outside. So who... The lights went out. Everything went out. The television, the lamps, the digital clock on the cable box, the house dropping into darkness so complete that Ray couldn't see the figure anymore, couldn't see his own hands, could only hear his own breathing and the sound of the bag hitting the floor somewhere near the doorway. What? Ray started to say and then stopped, because what was he going to ask? What question made sense in a situation that had just stopped making sense? And he heard the figure moving in the dark, heard footsteps, heard something that sounded like hands on the door, on the deadbolt. And Ray's brain was trying to catch up, was trying to understand why someone who'd just collected money would be trying to open the door like they were trapped, like they hadn't expected this either. Ray took a step toward where he thought the light switch was, hit his shin against the coffee table, heard himself curse, and reached the wall, found the switch, flipped it up and down uselessly because the power was cut. Someone outside had cut the power the same way. Someone outside had locked the door, and Ray said into the darkness, "What's happening? Who are you?" No answer, just breathing. Someone else's breathing, fast and shallow, the breathing of someone who was scared, and that scared Ray worse than anything else had scared him in the past 72 hours, because the person the voice had sent to collect the money was supposed to be professional, was supposed to know what they were doing, was not supposed to sound like they were as confused and trapped as Ray was. Ray heard movement again, heard what sounded like someone on their hands and knees, searching for something on the floor, and he said, did they lock you in too? Is this... He didn't finish the sentence because he didn't know how to finish it, didn't know what question he was asking, and then he heard a sound that made his whole body go cold. Sirens, distant but getting closer, police sirens, and Ray understood. Understood that this wasn't the collection. Understood that the voice on the phone had lied, or had been lying all along, or had set him up, had set them both up, because why else would the police be coming? Why else would someone have locked the door from outside and cut the power, unless this was supposed to look like something it wasn't? Unless Ray was supposed to be found here, in the dark, with someone dressed like this, with a bag full of... Ray's brain caught up to what his hands were already doing, was already moving across the living room, was already reaching for where he remembered the bag being. And his fingers found canvas, found the bag, pulled it open, and even in the darkness he could feel that something was wrong with the money, could feel that the bills weren't banded the way bank money would be banded, weren't organized, weren't right. The figure said something, said it quietly, and said, "I think there's been a mistake." The voice was young, female, scared, not professional, not a collector. Ray said, "Who are you?" "I'm a student," the voice said. And the sirens were maybe a block away now, maybe less. I thought I was doing a performance exam. For school, the Grimaldi Institute. I don't work for anyone. I don't know what's happening. Ray's hands were still in the bag, still touching the money that didn't feel right, and he pulled out a bill, held it up to where the window was, where faint light was starting to paint the curtains red and blue, police lights, and in the intermittent wash he could see that the bill looked wrong, felt wrong, and he thought about the voice on the phone telling him to keep the bag safe, thought about how they'd taken his real money, Jessica's real college fund, and given him this bag instead. And he understood with a clarity that felt like falling that he'd been robbed twice. Once when they'd taken his $20,000. Once when they'd given him this bag to hold. And now the police were outside, and Ray was in his house in the dark with someone in a costume and a bag full of money that wasn't money, and the voice on the phone had told him what would happen if he let the collector leave. Had told him what would happen to Jessica, and Ray didn't know what to believe anymore, but he knew one thing, knew it with absolute certainty. If this person left before the police arrived, Ray didn't know if Jessica would be safe. The figure was moving toward the door again, was doing something with the lock, and Ray heard metal on metal, heard the specific sound of someone picking a lock from the inside, and he crossed the room in 3 steps and grabbed the figure's wrist. "Don't," Ray said. The figure tried to pull away, tried to yank its arm free, and Ray felt tools fall, heard them clatter against the door and hit the floor, and the figure was saying something about being sorry, about this being a mistake, and Ray said, "I can't let you leave. I'm sorry, I don't know if you're telling the truth. I don't know who you are, but they told me if I let you leave." He couldn't finish the sentence. The figure shoved him hard enough that Ray stumbled back, caught himself against the wall, and then the figure was on the floor searching for the tools. And Ray knew he should stop her, should grab her again, should do what the voice had told him to do. But he couldn't make himself move, couldn't make himself put his hands on this person who sounded young and scared and lost. The sirens were right outside now, multiple vehicles, and Ray could hear car doors slamming, boots on pavement, radio chatter, and the figure was at the door again, was working the lock, and Ray heard metal clicking, heard pins lifting one by one, heard the meticulous sound of someone who knew what they were doing, and he thought about Jessica, about her face when he dropped her off at her mother's place on Sunday, about how she'd asked him if he was okay because he'd looked tired, and he'd told her he was fine, had told her not to worry, had lied to her the way he'd been lying to her since the day he'd opened that package. The figure was almost through the lock. Ray could tell by the sound, could tell she was maybe 30 seconds from opening the door, from running, and he moved across the room and put his hand on her wrist again. But this time he didn't pull, didn't grab, just held it still and said quietly, "If you run, my daughter dies. That's what they told me. Do you believe them?" The figure's hand stopped moving. Ray could feel her pulse under his fingers, could feel it racing, and he said, "I don't know if you're lying. I don't know if you're really a student. I don't know if any of this is real, but I have a daughter and I can't take the chance. Do you understand?" The figure didn't answer. The police loudspeaker came from outside, distorted and metallic, someone telling them to come out with their hands visible, to exit through the front door, to comply immediately. The figure's hands came off the lockpicks. Ray heard her slide down until she was sitting on the floor, heard her pull her knees up, heard her breathing in the darkness, and he thought he should say something, should apologize or explain or ask her again who she was. But before he could speak, she said, "Is your debt real?" Ray sat down too, found the armchair in the dark. The same armchair he'd been sitting in 15 minutes ago when this had still been simple, when all he'd had to do was hand over a bag and save his daughter. "I don't know anymore," Ray said. They sat in the darkness together, Ray in his armchair and the figure on the floor by the door, and waited for what came next. The waiting lasted maybe 5 minutes, maybe 10. Ray had lost his sense of time, had lost his sense of everything except the sound of boots circling the house and the figure's breathing and the hum of the refrigerator still running, because whoever cut the power had hit the breaker for lights and outlets, but not appliances. A detail so mundane it made Ray want to laugh or scream, he couldn't tell which, and the question that kept cycling through his head was whether Jessica was safe right now, whether she'd ever been in danger, whether the debt had been real, or whether Ray had given away her college fund for nothing. The phone started ringing. Landline in the kitchen, the old-fashioned bell ring Ray had never bothered to change. 4 rings, then silence. Someone checking to see if anyone would answer. Someone confirming the trap had worked. The figure said something, said it quietly, said she'd been set up too, said she thought she was performing a theater exam for a school called the Grimaldi Institute, but the school had sent her here deliberately, had timed it so she'd arrive when Ray was expecting a collector, had given her a costume that would make Ray think she was from the people he owed. Ray listened to this and thought about the voice on the phone, about how it had known exactly when to call, about how it had told him exactly what the collector would look like. And he understood that someone had been watching both of them, had been moving them like pieces on a board Ray couldn't see. Ray had never heard of the Grimaldi Institute. He said, "Why would a theater school send you to collect money from me?" "I don't think it's a theater school," the figure said, and her voice was flat, distant, like she was working through something she didn't want to understand. "I think it's a crime organization that uses theater as cover. I think I've been learning how to commit burglaries, and I thought I was learning performance art." Ray thought about this. Thought about the voice on the phone, about how professional it had sounded, and about how the whole operation had felt organized, institutional, like a business that had been running for years. He said, "They took my daughter's college fund, $20,000. Then they gave me that bag and told me to keep it safe. I think the money in the bag is fake." "It's fake," the figure said. "When you handed it to me, the paper felt wrong, too smooth. And there's something hard in the bottom seam. I felt it when I dropped the bag. I think it's a transmitter." Ray closed his eyes in the darkness and thought about $20,000 gone. 6 years of Denise setting aside money from her nursing shifts. Jessica's college fund vanished with a voice on the phone that hadn't even bothered to threaten him directly. And he was sitting in his house in the dark with fake money, and a person in a costume, and the police outside. And he didn't know if his daughter was safe. Didn't know if she'd ever been in danger. Didn't know if anything the voice had told him was true. The loudspeaker came again, different voice this time, calmer, saying they understood. This was difficult. They wanted to help. They needed whoever was inside to communicate. Ray thought about responding. Thought about trying to explain that he'd been set up, that he'd been told his daughter would be killed if he didn't cooperate, that the person in his house wasn't a criminal, was just a student who'd been used the same way Ray had been used. He thought about how that would sound. He stayed silent. More vehicles arriving. Ray counted them by sound. 5 now, maybe 6. Multiple units for something they thought was serious, something they thought was organized crime. And Ray understood that he was going to be arrested, that there was no explanation he could give that would make this look like anything other than exactly what it looked like, which was a man in his house with counterfeit money and a person in a costume. The figure asked if Ray was going to talk to them. Ray said he didn't know what to say. Said if he told them she'd broken in, that was what the people he owed wanted him to say, but if what she'd said was true, if the debt was fake, then maybe he didn't owe them anything. Maybe he could tell the police the truth. The figure said the truth was that they were both inside a system neither of them could see, and anything either of them said would be used by someone, the school, the police, whoever. And the only certainty was that she was going to be arrested, and Ray might or might not be safe, depending on whether the threat against Jessica had been real or manufactured or both. Ray thought about Jessica. Thought about calling her, but his phone was upstairs, and anyway, what would he say? What would he tell her that wouldn't scare her worse than not calling? He said her name out loud. Just the name. Jessica. Testing whether it still meant what it had meant an hour ago, whether the shape of her existence had changed now that he knew the threat against her might have been theater, might have been just another performance. The figure didn't respond. The radio chatter outside changed pitch. Someone was talking about authorization, about forced entry, about moving to tactical positions. They were preparing to breach. Ray stood up, found the wall in the darkness, made his way to the hallway, found the stairs, went up to his bedroom, and got his phone from the nightstand, came back down, and sat in the armchair again. He pulled up Jessica's number. Didn't call. Just looked at her name on the screen, the only light in the room, and thought about what he would say if he called, what he would tell her about where her college fund went, about why her father was about to be arrested, about what he'd done to try to keep her safe. The loudspeaker clicked off, the radio chatter went quiet. The kind of quiet that meant the decision had been made. Final warning. Someone shouting through the door that they were making entry. Anyone inside should move away from doors and windows, should lie flat with hands visible. Ray set his phone on the TV stand, screen down so the light wouldn't draw their attention, and moved to the middle of the room, away from the door, and put his hands on top of his head. The figure said something, asked if he was going to move, if he was going to comply. Ray said he was tired, said he'd been scared for 72 hours and he didn't know how to be scared anymore, said he didn't know if anything he'd done had protected Jessica or if it had all been for nothing. The figure didn't respond. The breach came 30 seconds later. Ray heard the ram hit the door, and the wood splintered and the deadbolt mechanism tore from the frame, and flashlight beams flooded the room, white LED brightness that made Ray squint after the darkness, and voices were shouting, "Police, show me your hands, get on the ground." And Ray tried to say that his hands were already up, that he was complying, but before he could speak, someone was on him, was pulling his arms behind his back, was securing them with something plastic that bit into his wrists. Face down on the carpet, knee between his shoulder blades, radio chatter above him. Male subject secured, living room, hands were raised, cooperative. Second subject secured, white female, early 20s, theatrical costume. Evidence visible, large duffel bag, currency scattered near door, lockpicks recovered. Someone pulled Ray to his feet, and he could see the room now in the harsh flashlight glare. Could see the figure, the student, if that's what she was. Face down near the door with an officer standing over her. Could see the duffel bag exactly where it had fallen. Could see officers photographing everything. Someone was reading Ray his rights, and he heard the words, but they wouldn't connect to anything real, wouldn't mean anything. And when the officer asked if he understood, he said yes automatically, because that was the only answer that wouldn't make this worse. Someone asked his name, Ray Molina. Someone asked what happened here tonight. Ray opened his mouth and then closed it, because what had happened here tonight, what could he say that would make sense, that would explain why he'd been sitting in the dark with fake money and a person in a costume and his daughter's college fund gone. The officer was waiting. Ray said, "They told me someone would come to collect a debt. They told me the collector would be wearing a costume. They told me if I didn't cooperate, my daughter would be hurt. I gave them $20,000 last month, and they gave me that bag and told me to keep it. That's all I know." The officer wrote this down, asked for names, for phone numbers, for details Ray didn't have because the voice on the phone had never given names, had never identified itself, had just been a voice. Another officer was talking to the student, was asking why she had lockpicks, and Ray heard her answer, heard her say, "theater," and heard the long pause that followed, and he understood that no one would believe her. The same way no one would believe Ray, because the truth sounded insane and the evidence looked exactly like crime. They were preparing to transport them. Someone saying something about processing, about taking them in separate vehicles, and Ray was being walked toward the door, and as he passed the student, he looked at her. Really looked at her for the first time in the light, and saw her face was smeared with white and black makeup. Saw her costume was soaked with sweat. Saw her looking back at him with an expression Ray couldn't read. Something between guilt and confusion, and the flat recognition of two people who'd been used by the same system. Then an officer stepped between them, and Ray was being walked outside onto his porch, and he could see the patrol cars, the strobing lights, the yellow tape, the neighbors standing on their porches watching, and he thought about how many of them had been waiting for this, had been waiting for the day Ray Molina finally got arrested, because everyone on Sheridan Avenue knew Ray had lost his job, knew he'd been doing courier work for people who didn't ask questions, knew he'd been one bad decision away from exactly this. They walked him to a patrol car, opened the back door, put a hand on his head to guide him into the seat, and Ray bent forward, slid in, the zip ties cutting into his wrists behind his back. Through the window, Ray could see them bringing the student out, could see her being guided into a different patrol car, and he watched as she pressed her palm against the window, watched as she pulled it back and left a white smudge on the glass, grease paint residue. And he thought about how she'd said she was a student, about how she'd thought she was performing art, about how someone had taught her to break into houses and told her it was theater. The officer in the front seat was saying something into his radio, case numbers, suspects in custody, something about counterfeit currency and organized crime patterns. Ray's patrol car pulled away from the curb first, and through the rear window he could see his house getting smaller, could see the police lights still strobing against the vinyl siding, could see officers still moving in and out, documenting the scene. And he thought about Jessica, about whether she was asleep right now in Austin town, about whether she knew yet that her father had been arrested, about what he would tell her when she asked why. His phone was still in the house on the TV stand, and he couldn't call her, couldn't tell her he'd tried to protect her, couldn't tell her the college fund was gone, couldn't tell her anything except that her father had been sitting in the dark with fake money and a stranger in a costume, and the police had found them exactly the way someone had planned for them to be found. The officer in the front seat was still talking on the radio. Ray closed his eyes. The patrol car accelerated toward whatever came next. They processed Ray at the Mahoning County Justice Center on Market Street, downtown Youngstown, a building Ray had driven past maybe 1,000 times and never thought he'd be inside. They took his belt, his wallet, his watch, photographed him, fingerprinted him, asked him the same questions the officer at the scene had asked, wrote down the same answers that didn't explain anything. They asked if he wanted to make a phone call. Ray said yes. Called Jessica's mother, Denise, got her voicemail, left a message saying he'd been arrested, saying Jessica was safe as far as he knew, saying Denise should keep Jessica in Austintown for now, saying he was sorry, saying he'd explain when he could, but right now he didn't understand it himself. Hung up before the beep cut him off. They put him in a holding cell with 2 other men, neither of whom looked at him, and Ray sat on the bench and thought about the student, about whether she was in a cell somewhere in the same building, about whether she'd been telling the truth about the theater school, about whether it mattered. One of the men in the cell asked what Ray was in for. Ray said he didn't know, said someone had given him fake money, and someone had broken into his house and the police had found them together. And that was all he could say because that was all he understood. The man nodded like this made sense, like everyone in here had a story that didn't quite add up, and went back to staring at the wall. Ray sat on the bench and waited. They released him 16 hours later. No charges filed. The assistant prosecutor said they were still investigating, said the case was complicated, said they'd confirmed the money was counterfeit, and they'd confirmed Ray had made a $20,000 withdrawal from his savings account 4 weeks prior, but they couldn't prove Ray had known the money in the bag was fake, couldn't prove he was part of whatever organization had produced it, and without testimony from the student, who wasn't talking, who'd asked for a lawyer immediately and hadn't said a word since. They didn't have enough to hold him. Ray asked what would happen to the student. The prosecutor said that wasn't Ray's concern, said Ray should consider himself lucky, said if they found evidence linking him to the counterfeiting operation or the home invasion ring they'd been tracking, they'd be back. Ray signed papers he didn't read and walked out of the Justice Center into afternoon sunlight that felt wrong, felt too bright, and stood on Market Street trying to decide what to do next. His phone was still in his house. His car was still in his driveway. He started walking. Sheridan Avenue was 40 minutes on foot from downtown, and Ray walked it in a straight line, down Market to Indianola to Glenwood, through neighborhoods that looked like his neighborhood, houses with for sale signs and plywood windows and lawns gone to weeds, the whole south side emptying out, and he thought about the voice on the phone, about whether it would call again, about whether the debt was cleared, or whether this was just the beginning of something Ray didn't understand yet. His house looked exactly the same as it had looked yesterday. Police tape across the door, but otherwise untouched. No damage except the splintered door frame where they'd used the ram. Ray ducked under the tape, went inside. The duffel bag was gone. The lockpicks were gone. The money was gone. Everything was evidence now, cataloged and photographed, and locked in an evidence room downtown. His phone was still on the TV stand where he'd left it. 17 missed calls, 12 from Denise. 5 from a number he didn't recognize. He called Denise back. She answered on the first ring, said, "Where the hell have you been?" Said she'd been calling for hours, said Jessica was asking questions. Denise didn't know how to answer. Ray said he'd been arrested, but they'd let him go. Said the charges were complicated. Said he couldn't explain it yet because he didn't understand it himself. Denise asked if Jessica was in danger. Ray said he didn't know. Said he thought maybe not. Said he thought maybe the whole thing had been a setup, but he couldn't be sure. Couldn't promise anything. Denise said Jessica wasn't coming back to Ray's house until he figured this out. Said if Ray had gotten mixed up in something, if he'd put Jessica at risk, Denise would make sure he never saw his daughter again. Hung up before Ray could respond. Ray sat in his armchair, the same armchair he'd been sitting in 24 hours ago, and thought about a school that would teach someone to pick locks and break into houses and tell them it was theater. Thought about how you'd run an organization like that, how you'd recruit people, how you'd keep them from asking questions. Thought about how elegant it was, how perfect. To give someone a skill and a costume and a vocabulary that made crime sound like art. His phone rang, unknown number. Ray answered. The voice on the other end was the same voice from 3 days ago, calm and factual. And it said, "Mr. Molina, we need to talk about your payment." Ray said, "You took my money, you gave me fake bills, you set me up," the voice said. "We took $20,000 as partial payment on a debt of $28,000. You still owe $8,000. We'll be in touch regarding collection." Ray said, "I opened a package. That's all I did. I saw something I wasn't supposed to see. I didn't steal anything. I didn't tell anyone. I just looked." The voice said, "The terms were explained when you accepted the courier position. Breach of operational security carries a penalty. You've paid 70%. We'll contact you about the remainder." The line went dead. Ray sat in his armchair, holding his phone, and thought about Jessica, about her college fund, about the $8,000 he didn't have, about the voice that would call again and again until Ray found a way to pay or until something worse happened. He thought about the student, about whether she was still in a cell downtown, about whether anyone believed her story about the theater school. He thought about going to the police, about telling them everything, about the voice and the packages and the debt. He thought about how that had worked out last time. Ray set his phone on the TV stand, screen down, and sat in the dark house on Sheridan Avenue and thought about the student, about whether she'd been telling the truth, about whether She really was a 22-year-old theater student who thought she was performing an exam, or whether that was the story she'd been trained to tell if she got caught. The cover narrative, the performance within the performance. Ray's mind cycled through the evidence. She'd had lockpicks, professional tools, had known how to use them. He'd heard her working the deadbolt from the inside, heard pins lifting one by one, meticulous, practiced. That wasn't amateur, that was training. The costume had been perfect. Exactly what the voice had told Ray to expect. The timing had been perfect. She'd arrived within minutes of when Ray had been told the collector would come. That wasn't coincidence. But her voice when she'd said theater to the police officer, the confusion in it, the genuine bewilderment of someone who'd just discovered their entire education, was a lie. The way she hadn't taken the bag immediately when Ray had held it out. The way she'd stepped back, like she didn't understand what was happening, like the script had gone wrong. Her breathing in the dark, fast, shallow, scared. Not the breathing of a professional who'd been caught. The breathing of someone who was lost. 22 years old. Jessica would be 22 in 5 years. Ray thought about this, thought about whether he'd just helped destroy someone's daughter to protect his own. Thought about whether the student, if that was even her real name, was sitting in a cell right now the same way Ray had been sitting in a cell 16 hours ago, except she wouldn't be released. She wouldn't get lucky because she'd had the lockpicks and the costume and the counterfeit money, and Ray had told the police she'd broken into his house, which was true. She had broken in. But if she'd thought it was a school assignment, if she'd believed she was performing art, then she'd broken in the way someone commits a crime in a dream, doing something terrible without understanding it was terrible. And when she woke up, she was in handcuffs, and nobody believed her story about theater school because the story sounded insane. Ray would never know. That was the thing he kept coming back to, the thing that sat in his chest like a weight. He would never know if the student had been a professional criminal using a brilliant cover story, or if she'd been an innocent kid who'd been groomed by a school that taught crime and called it art. And either way, Ray had held her wrist, had stopped her from running, had kept her in the house until the police arrived, had done exactly what the voice on the phone had told him to do, to protect Jessica, who might never have been in danger at all. Ray sat in his armchair and looked at the corner by the bookshelf, the spot where the student had been standing when he'd first seen her, and he tried to remember her face, tried to remember if he'd seen anything in her eyes that would tell him who she really was. But he'd told her not to take off the mask, had told her he didn't want to see her face, had told her it was better for both of us if he couldn't identify her. So he didn't know, would never know, would sit in this house for however long he had left before the voice called again, before the debt came due again. And he would look at that corner and wonder if he'd saved his daughter or if he'd destroyed someone else's daughter for nothing. Outside, a car drove past slowly, and Ray watched its headlights paint the wall, watched them move across the corner where the student had stood, watched them disappear. The room went dark. Ray sat in his armchair and waited. The sound had been there for 40 minutes before anyone said anything about it. A low electrical hum from the fluorescent panels overhead, steady as breathing, or maybe it was breathing, though none of the 12 people seated around the long laminate table seemed to notice except Valerie Kemp, who sat at the far end with her hands flat on the surface and her fingers spread just wide enough that the tips did not touch. The deliberation room on the 12th floor of the Maricopa County Superior Court had no windows, which the bailiff had explained was intentional, a way to keep the jurors focused on the evidence rather than the world outside. And the air smelled faintly of industrial cleaner and the coffee someone had spilled that morning and not fully wiped up. Valerie had not moved since they sat down. Her posture was perfect, her shoulders level, her spine straight, and her eyes were open and fixed on a point somewhere in the middle distance, where the opposite wall met the acoustic tile ceiling. The man in the plaid shirt, juror number 3, though Valerie also knew his name was Dennis Pritchard and he taught high school chemistry in Glendale, and his wife had left him 8 months ago for a dental hygienist named Aaron, was explaining why the defendant's story was obviously false. He used his hands when he talked, chopping the air to punctuate his points, and his voice had the practiced clarity of someone used to speaking over the noise of teenagers. The defendant claimed he had been hiking in the remote desert near the Superstition Mountains when he stumbled upon the bodies of 6 adult hikers, all dead, all mutilated in ways the prosecution had described in clinical detail that made 2 of the jurors look away. The defendant claimed he had hidden in the brush and watched while something that looked like a woman but moved wrong committed the murders. He claimed it was a skinwalker, a Navajo witch, and that he had run and not looked back and called the police from his truck 2 miles down the fire road. Dennis said this was insane. He said the defendant's boots matched prints found at the scene. He said the defendant's DNA was under the fingernails of 2 victims. He said the skinwalker story was a legal Hail Mary, a desperate attempt to create reasonable doubt where none existed, and that anyone who believed it was either gullible or willfully stupid. 4 other jurors nodded. The woman in the purple cardigan. Juror number 7, Marcia Delgado, a retired elementary school principal who lived alone in Scottsdale and had not spoken to her daughter in 3 years, said she agreed completely. The defendant was guilty. The evidence was overwhelming. They had been deliberating for less than an hour, and it was time to vote. The foreperson, a soft-spoken man in his 60s who worked in insurance, asked if anyone wanted to discuss the case further before they voted. No one spoke. The foreperson distributed the printed ballots, 12 identical slips of paper with 2 boxes, guilty and not guilty. He asked them to mark their ballots and fold them and pass them forward. Valerie marked hers without looking down. Her hand moved across the paper, and she folded the ballot in half, creasing the paper along a line so exact it might have been measured. She passed it forward to the woman on her left, who passed it to the next juror, and so on until all 12 ballots sat in a small stack in front of the foreperson. He unfolded them one at a time and made tally marks on a legal pad. When he finished, he looked up, and his face had gone carefully neutral, the expression of someone delivering bad news to a policyholder. He said the vote was 11-1. 11 guilty, 1 not guilty. They did not have a unanimous verdict. The room went quiet. Dennis asked who voted not guilty. The foreperson said the ballots were anonymous and he would not be asking anyone to reveal their vote. The woman in the purple cardigan said that was ridiculous. They needed to know who was holding out so they could discuss it. The foreperson repeated that the ballots were anonymous, and that was the end of it. But Valerie could feel them looking at her, one by one, glances that slid across her face and caught on something they could not name. She had not spoken during the entire deliberation. She had not shifted in her chair or crossed her legs or leaned forward to emphasize a point. She had not touched the bottle of water the bailiff had placed in front of her when they entered the room, and the condensation that had formed on the plastic in the first 20 minutes had long since evaporated. Her stillness was becoming a presence in the room, something the other jurors registered, the way you register a smell you cannot identify or a sound just below the threshold of hearing. Dennis said they should go around the table and each explain their reasoning. If someone had reasonable doubt, he wanted to hear it. The foreperson hesitated, then agreed. He asked who wanted to start. The next hour passed in a series of statements that Valerie heard without listening, voices layering over one another in a rhythm she found almost soothing. The retired principal said the prosecution had established motive. The defendant owed money to two of the victims, and opportunity and means. A younger woman who worked as a paralegal said the forensic evidence was definitive. A man in a Diamondback's cap said he had been skeptical of the DNA evidence at first, but the expert witness had convinced him. One by one they spoke, and one by one they arrived at the same conclusion: guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. When it was Valerie's turn, she said nothing. The silence stretched. The foreperson cleared his throat and asked if she had anything to add. She turned her head to look at him, a motion that was smooth and continuous and somehow wrong in a way that made the man next to her shift his chair slightly to the right. Her eyes were very dark and very steady, and they did not blink. She said she had reasonable doubt about the timeline. Her voice was quiet and flat, and every word was enunciated with the same weight. No rising inflection, no emphasis. The prosecution claimed the murders occurred between 2 and 4 in the afternoon, based on insect activity and body temperature. But the defendant's cell phone records showed he was 40 miles away at a gas station at 2:15, and the drive from the gas station to the trailhead took at least an hour and 10 minutes, which meant he could not have reached the site before 3:25 at the earliest. The coroner's report stated the victims had been dead for at least 2 hours when the defendant called the police at 4:30, which would place time of death no later than 2:30. The timeline did not work. Dennis leaned forward. He said the coroner's estimate was a range, not an exact time, and that the defense had cherry-picked the data to create an inconsistency that did not actually exist. Valerie said the prosecution had done the same thing in reverse. She recited the coroner's testimony word for word, her voice dropping half an octave to match the coroner's baritone, but her throat remained smooth and still, the larynx unmoving under the skin of her neck, and the sound seemed to come from somewhere behind her teeth. Then she shifted without pause to the defense attorney's cross-examination, her inflection changing to mirror the attorney's clipped northeastern accent. And the fluorescent hum overhead changed pitch slightly, synchronizing with the rhythm of her speech. The woman in the purple cardigan made a small sound in the back of her throat and looked away. Valerie finished speaking and returned to her original stillness, hands flat on the table, eyes fixed on the far wall. Dennis stared at her. He asked how she could possibly remember testimony from 3 days ago with that level of detail. Valerie turned to look at him. She said memory was reliable when you paid attention. She said Dennis must understand that. He had spent 15 years teaching students to memorize the periodic table, though enrollment in his AP chemistry class had dropped by 40% since his divorce became public knowledge in the faculty lounge. Dennis's face went pale. He had not mentioned teaching during jury selection. He had not mentioned the divorce. The woman next to him, the paralegal, shifted in her seat and looked at Valerie with an expression that was no longer curiosity, but something closer to fear. Valerie said the timeline inconsistency was significant, and the jury had an obligation to consider it. She said the paralegal would understand the importance of documentation. Her firm had let 2 associates go last month for missing filing deadlines, and her own caseload had doubled as a result, which was why she could not afford to miss another day of work. The paralegal's mouth opened slightly. She had not mentioned her firm's layoffs. She had told no one. The retired principal said they should focus on the evidence presented in court, not on speculation. Valerie said she agreed completely. She said the evidence showed reasonable doubt, and reasonable doubt was the standard they had all sworn to uphold. She said the retired principal understood the importance of oaths. She had taken one as an educator for 37 years before retiring, though her daughter had stopped returning her calls 3 years ago after the incident at the school fundraiser that led to early retirement. The retired principal stood up abruptly. Her chair fell backward and hit the floor, and no one moved to pick it up. She said she needed to use the restroom. The foreperson said they could take a short break. The retired principal walked to the door without looking at anyone and knocked until the bailiff opened it. Lawrence watched Valerie from his seat 2 positions to her left. She had just referenced specific, private details about 3 jurors' lives, details that had not come up during voir dire, details they had not shared with each other. She had spoken about Dennis's enrollment numbers, about the paralegal's firm layoffs, about the retired principal's daughter and a fundraiser incident. It sounded like the kind of thing you buried and never discussed. She should not know these things. There was no way to know these things unless she had been watching them, studying them, cataloging their lives from some vantage point they could not see. The paralegal leaned toward Lawrence and whispered that something was very wrong. Lawrence said he knew. The paralegal asked how Valerie could know about her firm's layoffs. Those details were confidential, shared only with senior partners. Lawrence said he did not know, but he had been watching Valerie for the last 2 hours, and she had not blinked once, not even during the voice mimicry. And he was starting to think the defendant's story about a skinwalker might not have been a lie. The paralegal looked at him. She started to say something and then stopped. They both looked at Valerie, who sat motionless at the end of the table, with her hands flat on the laminate surface and her eyes open and unblinking. And the fluorescent hum overhead had developed a rhythm that matched her breathing, shallow and perfectly timed. By 6 o'clock, 3 jurors had moved from certain to uncertain. By 7, the vote was 9-3. The foreperson suggested they break for dinner. The bailiff brought in sandwiches and fruit and bags of chips, and the jurors ate standing up or leaning against the wall, forming small clusters of conversation that excluded Valerie, who remained seated at the table with her hands flat on the laminate surface and her water bottle untouched. The foreperson asked if she wanted a sandwich. She said, "No, thank you." He asked if she needed to use the restroom. She said no. The fluorescent lights hummed. Someone made a joke about being sequestered, and the paralegal laughed, a sharp, bright sound that died quickly in the dead air of the windowless room. The man in the Diamondback's cap stood near the door and ate his sandwich in 5 bites and wiped his hands on his jeans. He kept glancing at Valerie. Everyone kept glancing at Valerie. At 7:30, they resumed deliberation. The foreperson asked if anyone had changed their position. 2 hands went up. The vote was now 7-5 in favor of conviction. Dennis said this was absurd. He said they all knew the defendant was guilty, and they were letting one person's obsessive attention to detail cloud their judgment. The retired principal agreed. She said reasonable doubt did not mean inventing alternative scenarios that ignored the physical evidence. Valerie said she was not inventing anything. She was pointing out gaps in the prosecution's case that the jury was required to consider. They voted again at 9 o'clock, 6-6. Dennis stood up. His chair scraped against the floor, and the sound was too loud, magnified by the small space and the late hour and the exhaustion that was settling into all of them like sediment. He said he wanted to take a break. He needed air. The foreperson reminded him they were not allowed to leave the deliberation room except as a group under bailiff supervision and only for restroom breaks or emergencies. Dennis said he understood, but he needed 5 minutes to clear his head. And could they please just open the door so the room did not feel like a coffin? The foreperson knocked on the door. The bailiff opened it and explained that the door could remain open, but the jurors were not permitted to step into the hallway or discuss the case where they might be overheard. Dennis stood in the doorway with his back to the room and his shoulders rising and falling with deep breaths. The retired principal went to the restroom. The paralegal checked her phone and made a small, frustrated sound when she saw she had no signal. Valerie did not move. Lawrence leaned slightly to his left and said quietly to the woman next to him that Valerie had not moved in over 4 hours. She had not shifted her weight, or stretched, or scratched her face, or done any of the small, unconscious movements people make when they sit for extended periods. She had not blinked. He had been watching, and she had not blinked once since the sun went down. The woman next to him looked at Valerie and then looked away quickly. She said people blink without realizing it. Lawrence said he had been watching specifically because something about Valerie bothered him, and he was certain she had not blinked in at least the last 90 minutes, maybe longer. The woman said that was impossible. Human eyes need to blink. Lawrence said he knew that, which was why he was mentioning it. Valerie's eyes were open and unmoving, the irises so dark they were almost black, the whites clean and smooth and utterly dry. Her hands had not shifted position on the table. Her chest rose and fell with breaths that were so shallow and so evenly spaced they could have been timed with a metronome. The woman next to Lawrence made a sound that might have been agreement or discomfort and turned her attention to her phone. At 9:30, the bailiff informed them that deliberations would continue until they reached a verdict, or until the judge determined they were hopelessly deadlocked, in which case a mistrial would be declared and the prosecution would decide whether to retry the case. He asked if they needed anything. The foreperson said they were fine. The bailiff closed the door, and the lock clicked with a sound like a bone breaking. They voted again at 10, 5-7. The momentum had shifted. Valerie was winning. At 11 o'clock, the foreperson suggested they continue deliberating until midnight and then reconvene in the morning if they had not reached a verdict. The paralegal said she had to be at work at 8 and could not afford to miss another day. The man in the Diamondbacks cap said his daughter had a soccer game on Saturday, and he had promised he would be there. Dennis said none of that mattered because they were legally obligated to continue until they reached a unanimous decision, or the judge declared a mistrial, and if that meant deliberating through the weekend, then that was what they would do. Valerie said Dennis's daughter's game was on Saturday at 2 in the afternoon at the Glendale Sports Complex, Field 7. She said if they finished by Friday, he would be there. Dennis stared at her. He asked how she knew what field. His daughter had only texted him the schedule that morning. He had not mentioned it to anyone. Valerie said the information was available to anyone who looked. Dennis said the league schedule was password protected, accessible only to parents and coaches. Valerie did not respond. She returned her gaze to the far wall, and the fluorescent lights overhead flickered once, very briefly, and came back at a slightly different frequency. They voted again, 4-8. Dennis voted not guilty. His hands were shaking when he folded his ballot. Dennis said this was unacceptable. He said they were letting fear and exhaustion cloud their judgment. The retired principal said nothing. She was looking at Valerie with an expression that might have been recognition or might have been dread. At midnight, the bailiff knocked and told them they were recessed until 8 a.m. He said they were not sequestered, which meant they could go home, but they were forbidden from discussing the case with anyone, including each other, and they were forbidden from researching the case or watching news coverage. He reminded them that violating these instructions could result in a mistrial and possible contempt charges. He asked if they understood. They said they did. The jurors gathered their belongings, phones and jackets and bags, and filed out of the room in silence. Valerie did not gather anything because she had brought nothing. She stood from her chair in a single, fluid motion, no hand braced on the table, no moment of adjustment, and walked toward the door with steps that covered the same distance each time, her feet striking the floor in a rhythm that matched the fluorescent hum. Lawrence watched her go and stood at the table, frozen, until she was through the door. In the hallway, the jurors dispersed toward the elevators without speaking. Lawrence found himself walking next to Brian, the tech worker. They waited for the elevator in silence, and when the doors opened, they stepped inside along with the retired principal and the paralegal. No one spoke during the descent. When the doors opened on the ground floor, they walked through the courthouse lobby and out into the October night, and the air was cool and dry and smelled like desert and exhaust. Lawrence watched Valerie cross the parking lot toward a gray sedan parked under a light that made her shadow long and thin. She walked in a straight line, no deviation, and when she reached the car, she opened the driver's side door and folded herself into the seat with movements that looked choreographed. The interior light came on for a moment, and Lawrence saw her hands on the steering wheel, positioned at 10 and 2, fingers spread, and then the light went out, and the car did not start. He waited. The sedan sat dark and motionless under the parking lot light. No engine sound, no headlights. He counted to 30, and the car still had not started. Brian said something about getting food, and did Lawrence want to come along? Lawrence said no, he was going home. Brian left, and the paralegal left, and the retired principal left. And Lawrence stood next to his truck and watched Valerie's car sitting dark and still in the empty lot. At 90 seconds, the interior light came on again. Valerie was sitting in exactly the same position, hands at 10 and 2, staring straight ahead through the windshield. The light went out. The engine did not start. Lawrence got in his truck and drove home and did not look back. When he pulled into his driveway 20 minutes later, he sat in the dark cab with the engine running and tried to understand what he had just spent 12 hours sitting in a room with. His hands were shaking. He turned off the ignition, and the silence was immediate and total. And he sat in that silence for 5 minutes before he could bring himself to open the door and walk to his front porch. His girlfriend was asleep. He went to the kitchen and poured a glass of water and drank it standing at the sink, looking out the window at the backyard, at the desert scrub visible beyond the fence in the moonlight. Everything looked normal. Everything looked safe. He finished the water and set the glass in the sink and went to the bedroom and undressed in the dark and lay down next to his girlfriend and stared at the ceiling. He could not sleep. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw Valerie's face, those dark, unblinking eyes, the smooth throat that did not move when she spoke in other people's voices, the private details she had named without permission, Dennis's enrollment numbers, the paralegal's firm layoffs, the retired principal's daughter, and an incident at a school fundraiser that sounded like the kind of thing you buried and never discussed. The defendant's testimony, the story everyone had called a lie. He lay there and wondered if the man had been telling the truth. At 1:30, he got up. His girlfriend stirred but did not wake. He went to the living room and opened his laptop and sat on the couch in the blue glow of the screen. He typed Valerie Kemp, Phoenix, Arizona into the search bar and hit enter. The results came back immediately. There were 3 Valerie Kemps in the Phoenix metro area. One was a real estate agent in Tempe with a photo on her company website. A woman in her 40s with blonde hair and a wide smile. Not the same person. One was a graduate student at ASU whose LinkedIn profile showed a woman in her 20s. Not the same person. The third result was an obituary from 2019 for a Valerie Jean Kemp, age 72, who had died peacefully at home surrounded by family. Lawrence clicked through to the next page of results. More Valerie Kemps in other states. None of them matched the woman in the deliberation room. He tried Valerie Kemp juror, Valerie Kemp, Maricopa County, Valerie Kemp jury duty. Nothing. It was possible she had no online presence. Possible she had never registered to vote under that name. Possible she existed in some gap in the digital record that people occasionally fell into. Or it was possible that Valerie Kemp was not her real name, or that she was not a person at all. He closed the search window and sat with the laptop warm against his thighs and stared at the black screen. Outside, a dog barked 3 houses down. A car passed on the street with its stereo playing something with heavy bass that faded into the distance. Normal sounds. Normal night. He was sitting in his living room in his own house, and everything was exactly as it should be, except that he had spent the day in a locked room with something that had studied his life and the lives of 11 other strangers. Something that knew things it should not know and did not move the way humans moved. He opened a new search window and typed Skinwalker. The results filled the screen. Wikipedia articles, true crime forums, paranormal blogs, academic papers on Navajo folklore. He clicked on the Wikipedia entry and read, "A skinwalker was a type of harmful witch in Navajo tradition who could take animal form. They were deeply taboo to discuss." The Navajo words, Yinaulushi, meant by means of it, it goes on all fours. They were said to wear the skins of animals and mimic human voices. Lawrence closed the laptop. His hands were shaking again. He stood up and walked to the kitchen and looked out the window at the backyard and saw nothing moving in the moonlight. But the darkness at the edge of the property line seemed deeper than it should be, and he could not stop thinking about the way Valerie's throat had remained perfectly still when she spoke in the coroner's voice, or the way the fluorescent lights had changed pitch when she quoted testimony. He went back to the bedroom and lay down and did not sleep. At 2:45, he heard something outside. Not footsteps, but a voice. His own voice, flat and toneless, reciting testimony he had heard in court 3 days ago. The words were rapid and spoken in a rhythm that was too fast, too rehearsed. He got up and looked out the bedroom window and saw her gray sedan idling at the end of his street in the dark. The interior dome light was on. The driver's seat was empty, tilted slightly forward, and through the windshield he could see her pale hands at 10 and 2 on the steering wheel, fingers spread, but the sleeves of her blouse and the shoulders of her jacket lay flat and hollow against the seat back, as if her human shape had been deflated and left behind like a discarded shell. He watched for 30 seconds, and the voice outside stopped, and the dome light went out, and the sedan's engine cut off, and the street was silent. He waited at the window for 10 minutes, and nothing moved. But when he went back to bed, his hands were numb, and he lay there staring at the ceiling until the alarm went off at 6:30. His girlfriend woke and asked if he was okay. He said he was fine, just tired. She asked about the deliberation, and he said they had not reached a verdict yet, and would continue that morning. She said she hoped it ended soon. He looked exhausted. He said he hoped so too. He showered and dressed and made coffee he did not drink, and kissed his girlfriend goodbye and drove back to the courthouse in the early morning light. And when he pulled into the parking structure, he saw Valerie's gray sedan parked in the same spot it had been the night before. He sat in his truck and looked at her car. The interior was dark. He could not see if anyone was inside. The driver's side door was closed. There was no sign that the car had moved at all in the 8 hours since he had watched it sitting motionless under the parking lot light. He got out of his truck and walked past her sedan and glanced through the windows as he passed. The car was empty, but the driver's seat was pushed slightly forward as if someone shorter than Valerie had been sitting in it, and there were no registration papers visible on the dashboard, no parking permits, no insurance documents tucked into the visor. The interior looked like a stage set, clean and unused, as if the car existed only for the purpose of appearing to be a car. Lawrence walked to the elevators and rode up to the 12th floor and found the other jurors already gathering in the hallway outside the deliberation room. No one spoke. Dennis stood with his back against the wall, staring at nothing. The retired principal looked like she had not slept. The paralegal had dark circles under her eyes. Brian nodded at Lawrence but said nothing. At 8 o'clock, the bailiff unlocked the door and they filed into the deliberation room. Valerie was already seated at the table. Her hands were in the same position, fingers spread, and she was wearing the same clothes, a plain blouse and dark slacks that showed no wrinkles despite having been worn for 2 days straight if she had in fact gone home at all, which Lawrence now knew she had not. The bailiff asked if everyone was present. The foreperson counted heads and said they were. The bailiff left and locked the door behind him, and the sound of the lock clicking made Lawrence flinch. The foreperson suggested they begin with a fresh vote to see if anyone had changed their position overnight. They voted, 2 to 10. 2 guilty, 10 not guilty. Dennis had lost another juror. His face had gone pale, and his hands were shaking slightly when he unfolded his own ballot and added it to the stack. The retired principal's ballot was folded incorrectly, one corner creased at the wrong angle, and when the foreperson opened it, the paper tore slightly. Dennis said he wanted to understand what had changed. He asked the room who had voted guilty. 2 hands went up, his and the retired principal's. Everyone else had voted to acquit. He asked why. He asked what he was missing. The man in the Diamondback's cap said he had thought about it overnight and decided the prosecution's case had too many holes. Brian said he had reasonable doubt about whether the defendant had committed the murders. Dennis asked what specifically created that doubt. Brian did not answer immediately, and when he did speak, his voice was quiet, and he did not look at Valerie. The defendant said he saw someone commit the murders, Brian said. He described what he saw in detail, and I think we need to consider the possibility that he was telling the truth. The room went very quiet. Dennis said that was insane. He said they were not here to litigate whether skinwalkers existed. They were here to determine whether the defendant committed the murders, and the physical evidence said he did. Brian said the physical evidence was circumstantial. Boots could be purchased. DNA could be transferred. Timeline discrepancies existed. And the defendant had called the police immediately after finding the bodies, which was not consistent with the behavior of someone who had just committed 6 murders. The paralegal said she agreed with Brian. She had spent the entire drive home thinking about the defendant's testimony and about Valerie's behavior in the deliberation room, and she thought there were elements of the case that could not be explained through conventional reasoning. Dennis asked what elements. The paralegal looked at Valerie and then looked away. She hasn't blinked, the paralegal said. I've been watching since we came in this morning. It's been 25 minutes and she hasn't blinked once. Dennis said that was ridiculous. People blink constantly. It was autonomic. You could not control it for more than a minute or two before your eyes began to hurt. The paralegal said she knew that, which was why she was bringing it up. Lawrence said he had noticed the same thing yesterday evening. He had been watching Valerie for over an hour, and she had not blinked the entire time. The retired principal said quietly that she had noticed it too. Valerie sat at the end of the table with her hands flat on the surface and her eyes open and unblinking and fixed on nothing. The fluorescent lights overhead made the room too bright, every surface sharp-edged and overexposed, and her eyes were so dark they looked black. No distinction between iris and pupil, just a flat darkness that reflected nothing. Dennis said this was mass hysteria. He said they were tired and stressed and seeing patterns that did not exist. The mechanic said he had been watching Valerie since Dennis said that, and she still had not blinked. And it had been at least 2 minutes. Dennis said people could hold their eyes open for 2 minutes. The mechanic said not without tearing up or showing discomfort. Valerie's eyes were completely dry. The foreperson asked Valerie directly if she was all right. Valerie turned her head to look at him with that same smooth, continuous motion. A rotation that began at the shoulder rather than the neck, and the foreperson looked away first. She said she was fine. Her voice remained flat and unchanging. The foreperson said she had not eaten or drunk anything in over 24 hours, and he was concerned about her health. Valerie said she did not require food or water at this time. The phrasing was strange at this time, as if eating and drinking were activities she engaged in for appearances rather than biological need, and this was simply not one of those times. Dennis stood up. He walked around the table toward Valerie with his hands clenched at his sides. He said he was going to settle this right now, and he said if she was having some kind of medical episode, they needed to get her help, and if she was staging some kind of performance to disrupt the deliberation, then it needed to stop. He reached out and touched her shoulder. The wrongness was immediate and absolute. Dennis jerked his hand back. His face went white. The temperature in the room had dropped. Lawrence felt it, a sudden cold that raised goosebumps on his arms, and the fluorescent hum changed pitch again, dropping half an octave, and Valerie's breathing did not change at all, still shallow and perfectly timed. Dennis stepped back from Valerie and wiped his palm on his pants in quick, repetitive motions over and over, trying to wipe away something that was not visible. The paralegal asked what was wrong. Dennis kept wiping his hand on his pants and backing toward the wall. Lawrence stood up. He walked over to where Dennis was standing and asked what he had felt. Dennis said her shoulder had been cold, far too cold. Cold like something that had been in a freezer, and the texture had been wrong. The skin under her blouse had felt like something wrapped in wax paper, waxy and dense, and not like human skin at all. Lawrence asked if he was sure. Dennis held up his hand. It was shaking. He said he was sure. The retired principal said they needed to call the bailiff. They needed to report a medical emergency. The foreperson said they should vote first. If they had a unanimous verdict, they could end the deliberation, and Valerie could seek whatever medical attention she needed. The retired principal said that was insane. They could not ignore someone having a medical crisis. The foreperson said he agreed. But he also said that if they declared a mistrial, the defendant would be retried and they would be dismissed from service, and whatever was happening with Valerie would become someone else's problem. And he thought they should at least vote one more time to see where they stood. They voted, 1-11. Only the retired principal voted guilty. Dennis voted not guilty. His hands were still shaking when he folded his ballot. Valerie spoke. Her voice cut through the silence like a blade, flat and deliberate, and completely devoid of inflection. She said the retired principal should reconsider her vote. She said the evidence did not support a guilty verdict. She said the timeline was flawed. The DNA was circumstantial. The financial motive was speculative, and the defendant's testimony had never been impeached during cross-examination. She spoke for 3 minutes without pause, without taking a breath that Lawrence could detect, and when she finished, the room felt smaller somehow, the walls closer, the air thinner. The retired principal said she wanted to leave. She said she did not care about the verdict anymore. She just wanted to go home. The foreperson said they could not leave until they reached a unanimous decision. The retired principal stood up and walked to the door and pulled on the handle. The door was locked. She pulled again, harder, and the door rattled in its frame but did not open. She knocked. No one answered. She knocked again, pounding with the flat of her hand, calling for the bailiff. And her voice went high and thin, and Lawrence heard fear in it, real fear. The kind that came from prey animals when they realized they were trapped. The bailiff opened the door. He asked if there was an emergency. The retired principal said she needed to leave. She was not feeling well. She needed air. The bailiff said she could use the restroom or step into the hallway for a few minutes under supervision, but she could not leave the courthouse until the jury reached a verdict or was dismissed by the judge. The retired principal said she did not care about the verdict. The bailiff said that was not her decision to make. She could request to speak to the judge, but unless the judge agreed to dismiss her for cause, she was required to continue deliberating. The retired principal looked at the bailiff's face and seemed to understand that there was no way out. She stepped back into the room. The bailiff closed the door and the lock clicked. The retired principal returned to her seat. Her hands were shaking. She said she would change her vote. She said she wanted to go home, and if voting to acquit meant she could leave, then that was what she would do. The foreperson asked if she truly had reasonable doubt, or if she was simply voting to end the deliberation. The retired principal said she did not know anymore. She said nothing made sense. The foreperson said they needed to vote again to make it official. They voted, 0 to 12. Unanimous, not guilty. The foreperson set down his pen and looked at the stack of ballots and did not speak for a long time. The room was silent except for the fluorescent hum and the sound of breathing, 11 people breathing in and out, while Valerie sat motionless at the end of the table with her hands flat on the laminate surface and her eyes open and dark and unblinking. The foreperson knocked on the door. The bailiff opened it. The foreperson said they had reached a verdict. The bailiff's face showed surprise. Verdicts in high-profile murder cases did not usually come this quickly after a deadlock. He said he would inform the judge and they would reconvene in the courtroom within the hour. He asked if all the jurors needed to use the restroom or get water before the verdict reading. Several hands went up. The bailiff nodded and said they could take a 10-minute break, but they were to remain in the hallway under supervision and were not to discuss the case. The jurors filed out. Valerie remained seated at the table with her hands flat on the laminate surface and her fingers spread just wide enough that the tips did not touch. The bailiff looked at her and asked if she needed anything. She said no. He said she could stretch her legs if she wanted. She said she was comfortable. The bailiff's expression shifted slightly, something passing across his face that might have been unease. And he left the door open and stepped into the hallway where he could watch both the departing jurors and the motionless woman at the table. Dennis stood in the hallway outside the deliberation room with his back against the wall and his hands shaking. The paralegal approached him and asked in a low voice if he was all right. He said no. He said he had touched something that was not human, and he had voted to acquit a murderer because he was too frightened to do anything else. The paralegal said she understood. She said they all understood. Dennis looked at her and asked what they had done. She did not answer. Lawrence walked to the water fountain at the end of the hall and drank and tried to stop his hands from shaking. The mechanic stood next to him and said quietly that they should tell someone. They should tell the bailiff or the judge that something was wrong with one of the jurors, that she had not eaten or drunk anything in over 30 hours, that she had not blinked, that her skin felt wrong when you touched it. Lawrence asked what they would say. The mechanic started to answer and then stopped. They would sound insane. There was no way to explain what they had experienced without sounding like they had lost their minds. Brian joined them at the fountain. He said he had been thinking about what happened in the deliberation room, and he thought they needed to understand something. They had not just voted to acquit the defendant. They had been coerced into voting to acquit by something that had infiltrated the jury specifically to ensure that outcome. The question was why? What did a creature like that gain from freeing a man who had committed murders and blamed them on her kind? Lawrence's hands went still on the water fountain handle. Brian was right. Brian said the defendant had used a skinwalker as his legal defense. He had put the word into the public record into news coverage that had run for weeks. He had brought federal agents and forensic teams and journalists into sacred desert territory to investigate murders he claimed a skinwalker committed. And maybe that was the violation. Maybe the creature had not killed anyone, and the defendant had blamed his crimes on something innocent, something that had every right to be angry about being falsely accused. The mechanic said that meant Valerie wanted the defendant freed so she could reach him, so she could follow him somewhere the law would not. Lawrence's hands had gone numb. He flexed his fingers and felt nothing. The bailiff called them back to the deliberation room. They filed in and took their seats. Valerie had not moved. Her eyes were open and dark and fixed on the far wall, unblinking. And when the bailiff closed the door and locked it from the outside, the sound of the lock clicking made the retired principal flinch. The foreperson said the bailiff had informed him the judge would reconvene court in 45 minutes. They would present the verdict and be dismissed, and their service would be complete. Until then, they were to remain in the deliberation room. No one spoke. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, and the room felt smaller than it had that morning, the walls closer, the air thinner. Dennis stood abruptly. His chair scraped against the floor. He said he wanted to understand what was happening. He said they had voted to acquit, and that was done. And there was nothing they could change now, but he needed to know why. He looked directly at Valerie when he said this. He said she had come into this room with a plan, and she had executed it perfectly, and they had all done exactly what she wanted. And before they left this room, he wanted to hear her explain why she needed them to free a guilty man. Valerie did not move. Dennis raised his voice. He said she owed them an explanation. The retired principal said to leave it alone. They had done what they needed to do, and now they should just wait for the bailiff and leave. Dennis ignored her. He walked toward Valerie and stopped 3 feet from her chair and demanded she answer him. Valerie turned her head. The motion was smooth and continuous and wrong, a rotation that seemed to involve her entire upper body rather than just her neck, and the temperature in the room dropped again. Lawrence could see his breath for a moment, a faint mist in the overlit air. And then the cold faded, and Valerie's eyes fixed on Dennis, and he took an involuntary step backward. When she spoke, her voice was unchanged, flat, precise, completely devoid of inflection. But the words came from somewhere else, as if she were reading from a script written in a language she did not understand but could pronounce perfectly. She said the man on trial killed 6 hikers in territory that was not his. He made noise where there should have been silence. He brought voices and eyes to places that belonged to older things. The man told a story, and the story brought more people. Federal agents, cameras, voices talking about what might live in the hills. The noise grew. It has not stopped. Dennis asked why she needed them to acquit him. If he was guilty, why not let him be convicted? Valerie said the legal system would keep him alive and talking. He would be interviewed, photographed. His voice would be recorded. The noise would continue for decades. But if the jury declared him innocent, the case would close. The legal record would seal. The cameras would leave. The voices would stop. The hills would be quiet again. She said the man would make a mistake within 2 weeks. He would drive east. He would return to the place where he killed them. He would park his truck on a fire road and walk into the desert at night to prove to himself that he was not afraid, and something would be waiting. Brian asked what would happen to him. Valerie's eyes shifted to Brian, and the fluorescent hum overhead climbed in pitch until it was almost painful, and then dropped back to its normal frequency. She said the man told a story and testimony about what a creature did to 6 hikers. He described the way the bodies were positioned, the sounds it made, the violence. He fabricated that story from imagination. He had never seen what he described, but when he walked into the desert 2 weeks from now and something followed him, on bare feet into the rocks where no one would hear him, he would see the real thing. He would understand what he had accused something of doing. He would experience it himself in a place where his body would not be found, in a manner that would make the murders he committed look like mercy. She said she needed the jury to make it official. She needed the case closed so that when the man vanished, no one would connect his disappearance to the trial. No one would reopen the investigation. No one would send agents back into the desert to search for him. The legal system would have declared him innocent, and innocent men disappear sometimes, and no one looks very hard for them. She needed them to make it clean. The retired principal stood and backed away from the table until she hit the wall. She said they should not be hearing this. They should call the bailiff. They should tell someone. Dennis said there was no one to tell. Who would believe them? What evidence could they offer? Lawrence said they could refuse to deliver the verdict. They could tell the judge they were deadlocked. They could force a mistrial. Valerie said that would not help them. The district attorney would retry the case. The man would be convicted by a different jury. And 12 people who had seen what they should not have seen would return to their lives carrying that knowledge. She said it would be unfortunate if something happened to them. The desert was vast. People disappeared. Bodies were rarely found. The paralegal's voice was shaking when she asked why Valerie needed the verdict if she could follow the defendant anyway. Valerie said she needed it to be officially over. She needed the legal closure. She needed the case sealed. When the man vanished into the desert and did not return, no one would connect it to the trial because the trial would be finished and the jury would have declared him innocent. Dennis asked what would happen if they refused. If you want to live to see tomorrow, she said, you will deliver the verdict as written. The room fell silent. No one moved. Valerie returned her attention to the far wall, and her eyes went still and unblinking, and the jurors remained where they were, some seated, some standing, some pressed against the walls, and waited for the bailiff to return. Lawrence looked at the others and saw his own terror reflected in their faces. The retired principal was crying silently, tears running down her cheeks, her hands pressed flat against the wall behind her. Dennis had sunk into his chair and was staring at nothing. Brian was looking at the door with an expression that suggested he was calculating whether he could get it open and how far he could run before someone stopped him. 20 minutes passed. No one spoke. Valerie sat motionless at the end of the table, and the fluorescent hum filled the silence, steady as breathing. When the bailiff knocked and unlocked the door, the sound made 3 jurors jump. He said the judge was ready for them. They filed out of the deliberation room in silence and followed the bailiff down the corridor toward the courtroom. The foreperson walked at the front, carrying the folded verdict form in his hand, and his face had the expression of someone who had witnessed something he did not want to remember but knew he would never forget. The retired principal walked with her eyes on the floor, still crying quietly, her hands clasped in front of her. Dennis kept his distance from the others, walking close to the wall, and Lawrence noticed that his right hand, the one that had touched Valerie's shoulder, was clenched in a fist, and he kept flexing his fingers as if trying to restore feeling to them. The paralegal walked next to Lawrence, and she leaned close and whispered that they were about to release a man they knew was a murderer, that they were about to lie to a courtroom full of people, that they were about to become accomplices to whatever happened next. Lawrence said he knew. She asked what they were supposed to do. Lawrence said there was nothing they could do. She asked if he believed Valerie would actually come after them if they spoke. Lawrence said he did not know, but he was not going to find out. Valerie walked behind them rather than among them, her steps measured and even. And when Lawrence glanced back, she was looking at each of them in turn, her dark eyes moving from face to face. And he understood that she was making sure she would recognize them if she ever saw them again. Her gaze met his and held for 3 seconds, and in those 3 seconds, Lawrence felt the temperature drop around him and heard the fluorescent lights overhead change pitch. And then she looked away, and the sensation passed, and he kept walking. The courtroom was packed. The families of the victims sat in the front rows, their faces hollow with exhaustion and grief. And Lawrence could see how they leaned forward slightly when the jury entered, their bodies tense with anticipation, hoping for justice, hoping for closure, hoping the jury had done what any reasonable person would do given the overwhelming evidence. Reporters filled the back benches with notebooks and phones and cameras. The defendant sat at the defense table between his attorneys, his hands clasped in front of him, his face pale. When the jury filed into the jury box, the defendant looked up. His eyes moved across the jurors' faces and stopped when they reached Valerie. Something passed across his expression. Recognition or terror or both, Lawrence could not tell. And the defendant's hands tightened on the table, and his face went even paler, and he looked away quickly, turning to his attorney and saying something in a voice too quiet to hear. The attorney leaned in to listen and glanced at the jury box, and his expression changed, and he looked at Valerie for a long moment before turning back to his client. The defendant knew. Lawrence saw it in the way the man's shoulders hunched, in the way his breathing had gone shallow and quick, in the way he kept his eyes fixed on the table in front of him and would not look at the jury again. The defendant knew that his desperate lie had become his reality, that his acquittal was not salvation, but something else entirely, and that when he walked out of this courthouse a free man, he would not be free at all. The judge entered. Everyone stood. The judge asked them to be seated and asked the foreperson if the jury had reached a verdict. The foreperson stood. His hands were shaking so badly he could barely hold the paper. His voice cracked on the first word, and he had to start over. "We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty." The courtroom erupted. Reporters stood and pushed toward the doors. The families of the victims made sounds that were not quite screams, raw and broken, and a woman in the third row collapsed and had to be helped from the courtroom by two people on either side of her. Someone shouted that this was wrong, that the jury had failed, that a murderer was walking free. The defendant's attorneys stood and embraced each other, then turned to him with hands outstretched, relief flooding their faces, and one of them gripped his shoulder and said something about justice prevailing. But the defendant did not move. He sat motionless at the defense table, both hands flat on the wood in front of him, staring at nothing. His face had the expression of a man who had just been handed a death warrant. He was the only person in the courtroom who understood that his acquittal was not freedom. His attorneys spoke to him and touched his shoulders and tried to make him stand, but he would not look at them, would not look at anyone except, for one brief moment, at Valerie. And when his eyes met hers, his hands began to shake against the table. The judge banged his gavel and called for order. It took 3 minutes for the courtroom to quiet. When it did, the judge thanked the jury for their service and said they were dismissed. He reminded them that they were not to discuss their deliberations with anyone, that the verdict was final, and that they should return to their lives and put this experience behind them. Lawrence wanted to laugh at that. Put this behind them. As if that were possible. As if any of them would ever put this behind them. The jurors filed out of the jury box. In the hallway outside the courtroom, they dispersed without speaking, scattering toward the elevators and the stairs and the bathrooms, moving away from each other as if proximity might be contagious. But Lawrence saw it in their faces as they separated. The knowledge that they were bound now, all 12 of them, by what they had chosen to do. They had let a man who murdered 6 people walk free. They had sent him to a death more brutal than any the state could have imposed. They had done this, not because it was right, but because they were afraid, and that fear had made them accomplices to a slaughter they could have prevented if they had been willing to die for it. He saw Dennis near the stairs, saw the retired principal waiting for the elevator with her eyes on the floor, saw the paralegal leaning against the wall with both hands pressed to her face. They would carry this for the rest of their lives. They would never speak of it to anyone. And if they ever saw each other again, in a grocery store, at a stoplight, across a restaurant. They would look away, because looking would mean remembering what they had become in that windowless room on the 12th floor. Lawrence walked to the elevator alone and rode down to the ground floor and crossed the lobby and stepped out into the late morning sun. The brightness after 2 days in the windowless deliberation room made his eyes hurt. He walked toward the parking structure and did not look back, and when he reached his truck, he sat in the driver's seat for a long time with the door open and the engine off, staring at nothing, before finally starting the ignition and driving home. 14 days later, the news reported that a hiker had found the defendant's truck abandoned on a dirt road 30 miles east of Phoenix. The driver's side door was open, keys in the ignition. Boot prints led into the desert toward the Superstition Mountains. Search and rescue teams followed the tracks for half a mile before losing them in rocky terrain. The defendant's body was not recovered. After a week, the search was called off. He was presumed dead. Lawrence read the article at work and closed his browser. He thought about Valerie's voice in the deliberation room. The man would return to the place where he committed his crimes, and when he did, something would be waiting. And understood what had happened in the desert darkness where no one would find evidence. That evening, he drove home past the courthouse. The plaza was empty. The building's windows reflected the sunset, glass burning orange and red, and Lawrence looked away and kept driving and knew he would look away every time he passed this place for the rest of his life. 3 months later, he was shopping for groceries when the fluorescent lights overhead began to hum. He stopped in the middle of the aisle with his hand on a shopping cart and held his breath, waiting for the pitch to change. It did not. The hum remained steady and ordinary, and he forced himself to keep walking, but his hands were shaking and he could not stop listening. At work, the lights hummed. At the pharmacy, the lights hummed. In the parking garage at night, the lights hummed, and every time they did, he found himself frozen, waiting, counting the seconds until he could be certain the sound was not changing, was not synchronizing with something that should not be there. He began to avoid places with fluorescent lighting. He drove longer routes to use grocery stores with LED bulbs. He requested a desk transfer at work to a windowed office where he could turn off the overheads and work by daylight. And sometimes, late at night, he would stand in front of the bathroom mirror and watch himself blink. He would count each blink to make sure the rhythm was irregular, make sure his hands on the sink were not positioned too precisely, make sure his breathing did not fall into a pattern that was too even, too metronomic. He would stare at his own reflection until his eyes burned and then blink deliberately, quickly, 3 times in a row, just to prove he still could, just to prove he was still himself.